Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1, Rejected by the Chinese national football team, the system is activated. The Chinese Football Association officially announced that Chen Chen has withdrawn from the naturalization selection tournament due to personal reasons. An unnamed source revealed that Chen Chen's inclusion in the national football team was already confirmed and awaiting official announcement. Is the Chinese national football team setting its sights too high? Chen Chen is not included in the latest list of naturalized players for the national team. Why did Chen Chen, a player with the ability to be a rotation player for Brentford, withdraw from the national team selection? This article will use big data analysis from the stadium to dissect the authenticity and scientific nature of the national team selection. Don't panic if Chen Chen withdraws from the national team, the Chinese midfield is soaring. A list of naturalized midfielders for the Chinese national team: Sunderland midfielder Browning, Jiang Guantai, Stabæk midfielder Ho Yong-yong, Marseille 2 midfielder Qian Jiega, Brentford midfielder Jan-Eris Lee Koo, and Winterthur defensive midfielder Yang Mingyang. On April 21, 2021, an announcement appeared on the official website of the Chinese national men's football team. This news quickly attracted the attention of countless football fans. Everyone is talking about it, and fans are wondering why Chen Chen, who is of championship level, wasn't selected for the national team. It's worth noting that Lee Koo, who also came from Brentford, had already transferred to Beijing Goan and played 2 friendly matches for the Chinese national team in 2019. It is foreseeable that this 27-year-old midfielder will become an important player for the Hebei China Fortune men's football team in the defensive midfield position this year, 2021. If Lee Koo can do it, then why can't 18-year-old Chen Chen? 8 days ago, Chen Chen, as a player of Chinese descent, followed in the footsteps of team captain Lee Koo and returned to China to participate in the new round of selection for naturalized players by the Chinese men's football team. The second half of the Asian regional qualifiers for the 2022 FIFA World Cup will begin in May. The Chinese national football team naturally wants to reach the top 12, or even the World Cup finals. Therefore, the Chinese Football Association issued a call to action, urging all overseas Chinese to return to China to support the team. Chen Chen is one of them. From April 13 to April 20, Chen Chen performed exceptionally well at the training camp. As a player for Brentford, a championship team, Chen Chen has a very solid foundation in basic skills, which is incomparable to those unknown Chinese players in smaller leagues. His young age of only 18 shocked the Football Association officials present. So, Chen Chen was taken to Guantian's spacious office by the national football team leader. The numerous honorary photos hanging on the wall speak to the excellence of the office's owner. Your name is Chen Chen, right? The information says you're 18. Guan Tian looked at the handsome, half-British, half-Chinese boy in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. Not bad, he has a good appearance. It seems his future advertising endorsement fees will only increase. Chen Chen nodded in response. I just turned 18 2 weeks ago. Guan Tian didn't say anything, but picked up the information sheet about him and started looking at it. She is of mixed Chinese and British descent. Her father lived in Wales in his early years and later settled in London, while her mother is a native Londoner. He came through the Brentford Youth Academy and played as a midfielder. Guan Tian put down the information sheet and continued. Jan-Eris also played for Brentford, and he is now a key midfielder for Beijing Goan. Before Chen Chen could speak, Guan Tian waved his hand, took out a pre-bound contract, and handed it to him. The Chinese men's national football team warmly welcomes you. If there are no problems, please sign the contract. After signing, you will be a proud Chinese player. Looking at the contract in front of him, Chen Chen, who had lived 2 lives, saw through the clues with just a glance. Yes, Chen Chen is not a local. He's a time traveler who played football at Brentford Football Club for 2.5 years. With his football intelligence from his previous life and his robust physique in this life, Chen Chen quickly distinguished himself in Brentford U17. Naturally, he was promoted to U19 and then to U21. Immediately afterwards, he was spotted by Danish head coach Thomas Frank and joined Brentford's first team. Afterwards, through his hard training, Chen Chen showed his technical level in his limited playing time, and eventually he established himself as a key midfielder for Brentford's first team. He was only 18 years old that year. However, in England, 18-year-old Saka has already secured a starting position at Arsenal, while 20-year-old Foden is Manchester City's crown prince. Not to mention Bellingham, who joined Dortmund for €30 million at the age of 17, and 2 years earlier, Trent Alexander-Arnold, number 66, who was already a key player for Liverpool at just 19. In short, Chen Chen, who only established himself in the championship at the age of 18, couldn't compete with them. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chen Chen decided to take advantage of the team's break between matches to return to China and participate in the naturalization selection process. But this was destined to disappoint him. "What are you standing there for? Sign it." Seeing that Chen Chen hadn't started writing yet, Guan Tian's smile faded, and he tapped the table. Chen Chen pointed to one of the contracts and asked. "Agent contract? 25% personal commission split? 30% for commercial commissions?" Guan Tian dismissed it, saying, "Is that all?" He explained. Chapter 2 Main Quest released. Return to Brentford. A system? A perk for transmigrators? Chen Chen quickly sat up straight and, following the guidance of the female voice in his mind, opened the newbie gift pack. Soon, a virtual window that only he could see appeared in front of Chen Chen's eyes. New player gift pack is now available. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, max level vision ability. Note, max vision control, the strongest support ability for the midfield maestro. With it, you're God. Vision range, 75-100. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Riquelme's precise through ball. Note, as a player capable of creating 200 through ball highlights, Riquelme's ability is definitely worth having. Properties panel is now open. Host, Chen Chen. Age, 18 years and 25 days. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Passing, 94, dribbling, 80. Speed, 69 endurance, 73. Headbutt, 62, vision, 100. Tackling, 60, set pieces, 75. Defensive interception awareness, 76, shooting, 70. Overall score, 80 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Chen was extremely surprised. 100 points. The vision range is maxed out. Chen Chen took a deep breath and then shook his head. He felt his mind become incredibly light. He can capture any detail that ordinary people would miss, if he so chooses to. For example, the hot and beautiful woman in the seat to my right didn't fasten her blouse properly. No, that won't do. Do not look at what is improper. Chen Chen quickly looked away and then called over a flight attendant for a glass of ice water to calm down. After drinking a glass of ice water, Chen Chen calmed down a bit. He opened the system panel again. That's truly maximum visibility. This is a skill that so many people in the football world dream of. As the field of vision was expanded, Chen Chen's overall score reached 80 points. As is widely known, an attribute score of around 55 is the minimum requirement for a professional player. Most blank slate players in Pro Evolution Soccer have these stats. At 65, he would be a key player in a Chinese Super League team. Players aged 75 and above are key players for mid to lower tier teams in the top 5 European leagues. 85 and above, absolute key players for top teams in the 5 major European leagues. Chen Chen's score of 80 points means that he has reached the level to compete in the top league. Moreover, it should be noted that maxed out vision is a god-level ability that is extremely rare and hard to come by. Xavi, Iniesta. De Bruyne, Modric. Sneijder, Pirlo, Zico, Laudrup, Rui Costa. It's fair to say that in today's football world, including those legendary players from the past, not a single one of them, even in their most outstanding matches, could experience the mystical moment of perfect vision, even briefly. Riquelme. Precise through ball. A series of surprises followed. Chen Chen hadn't expected the system to grant Riquelme the ability to make precise through balls right from the start. This ability is extremely strong. You could say that as long as the ball gets to Chen Chen's feet, he can pass it in no matter what. Chapter 3, initial test of skills, a precise and beautiful through pass. The plane arrived in London in the early hours of April 22. Chen Chen was very familiar with this land. After all, as a football fan in his previous life, he had watched many games in England. He now plays for Brentford, and in his spare time he also goes out and explores with his teammates. There are a total of 17 football clubs in the Greater London area. This includes Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Fulham, and West Ham United, all of whom play in the Premier League. Also playing in the Championship are Brentford, Queen's Park Rangers, and Millwall. Charlton Athletic played in the English First Division, where Xingji once played. There's also AFC Wimbledon. Leyton Orient is in League 2. Bromley, who will play in League 2 in the future, is still struggling in the Parliamentary League. The rest are some level 6 and 7 teams. Chen Chen quickly returned to the team's base. Brentford, nicknamed the B and the Red and White Army. But most people call it a Little B. Inside the training base, the first team members of the Little Bees are playing a training match with the youth team. Unfortunately, the entire first team doesn't have enough players to field a full 23-man roster. If we don't use the youth team, we'll have to play 8-side. Hey! Chen! You're finally back. Frank greeted Chen Chen excitedly. This left him no choice but to be agitated. If Chen Chen hasn't returned by then, Frank will have to start the youth team midfielder for the match the day after tomorrow. As a rotation midfielder for the team, Chen Chen's ability is certainly up to standard. Even if he can't compare to the team's main midfielder, he's still better than the youth team's midfielder. Fortunately, Chen Chen is finally back, so Frank doesn't have to risk starting the young player. Yes, sir. I'm back. How was the trip? Chen Chen knew what Frank was talking about. He scratched his head and replied. Boss, I didn't succeed. Frank patted Chen Chen on the shoulder. It's all right, good boy. It's their loss that the Chinese national football team didn't call you up. I believe they will regret it. Frank then compared Li Ku to Li Ku. Yannaris's stats weren't as good as yours when he was 18. I have high hopes for you. They'll be begging you to join them in the future. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head. Are you begging me to go back? Let's forget about it then. Go on, change into your training uniform, and get back to training. Let me see if you've been slacking off lately. Chen Chen nodded, then ran to change into his training clothes. Afterwards, Chen Chen stood on the sidelines to warm up. Shortly after, the interim referee, Frank's assistant coach Klaus Nergo, blew his whistle, replacing striker Fosu Henry, who was playing in midfield, with Chen Chen. It's clear that Frank prefers to field a true midfielder rather than having a striker fill in. Given the absence of key midfielders due to injury, it is almost certain that Chen Chen will start in the upcoming matches. As De Silva's substitute, Chen Chen has made 34 appearances in 42 league matches so far, with only 13 of them being starts. Definitely a rotation midfielder. So, morally speaking, we should thank Baptiste and De Silva for their accidental injuries. With another whistle from Kraus, the training match continued. A first-team team playing against a youth team is definitely a game-changer. Therefore, in order to balance the strength of both sides, each side has 7 first-team members. Chen Chen went to the side representing the main players, including the team's forward Ivan Toney. That's Ivan Toney, who transferred to Al Ahly Jeddah for €42 million in the 2024-25 season. Midfield maestro, Danish international Mathias Jensen. Needless to say, this was called over by Danish head coach Frank. And then there's German midfielder Janert. This is a ruthless person who increased his net worth from €600,000 to €25 million in 4 years. Chapter 4, a stunning performance. Chen Chen selected for the team's starting lineup. Ivan Toney was ecstatic after scoring the goal. He quickly opened his arms and ran towards Chen Chen. Damn it! Chen! You're amazing! Dude, that's the feeling. It's so cool. I can't wait to receive your pass in the official match. We can win every game. After scoring, Ivan Toney put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder and said a lot of things. He seemed genuinely happy. Kevin O'Connor, the Irish assistant coach on the sidelines, nodded and whispered in Frank's ear. "Boss." Chen's ability to read the game has improved a lot, and his overall strategic awareness has also increased significantly. "It's like," Frank added. "It's like suddenly understanding something." "Yes. That's right. It's like he's suddenly had a breakthrough. It's hard to imagine that he's changed so much since returning from China. Is the training method there better?" Frank shook his head and didn't say anything. Because he didn't know either. But he was certain of one thing: Chen Chen, who was performing so well on the field, had indeed not been selected for the Chinese national team. There is no such thing as kicking off from the center circle in training matches. Second-team goalkeeper Daniels retrieved the ball from the net and passed it to a youth academy defender. The 33-year-old England goalkeeper then put his hands on his hips, looking surprised. Why has Chen become so aggressive? Moreover, the timing of this forward pass was very timely. It can be described as pure instinctive play. Daniels showed no frustration at being scored against, on the contrary, he looked excited. Just now, when Chen Chen broke free and sent out a through ball, he seemed to see Kevin De Bruyne. With De Bruyne on the team, how can we not get promoted to the top league? Frank, standing on the sidelines, was also shocked by this, but he had more to consider. Sending through balls is the final link in the attack, but the most crucial thing is to organize the midfield and orchestrate the attack effectively. However, the thought had barely crossed his mind when 47-year-old Frank's eyes widened instantly. Because right in front of him, Chen Chen started showing off his skills again. On the field, just as Chen Chen gained possession of the ball, Roerslev pressed forward again. This time, Chen Chen did not actively choose to dribble past his opponent. He flicked the ball backward and passed it to Jensen. Then he sprinted forward. Chen Chen then retrieved the ball. This is a typical 2-over-1 situation. But the 1-2 pass wasn't what shocked Frank again. After dribbling past his opponent, Chen Chen didn't hesitate and passed the ball to a youth team defender who had made a forward run to participate in the attack. Continue with the 2-on-1. Soon, Janert, who had moved to the right flank, received the ball. From left to right, I watched as Chen Chen passed his feet around many times, doing a lot of useless work. But if you look closely, the ball is still in possession of the starting team. Through these passing combinations, the starting team pushed their attacking area into the substitute team's half, allowing Ivan Toney and the youth team forwards to comfortably enter the opponent's penalty area. This is a typical Guardiola-style passing and possession game. This is what made Frank's eyes widen in shock. Of course, this Gua-style passing and control is a bootleg, not the original. Even if it's a bootleg, the starting team's dragon dance moves still have a bit of the feel to them. It was at this moment that Chen Chen received a cross pass from Janert, which was passed to the middle. Without hesitation, Chen Chen spread his arms and kicked the side of the soccer ball hard. A low, straight pass. In order to tear apart the opponent's defenses. Chapter 5 Championship Round 43. Brentford away against Bournemouth. Bournemouth is a seaside resort town located in Dorset, southwest England. The Bournemouth Football Club here is the only professional football team in the town of Bournemouth at or above the English First Division level. Vitality Stadium is their home ground. With the league in its final stages, the Vitality Stadium, which can hold 12,000 people, is packed to capacity. They want to cheer for their home team. Just an hour before the match, the starting lineups for both sides were announced. Unsurprisingly, Chen Chen, who performed exceptionally well in team training, appeared on the starting lineup. This marks Chen Chen's return to the starting lineup after a 4-match absence from the league. Frank fielded a 3-4-3 formation against Bournemouth today. The three forwards are Ivan Toney, Foch, and Konos. Foch is a Finnish international, but he plays as a substitute for the national team. Konos is a Spanish striker. But as everyone knows, Spain has no shortage of strikers, and Enrique doesn't even consider this championship-level striker. So after making 2 appearances for the Spanish U19 team, Konos faded out of the national team. The 4 midfielders are Chen Chen, Matthias Jensen, Janert, and Roerslev. Jensen is a player of genius caliber. It grew from 3.5 million in the 2021 season to 30 million in the 24-25 season. It can be said to be very inspiring. More importantly, the Danish midfielder did not leave Brentford when he could have. Because he greatly respects the team's head coach, the Dane Frank. Janert is German and never made it in Bochum. As a result, the tree died when it was moved, but the person thrived. After transferring to Brentford for €600,000, his entire market value skyrocketed. It skyrocketed from 1.8 million in the 2021 season to 22 million in the 24th season. Rolslev is a product of the Copenhagen Youth Academy. Copenhagen is a Danish team. Therefore, Brentford can be considered Denmark's second team. The three defenders are Pinnock, Christian Nergo, and team captain Jansen. Pinnock holds dual Jamaican and English citizenship. Prior to 2021, Pinnock had not accepted any call-up offers from the Jamaican national team, including the youth and senior teams. Why? Because Pinnock is determined to join the England national team. Unfortunately, Southgate didn't call him up. The Three Lions have too many talented players in that position. Luke Shaw, Chilwell, Ryan Sessegnon. And his teammate, Brentford left-back Rico Henry, who is currently recovering from injury. However, unlike the frustration of Pringle, Rico Henry, who also holds dual Jamaican and English citizenship, has been selected for the England U20 national team, and it seems that he is only one step away from the senior national team. Nelgaard, needless to say, is Danish and one of Frank's most outstanding students. Frank brought it from Florence himself, at a cost of €3.5 million. Jansen was a regular member of the Swedish national team at this time, but from 2021 to 2024, he missed the European Championship, the World Cup, and World Cup qualifiers. Jansen did not return to the national team until Andersson, who had been in charge of the Swedish national team for 7.5 years, left. From this perspective, it seems there's some problem between the two. Finally, in goal, David Raya started as expected. The Spanish goalkeeper has performed very well at Brentford, and he has caught the eye of Mikel Arteta. Arsenal ultimately brought the newly capped Spanish international to the Emirates Stadium on a loan-to-buy deal, spending €32 million. Of course, that's all in the future. After the field training session, both teams' players returned to their respective locker rooms. Both coaches are making the most of the time to explain the specific tactical arrangements and encourage the players. At 1 p.m., amidst great anticipation, the starting players from both sides, holding the hands of the ball boys, followed the referee out of the players' tunnel. 1 p.m. in the UK is 8 p.m. in China. Inside the Suliai Sports Centre, many fans were chatting and typing as they waited for the game to start. Guys, the home team is minus 0.75. Should we bet on them? Definitely bet. A home win is pure profit. Damn it, the director opened a single test, and it feels suspicious. Then don't go. I'll use 300,000 yuan of public funds. Home win. Good. You've got guts. Ah. Chen Chen is in the starting lineup. That's rare. What's all the excitement about? He's only in the starting lineup because our key midfielder is injured. Otherwise, he'd be a substitute at best. You just can't stand how good other people are. That's true. Stop arguing. You all saw the news about Chen Chen withdrawing from the training team, right? I saw it. I guess it's because they're not capable enough. Nonsense. Li Ko is at the level of a Brentford starter and can play in the midfield for Beijing Goan. Chen Chen can play for a mid-level team, such as Hebei China Fortune or Chongqing Lifan. He would definitely be a starter for the national team. Don't spread rumors. What could be the reason? I don't know. It's a routine operation by the Football Association. I reckon it's related to money. Forget it, why think so much? Let's watch the game first, and maybe a couple of penalties at the start will set the tone. Chapter 6 Chen Chen's volley shot. Peach blossom shadows fall, divine sword flies. Soon, possession of the ball fell to the Bees player. Captain Jansen passed the ball to centre-back Nergard, and the Dane didn't hesitate, quickly dribbling forward. Then, a diagonal pass was made to Chen Chen. Chen Chen gestured to Jensen and Ivan Toney, indicating that the two should move forward a little. Ivan Toney nodded and ran forward quickly. Matthias Jensen hesitated for a moment. However, seemingly recalling the team's training results from the day before yesterday and yesterday morning, the Danish midfielder immediately started running forward. This is the benefit of Chen Chen revealing his strength. Before you were released, who listened to a rotation player like you? Of course, Chen Chen didn't overestimate himself and show off any fancy footwork. Instead, he directly replicated his performance from the team's training match at the base, raising his right leg and swinging it towards the lower part of the ball. Bang! The football soared into the air. Passing Stanislas, Wilshere went straight to Ivan Toney. Adam Smith quickly raised his hand to indicate that his opponent was offside. But the linesman did not raise his flag. That pass was perfect. Adam's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Ivan Toney got the ball easily. Then, taking 3 steps at a time, he dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Then a horizontal strike. Give me the mid-lane position. Finnish striker Foss and opposing centre-back Carter Vickers were shoving each other. In the end, Foss proved to be the better player and won possession of the ball. Begovic, strike immediately. Foss gave a light push before the Bosnian goalkeeper could get down to block him. Before the entire stadium, the football glided past Begovic's fingertips and crossed the goal line. It was instantly connected to the network. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. 0-1. Brentford, playing away, took the lead. At this point, the time on the big screen had only reached the 7th minute. Foch, who scored the first goal for his team, ran towards the corner flag to celebrate. Then, the Brentford players all ran over to celebrate together. Ivan Toney put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder, looking extremely excited. Chen! I knew it. I knew you bastard would do a good job. That was a brilliant pass. A wonderful gift. Foch also put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder. Unbelievable. We broke through the enemy's defenses so easily. It seemed like it didn't take any effort at all. Ivan Toney pointed at Chen Chen. It's all thanks to this kid, I like him. Chen Chen quickly refused. Listen. Ivan, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my sexual orientation. Ha 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 ha. The 3 of them laughed together. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. They're laughing over here, celebrating scoring a goal. Meanwhile, Bournemouth fell into utter silence, both the fans and the players. Woodgate stood on the sidelines with his hands on his hips and his brow furrowed. What's going on? How could this 18-year-old be at the level of a rotation player? His vision and passing ability are at the level of a top player. Damn it. We didn't even do any technical analysis on him. Are analysts just sitting around doing nothing? Seeing Woodgate's somewhat agitated expression, Frank on the away team's bench seemed quite pleased. Is this what it feels like to have Kevin De Bruyne? After the Brentford players finished celebrating and returned to the center circle, the game continued. Considering the possibility of the opponent making sudden lob passes to the attacking third, Bournemouth dropped their formation back a bit. Of course, this is basically to guard against Chen Chen. Chapter 7, Bournemouth pulls back a goal. Are they gaining momentum? Woodgate's eyes widened. My God! Peach blossoms fall, shadows fall, and divine swords fly. Chen Chen's powerful long-range shot reminded him of Pavard's volley against Argentina during the 2018 World Cup. Moreover, in terms of difficulty, Chen Chen's task is even more challenging. When Pavard took the shot, there was only Di Maria, number 11, chasing quickly behind him. Where is Chen Chen? He has 4 players around him. Woodgate was no longer calm. He pulled hard on his hair. This is the kind of thing that will get you selected for Pushkas. Damn it. Why did my team become the background character? The same was true for Frank on the other side. He didn't notice that the score had become 2-0, nor did he pay attention to the Brentford player who was celebrating by pinning Chen Chen down. His eyes started to become a little out of focus. Frank felt like he was in a dream. Just now, he seems to have spotted a shot that could win him the Pushkas award. The more than 10,000 Bournemouth fans at the stadium fell silent in despair once again. The only sound in the entire Vitality Stadium was the loud cheers and encouragement from the away team's fans. Actually, the difference between the 2 goals wasn't that big. Previously, when facing Reading at home, Bournemouth also fell behind 2-0 early on. And what was the result? Bournemouth fought with all their might, scoring 4 goals in the second half to overtake their opponents and take all 3 points. But now, even with 4 people guarding that mixed-race kid, he still managed to score. What's the point of playing? Do we need to send 6 or 7 people? Do we still need to defend against other Brentford players? Moreover, that kid's ball skills are too good. A flick of the ball, a turn, and a powerful volley. Is this something a player who just turned 18 and has made 14 starts in the league this season could do? After bowing to thank the enthusiastic fans who were dancing and celebrating wildly, Chen Chen returned to the center circle with his hair all messy. Honestly, Chen Chen could accept being pinned down by a group of stunningly beautiful women with large breasts and hips, like 36E. But why the hell are they a bunch of rough, uncouth men? The game soon resumed. Bournemouth players seemed to have taken a heavy hit to the table, and they appeared somewhat distracted as they passed the ball around. Only after Chen Chen delivered a low, curved-through ball to Konos, who had made a run to the far post, did the Bournemouth players finally wake up from their daze. But it's too late. Konos aimed close and fired a long-range shot, succeeding. The score is now 0-3. Brentford thrashed Bournemouth 3 times at their home ground. At this point, the game time had just passed 36 minutes and 59 seconds, reaching the 37th minute. The Bournemouth fans at the stadium were very pessimistic. Trailing by 3 goals, the team lost its will to win. Want to turn things around? That's going to be tough. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford failed to mount any further attacks. They slowed down the pace a bit. Finally, after the referee blew his whistle, the first half ended, with Brentford, playing away, going into halftime with a 3-goal lead. Whether inside the stadium or in front of their TVs or live streaming platforms, the Belgian fans were thrilled by their team's 3-goal lead. However, the most excited people were not them, but the Chinese football fans on the Chinese domestic football app. Especially Soliai Sports. Holy crap. The peach blossom shadow flying divine sword. This isn't Chen Chen, it's Chen War. Chen Chen is awesome. He dominated the first half. Forget the votes. Go Chen Chen. Kick out the negative team. That volley is going to boost Chen Chen's value. I'm saying, Pavard's 30 million euros will become 50 million euros, and Chen Chen's 1.5 million will become 5 million, right? 5 million? Who do you think you are? 10 million. Wait a minute, why would such a high-end product be removed from the national football team's training camp? All the fans who were discussing it immediately realized what was going on. That's right. Li Ku is a key player on the national team, so shouldn't Chen Chen, who scored a goal and provided an assist in the first half, be even more deserving of a spot on the national team? Is there even a question? The national team must have rejected Chen Chen on their own initiative. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chen Chen join the national team if he couldn't join the England team? Well, the Football Association has really done a lot of harm. Chapter 8 Unrivaled Strength. Chen Chen delivers a second assist. Woodgate made a substitution before the 2 teams returned to the center circle to kick off. Billing, who had a lackluster performance, was substituted off, and Welsh international David Brooks came on. Stanislas dropped back to play as right midfielder, and Cherries changed their formation to 4-3-3. Beep. Foch passed the ball to Jannert behind him, and the game continued. The match time quickly reached the 60th minute. In a few quick movements, the football came to Chen Chen's feet. He and Matthias Jensen made cross runs, with the Dane running to the left and him running diagonally inward. Upon seeing this, Wilshere, who was in the middle, felt a chill and quickly moved closer to defend against him. Joke. Just now, this kid unleashed a Puskás-level shot despite being defended by 4 people. If we hadn't stopped him, the entire Vitality Stadium would have been his backdrop today. Wilshere moved quickly and took his position. In addition, Stanislas is also moving in this direction, creating a situation of being sandwiched from both sides. Who could have predicted this before the match? Neither Ivan Toney nor midfielder Matthias Jensen received special protection from Bournemouth. He was a player who was completely positioned as a rotation player before the start of this game. Seeing his opponent's extremely serious defense, Chen Chen did not choose to go through it again. Putting aside the question of whether he can replicate the turn and shot, he's afraid that if he shows off again, the Bournemouth players might just tackle him. He doesn't want to get hurt. So Chen Chen didn't try to dribble past anyone, but instead bypassed Janert and passed the ball to Roslev on the right wing. He then ran forward, drawing away defender Wilshere and also attracting Stanislas's attention. A vacuum has suddenly appeared around Janert. Nobody was on guard against him. Without hesitation, Roslev quickly passed the ball to Janert. The German midfielder didn't linger on the ball at his feet, immediately passing it to the left front to find Jensen on the wing. Matthias Jensen received the ball smoothly and then crossed it before Adam Smith could pounce on him to steal it. Bang! The ball was lobbed into the penalty area. Ivan Toney, who had been lurking in the opponent's penalty area, leaped high and headed the ball. A headbutt. Powerful and heavy. Bang! The ball bounced back off the crossbar. Ivan Toney missed a golden opportunity. Begovic, who lunged out but missed the ball, was both terrified and relieved. Ivan Toney's headbutt was very clever, it was aimed perfectly into a blind spot. The Bosnian goalkeeper has essentially lost control of possession of the ball. If the score drops even slightly, the result will definitely change. Fortunately, the crossbeam in the Vitality Stadium saved the day. The ball, which had fallen into the penalty area, was cleared by Stanislas with a long kick. Brentford still had possession of the ball. Pinnock, who had made a forward run, passed the ball to Matthias Jensen, who had moved back after delivering the cross. Under pressure from the opponent, Matthias Jensen passed the ball back to centre-back Nergård. Ignoring Solank's pressing, Nergård feigned a pass to Matthias on the left. But in reality, Nergård easily tricked Solank, who was moving to the right, with a quick cut, and continued to dribble forward. Chen Chen quickly retreated and waved for the ball. When Chen Chen took Wilshere away and Matthias Jensen moved to the left wing, Brentford's formation on the field should have been a 3-1-2-1-3. The first, 1, refers to Janelt, which was delayed, and this is also the reason for the lack of care around Janelt. The second, 1, is Chen Chen. In that instant, Chen Chen moved to the attacking midfield position, with 3 forwards in front of him. Actually, Janert initially wanted to pass the ball to Chen Chen, but Chen Chen had a lot of defenders around him, so he couldn't pass it to him. Therefore, Janert chose to give it to Matthias Jensen. Chapter 9, Chen Chen single-handedly created 4 goals, helping Brentford defeat Bournemouth 5-1 away. Brentford fans were dancing with joy. The players and coaches on the Bees bench were also cheering and celebrating. No one could believe what they were seeing. The two teams, who seemed evenly matched, ended up with a one-sided score. And the creators of all this are none other than Chen, chanted by Brentford fans. That mixed-race kid who pulled off a spectacular volley. A large number of fans suddenly flooded into the Sulei Sports Live broadcast room. They had all come in after seeing the score change. What happened? Did the little bee take its medicine today? What did I just see? Chen Chen actually scored a goal and provided 2 assists. His rating is now 9.7. Did Sulei make a mistake? You didn't write it wrong, none of you watched the game. Chen Chen was really amazing today. Chen Chen wears jersey number 28. 28 equals 4 sevens. Today, Chen Chen is worth 4 forwards. Makes perfect sense, right? No problem, bro. No way. Can anyone tell me why such a prodigy would withdraw from the naturalized training team? I think given time, he will be China's Sun Heung-min. Don't try to use him to piggyback on our Sun Heung-kwan. This kid should be playing in the top league first. Terrifying. Sulei still has the energy to be a K-pop fan. He's definitely a bastard, just ignore him. The more you pay attention to him, the more he'll climax. I think there's definitely something going on here. It feels like there's a problem with the Football Association. But the announcement wasn't too definitive, so there's still a chance. There's still a chance. There's no chance. The camera just focused on a foreigner on the podium. Do you know who that foreigner is? Who is it? Tell me quickly. Southgate's assistant, Steve Holland. I guess he's here today to evaluate Ivan Toney and Solank's performances, but look, Chen Chen is performing better than them. Who knows, Chen Chen might make it into the England national team. Really? Not a buddy. I know Chen Chen played very well in this game, but you mean to say that a championship-level player can make it into the England national team? Judging from Chen Chen's performance in this match, isn't he a better fit than England U21 regular Solanke and the up-and-coming Ivan Toney? Besides, Calvin Phillips played for Leeds United in the Championship last season, and he still made it into the Three Lions, didn't he? The Chinese fans watching the live stream fell silent. They realized that if Chen Chen continued to perform at such a high efficiency, he would indeed have a great chance. Moreover, there are many competitions for Chen Chen to showcase himself. If we include the Championship playoff final, which is known as the most expensive final in football, Chen Chen will have 6 matches to fully showcase his talent. However, if this trend continues, Brentford has a very good chance of being promoted directly. Of course, it also depends on whether their competitor Watford slips up. On the pitch, Brentford players finished celebrating and returned to their own half to await the kickoff. With the team leading 4-1, Frank on the sidelines made 2 substitutions. Foss and Connors were substituted off, and midfielders Marcons and Goodos came on. Brentford changed their formation to 4-2-3-1. The lone striker is Ivan Toney, and the 2 wingers are the recently substituted Marcons and Goodos. They will be more involved in defense. The attacking midfielder position is neither Matthias Jensen nor Jannert. It was Chen Chen. Frank is willing to give Chen Chen a chance to fully showcase himself. In addition, defender Rolslev, who had temporarily filled in as a right midfielder, returned to his main role and went back to the back line. Bournemouth also made a substitution. Left midfielder Lerma was substituted off, and midfielder Ben Pearson came on. Pearson has better passing awareness than Lerma, and Bournemouth now has only 1 goal. Let's try to score more goals and make the situation less embarrassing. Woodgate resigned himself to the fact that it would be difficult for the team to win at home. Let's narrow the gap a bit and make the score look better. That's why Bournemouth made a comeback, and they started charging forward with all their might. Of course, Brentford's players are no pushovers either. The 2 sides began a fierce battle in the midfield. In the 66th minute of the match, Ivan Toney fouled David Brooks while turning around and received a yellow card. In the 68th minute, less than 2 minutes later, Bournemouth substitute Ben Pearson fouled Chen Chen, who was tripped and fell to the ground. Frank on the sidelines was terrified. Fortunately, Chen Chen stood up immediately, he was all right. However, the referee still showed a yellow card. The determination of a foul is not based on whether the fouled player is injured, but on the degree of danger of the action. Chapter 10 Chen Chen's performance aroused the interest of Southgate's assistant, Steve. This is incredible. Steve Howard, who was watching the game from the stands, held the back of his head with both hands, looking completely incredulous. This kid's skill level is far beyond that of the championship. Steve quickly grabbed the starting lineups for both sides and took a closer look. 18 years old. Before starting this match, he only had 13 starting appearances and 2 goals and 3 assists. Chinese and British. I have not yet represented any national team in FIFA A-level matches. Steve's eyes lit up. He vowed that if this young man named Chen performed as brilliantly in the following games, he would persuade Southgate to come and take a look at Brentford. On the pitch, the referee didn't give much time. After Bournemouth kicked off, he blew the final whistle. Frank happily raised his hand and clenched his fist in celebration. But the celebration didn't last long. Frank turned and shook hands with Woodgate. Afterwards, the Dane walked onto the field, shook hands and hugged Chen Chen, who was half bent over with his hands on his knees. Woohoo! Chen! I knew I was right about you. You're amazing. You are the hero of the team today. Chen Chen shook his head. Boss. I'm not the team's hero. Today's victory is due to everyone's hard work. I just did what I was supposed to do. Frank nodded. Well done, young man, for your composure and humility. At that moment, Ivan Toney also came over. He first bumped shoulders with Chen Chen in celebration, and then spoke. Hey! Dudo! You're unbelievably strong. Although I didn't score in this game, I believe that with you here, scoring is only a matter of time. Chen. Let's team up and crush the championship. Ivan Toney and 18-year-old Chen Chen high-fived and then embraced each other tightly. The 24-year-old England striker sees hope of joining the Three Lions. If he can perform well in the subsequent games, he will definitely be able to enter Southgate's casting range. Chen Chen joked with Ivan for a few moments, and then the group quickly ran to the away team's fan section to meet up with their teammates and express their gratitude to the fans who had traveled with the team. After thanking the crowd, Chen Chen took off his jersey and exchanged it with Solanke, who came over and asked to exchange jerseys. The two chatted casually for a few minutes. As Solanke received his jersey and walked off the pitch, he turned back to look at the Brentford players who were celebrating. Why? Such a poor performance. Can I still make it into the national team? Outside the stadium, Bournemouth fans all looked dejected. If a team loses 0-1 or 1-2, it can be said that they are simply outmatched, but it's a real shame. But what the heck is this 1-5 thrashing? Generous crab gift. Want to upgrade? What can we use to upgrade? Cherry fans couldn't help but marvel at Chen Chen's freakish behavior. He's a genius. Chen Chen is a genius in every sense of the word. Brentford are really going to get promoted to the Premier League. With a perfect performance of 2 goals and 2 assists, Chen Chen won the MVP trophy for this match. As is customary, the official interview will be conducted with the best player of the match. The reporter who interviewed Chen Chen was a blonde woman with a curvaceous figure. Chen. First of all, congratulations on leading the team to victory. Your performance today was phenomenal. Hozord gave you a perfect score of 10. What are your thoughts on that? Chapter 11, Fans are throwing a tantrum. The Football Association launches an emergency public relations campaign. Championship-level matches are not officially broadcast in China, except for the promotion playoffs at the end of the season. Therefore, in order to watch Chen Chen's game, fans had to either bypass internet restrictions or endure the betting ads that took up almost half the screen in the live stream. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Chen Chen's performance dazzled them. 2 goals and 2 assists in the championship. He's so fierce it's inhuman. What makes fans even happier is that Chen Chen, who has performed so efficiently, had previously participated in the naturalized training camp at Hebei China Fortune. In other words, he can represent the Chinese national football team. However, someone on Chiba translated Chen Chen's interview, and everyone was surprised to find that Chen Chen did not give a direct answer to the question of whether he would join the Chinese national team or the Three Lions. As fans of Chinese football, they definitely want Chen Chen to join the Chinese national team. However, it should be noted that Chen Chen has withdrawn from the Chinese national football team's naturalized player training camp. Chen Chen's willingness to represent the Chinese national football team is questionable. As a result, many people flocked to the official Weibo account of the Chinese national football team, all asking what they had posted back then. Why did Chen Chen withdraw from the training camp? Guan Tian was woken up by the ringing of the telephone. His wife was getting on in years and causing him a lot of trouble, so he moved to a hotel. Of course, you can't stay in a hotel alone, can you? Putting on his glasses, Guan Tian answered the phone. Hello. Director Guan, something terrible has happened. Weibo is exploding. What exploded? Do you remember the player who withdrew from the training camp a few days ago? Withdrawal from training camp? A few days ago. Guan Tian wiped his face with his hand to try and clear his head. But my mind was still a bit foggy, and after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't remember. After several seconds of silence, the person on the other end of the phone finally said the name. It's that Chen Chen. The one from Brentford. Oh. Guan Tian remembered. What? Has this kid come to his senses? It's too late. Did he say he was willing to sign the contract? Too late. Reject him and let him cool off for a few days. 2 million. Feel sorry. It'll cost 4 million now. No, director. It's not about that. It was a championship game tonight. Brentford played Bournemouth, and he played very well, with 2 goals and 2 assists. Now there are a lot of people on Weibo asking us why we let him leave the training camp. Then some people falsely accused him, saying that our football association used its power to bully people and demanded money to get him into the national team. Guan Tian interrupted the person on the other end of the phone. That's utter nonsense. The national team's player selection has always been based on the player's abilities. How could it possibly involve any bribery or corruption? The junior employee on the other end of the phone said with a fawning smile. Yes, Director, I think so too. Isn't this a smear campaign against our football association? But fans believe that's the truth, and related terms have now entered the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Hey! We're in the top 8 now. You're kidding me. Guan Tian didn't want to listen anymore and hung up the phone. Then he made a phone call. Public relations. Public relations. Contact Weibo's PR team immediately. Also, issue a statement right away. Chapter 12 Rewards distributed. Random treasure chests open. But it's impossible for the car to overturn. There's no way this will ever go wrong in my lifetime. After bringing on Jamaican striker Andre Gray in the second half, Watford's attacking intensity instantly increased. In the 59th minute, Andre Gray assisted Swedish striker Sima to score with a low shot. Watford lead Millwall 1-0. Then in the 66th minute, midfielder Will Hughes broke into the penalty area and went down. Watford are awarded a penalty. Right winger Ismaila Sarr scored with a single shot. 2-0. The Brentford players' hopes were dashed once again. Chen Chen rubbed his face, thinking to himself that there was no need to look anymore. Whether they beat Bournemouth 5-1 or 9-2, as long as their opponent wins, even by a single goal, there will always be a 7-point gap between them. Moreover, Watford are currently leading by 2 goals. Perhaps it's time to abandon all unrealistic fantasies of hoping for the opponent to make a mistake. The team needs to prepare well for the promotion/relegation playoffs. For Chen Chen, playing more games is obviously better than direct promotion. Only by showcasing yourself can you sell yourself for a good price. Only then can a good contract be signed. While Chen Chen and his teammates were watching the game at the training base, the video of Brentford's big win against Bournemouth was broadcast all over Europe thanks to the convenience of internet information. Netherlands. Ajax. Ten Hag. The future Manchester United manager is repeatedly watching the replay of Brentford's match against Bournemouth. Or to be more precise, he was watching Chen Chen's performance. Strong observational skills. His long passes and dribbling are also quite good. Very high basketball IQ. Ten Hag became interested. The teaching assistant standing nearby said, "Boss. We need to strengthen our midfield this summer. How about we buy him? And even if this young player can't establish himself in the first team, it would be good to transfer him to the U19 team. Train him for a few years, and then sell him back to England. There's definitely money to be made here." Ten Hag nodded, the teaching assistant's words coincided with his own thoughts. Although Ten Hag was criticized as Teng Hai after he became Manchester United manager. However, it must be admitted that under his leadership, Ajax's Champions League performance and team profits reached new highs. 2 years ago, in the 2018-19 Champions League, Ajax defeated Real Madrid 5-3 in the round of 16, defeated Juventus in the quarterfinals, and lost to Tottenham Hotspur in the semi-finals due to a goal difference disadvantage, ultimately ending their Champions League run in the semi-finals. If Benfica is the number 1 black market club in Europe, then Ajax is the number 1 star factory in Europe. After losing to Tottenham, Ajax, who had performed exceptionally well in the Champions League that season, had half of their team dismantled. Forward number 10, Moroccan international Hakim Ziyech, has joined Chelsea for €40 million. Midfielder number 21, Dutch international Frenkie de Jong, has joined Barcelona for €87 million. It's worth mentioning that, in order to entice de Jong to join, Barcelona was willing to offer him a very high annual salary, making him the highest paid player in the Barcelona squad. €37.5 million. This is also the highest salary in European football. In addition, De Ligt joined Juventus for €85.5 million. The Dutch defender later transferred to Bayern Munich, and eventually reunited with Manchester United and manager Erik ten Hag. Other players sold by Ajax include striker Dolberg, who joined Nice for €20.5 million, and Van de Beek, who transferred to Manchester United for €39 million. In short, Ajax made a fortune. Therefore, it is obvious why Ten Hag is paying attention to Chen Chen. As long as Chen Chen performs well at Ajax, this deal is definitely a sure win. Ajax has a clear understanding of its own position. It is a stepping stone for stars from all walks of life to enter the top 5 leagues. Chapter 13: The Crescent Moon Blade. Beckham's signature move. The Crescent Moon Kick, Beckham's signature free-kick technique. The powerful strength of the Xian Tai heavy sword and the graceful softness of the Crescent Moon Blade represent two distinct styles in the world of football, yet they are locked in a fierce and subtle struggle, making it difficult to determine a clear winner. Without a stunning free-kick technique, how can one dare to call themselves a world-class midfielder? Come on. Make the world remember you with free kicks that pierce the opposing goalkeeper time and time again. Effect: free kicks have a chance to produce a beautiful curved shot. Also greatly enhances the host's set-piece ability. Set piece, 7590. Chen Chen felt his lower body strength gradually increasing, and soon his entire legs were filled with seemingly endless energy. Chen Chen was extremely excited. Beckham, captain of both the England national team and Manchester United. The #1 legend in European football. Everyone knows and admires Beckham's signature curved shot. Throughout his professional playing career, Beckham scored a total of 65 free kicks. And free kicks are undoubtedly a prerequisite for becoming a midfielder. Chen Chen forced himself to calm down. Then, he looked at the 5 free attribute points. Before starting to draw from the treasure chest, Chen Chen was still very concerned about these 5 free attributes. But now that he has acquired the Crescent Moon skill and reached 90 points in set pieces, these 5 attributes seem to have become useless. But you have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Chen Chen was just joking in his heart, he still valued this freedom. After all, random treasure chests have a lot of randomness, unlike free attributes. It should be exactly what it is. Without hesitation, Chen Chen immediately added 5 points of free attribute to dribbling. Dribble, 8085. Open the Properties panel. Properties panel is now open. Host, Chen Chen. Passing, 94. Dribbling, 85, 8085. Speed, 69. Endurance, 73. Headbutt, 62. Vision, 100. Duel, 60. Set pieces, 90, 7590. Defensive interception awareness, 76. Shooting, 70. Possesses the ability, Max Vision. Riquelme's, Precision Through Pass, module. Beckham's, Banana Kick, module. Overall score, 84 points, 8084. Limited by other attributes, Chen Chen's current score is only 84 points. However, for Chen Chen, his vision is 100, set pieces are 90, dribbling is 85, and passing is 94. Even compared to De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, and Rodri, Chen Chen is confident that he is no less than these current midfield maestros. Lying in bed with his arm as a pillow, Chen Chen began to envision his future. He can no longer be contained in the championship. The Premier League, a top-tier league, is his true stage. During the summer transfer window, he must go to a team that is more suitable for him and fully showcase his talent. Go and win one championship after another. Before long, Chen Chen adjusted his sleeping position and drifted off to sleep. Frank has always had the habit of waking up early. But Frank couldn't get up early today. Chapter 14, Facing Rotherham. A battle for relegation and promotion. At 6 p.m. on April 28, the Brentford Community Stadium was brightly lit. The championship match between Brentford and Rotherham in round 44 is about to kick off. Brentford Community Stadium, also known as Geffen Stadium, has a maximum capacity of 13,000 spectators. It's a tiny town, so it's understandable that there aren't many seats. However, after being promoted to the Premier League, Brentford made adjustments to the stadium seating. The renovated Brentford Community Stadium can accommodate more than 17,000 people. This can't compare to Old Trafford, White Hart Lane, or Wembley, but it's still considered Wembley by local fans. At the pre-match press conference the day before, Rotherham manager Paul Vaughan answered questions from reporters and expressed the team's determination to win. It's hard for me to judge whether Chen's performance was a flash of brilliance or a sudden breakthrough, but I can guarantee that my players will not give him any more opportunities to showcase himself. We will restrict him at Geffen Park. What's your defensive strategy against Chen Chen? Sorry, no comment. Perhaps you can observe the on-field tactics if you can figure it out. Yes. It will be difficult to play here, especially since both sides have a compelling reason to win. Alright, stop asking questions about Chen Chen. He's not Messi, nor Ronaldo, nor De Bruyne, Guardiola's favorite player. He's just a player who happened to perform exceptionally well in one match. Perhaps we can talk about Ivan Toney and Matthias Jensen. I think they are the key to the match. Victor Johansson still needs to recover from his injury, but Blackman will continue to play in this match. I remain extremely optimistic about winning, although it's not good to say it like that, but Brentford has 4 players injured, all of whom are key players, which is good news for us. That's right, here at Geffen Park, we're going to get those 3 damn points. Frank attended the pre-match press conferences one after the other. A reporter asked him what he thought of Paul Vaughan's statement that Chen Chen is just a player who happened to perform well in one game. Frank simply shook his head and replied. Suddenly. Well, after the 90 minutes of the game, I hope he can still stand by those words. Chen Chen is the most talented player I have ever seen. In the future, his name will be remembered by everyone. The injury situation of De Silva and a few others. It's not ideal. I told my players that perhaps we need to adapt to playing without them at the end of the league season. Yes. It will be tough. Rotherham are fighting to avoid relegation, while we are aiming for promotion. This will be a completely different game compared to our big win against Bournemouth. Will Chen Chen start? I don't know, but in my team, whoever is in good form will start. If Watford beat Norwich, they will be promoted to the Premier League ahead of schedule. Frank raised an eyebrow. There's nothing we can do about it, after all, the initiative is in their hands. But we will try our best to do our best so that we have no regrets. Tickets for the Little Bees' crucial match for promotion were sold out long ago. However, outside the stadium, there were still quite a few fans who hadn't been able to buy tickets gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking beer and watching the big screen set up by the club. On the big screen, the starting players from both sides have already stepped onto the field. Chen Chen was among them. The media reporters on the sidelines quickly pointed their cameras at Chen Chen. As a young player who has recently gained fame, he has attracted the interest of the media and fans alike. In addition, the offers made by multiple teams for Chen Chen, as disclosed by the media, have also generated considerable buzz. After all, there are very few stories of people becoming famous overnight. Everyone started to wonder why this young player, who has only started 14 times this season, including 15 times in this game, is so sought after by so many teams. Just because of one godlike performance. What if you become just another ordinary person afterward? Chapter 15, The System issues another mission. Random attributes plus random star player chest. Frank, standing on the sidelines, looked a little nervous as he saw the players from both sides standing on the field. After coming out of the players' tunnel, the Dane stood on the sidelines. He wants to observe the players' mistakes on the field as soon as possible and then correct them immediately. Brentford cannot afford to lose this match. Frank no longer felt much joy at the away victory against Bournemouth. The players can continue to maintain this joy, as it helps them stay confident and motivated. But as the team's head coach, he cannot bask in victory like his players. He needs to keep a clear head. Now is not the time to slack off. The match against Bournemouth a few days ago was just an ordinary game. They still have a long way to go before they can upgrade. Frank grew to like Chen Chen, who was wearing the number 28 jersey, more and more as he looked at him on the court. It's just a pity that Chen Chen's outburst came a little too late. If it had been a month earlier, Brentford would be second in the league right now. Not Watford. If possible, they could even bring Norwich down. They lifted the championship trophy and marched into the Premier League. But there's no what if in anything. After the championship theme song finished playing, Chen Chen and his teammates turned around, ready to high-five the Rotherham players. Just then, a ding sounded in Chen Chen's mind. Task title, everyone looks down on you, but you're the most deserving. Mission requirements, home ground is your stage. Silence the doubters. Defeat Paul Vaughan's team head-on and lead Brentford to victory once again. Task Reward 1, Random Attribute +5. Mission Reward 2, Random Star Player Chest X1. Attributes. Treasure Chest. Chen Chen took a few deep breaths. Win and you'll get a treasure chest. He got Beckham's signature move from the last treasure chest. What will it be this time? Chen Chen was ready. He can't wait to help the team win. Soon, the match began after the referee blew his whistle. Brentford kicked off first. From the very first second of the match, Brentford fans began singing their cheers. They also understand the significance of today's match. As the team's 12th man, they must provide the most help to the players on the field. A deafening roar erupted from Brentford Stadium. Meanwhile, in the stadium stands, He Liang, a Chinese student studying abroad, and his girlfriend had just taken their seats. As an international student in London, He Liang usually watches matches between Chelsea and Arsenal. He knew very little about Brentford, a championship team in southwest London. He Liang learned about Brentford's Chinese player through Donquidi and Soliai Sports. And its performance was quite good. In the last round, they led their team to a complete rout of Bournemouth. This piqued He Liang's interest. So He Liang simply took his girlfriend on the train and arrived in the town of Brentford. Baby, that's the Chinese genius that netizens are talking about, the one with the potential to become an emperor. Yes, that's the one you're pointing to. His name is Chen Chen. He Liang's girlfriend, Su Xiaomin, doesn't know anything about football, but she knows her boyfriend likes it. Since he wanted to come watch the game, she came along too. Not long after taking his seat, Chen Chen used a brilliant turn and hook pass to instantly liven up the atmosphere of the game. Unfortunately, Marcan's shot was saved by the away team's goalkeeper and went out of bounds. Otherwise, the Little Bees could have scored in the first minute. During the brief pause in the game as players were positioning themselves for a corner kick, Su Xiaomin turned to her boyfriend and asked. Baby, he's so good. And he's super handsome too. By the way, why didn't he make it into the national team? Logically speaking, with such great skills, the national team should have wanted him, right? He Liang sighed. Baby, do you know how I found out about him? It's because he withdrew from the national football team's naturalized player training camp. Chapter 16 was Chen Chen's 4-goal contribution in the last round just luck. He silenced everyone with a perfect assist. Paul Vaughan excitedly opened his arms and hugged his assistant coach in celebration on the sidelines. Yes. That's it. Win this damn game. An 18-year-old genius. Feel sorry. English football is never short of shooting stars of genius. Michael Smith, who scored the first goal of the game, was very happy. The 28-year-old England striker slid down to his knees towards the corner flag. He then got up and walked over the advertising board to celebrate with the Rotherham diehards who had travelled with the team. Upon seeing this, the Brentford fans at the stadium fell silent. On Twitter, the number of comments under the latest post by the Little Bee instantly increased from dozens to hundreds. Matthias is better at intercepting and defending, he's a better fit for the starting lineup than Chen. What's Mr. Franks thinking? Could it be that Chen really had a flash of inspiration in the last game? Damn it. I knew we couldn't pin our hopes on an 18-year-old. We could have won the last round without him. With him, we actually conceded the first goal at home. Okay. If there's no upgrade in the end, Frank, take your Chen Chen with you and leave. Hey guys. Did you know? Chen was just rejected by the Chinese national football team. If he really had the ability, the Chinese Football Association wouldn't have rejected him. It seems that his goal in the last round did have a lot of luck involved. But that turn and hook shot from distance was really skillful, wasn't it? That's Pushka's level. Upstairs, Subri won the Puskas Award, but does that mean Malaysians have the ability to play in the English Premier League? On the field, players from both sides are gradually returning to the center circle. Seeing the team's morale so low, Frank clapped his hands and shouted loudly towards the field. Hey guys. Look up. It's just one goal conceded. There's still time, there's still a chance. Don't give your opponent any chance to break through to the bottom. Goodos, you need to move up to the right midfield and coordinate more with Roleslav. Marcons. Come back. Yes, come back. Go over there, go to Janet's side, we'll call 4-4-1-1. Frank didn't fly into a rage over losing the ball. In his view, it was all normal. The 3-4-1-2 formation has a weakness. If the two wingers don't drop back quickly enough to defend, the opponent can easily exploit the space behind their defense with a cross. Now, switching to a 4-4-1-1 formation allows for an offensive 4-4-2 or a defensive 5-4-1. In short, the defense is now more solid. If Rotherham wants to cross from the byline again, it will only be more difficult. Chen Chen was promoted from attacking midfielder to shadow striker. In attack, he can link up Ivan Toney, Marcons, and Janert to carry the ball and make short-range skill combinations. Frank had no intention of blaming Chen Chen. If you send an attacking midfielder to the backfield to defend, it means the team is not far from conceding a goal. Beep. The match continues. Brentford kicks off. Soon, possession of the ball came to Chen Chen's feet. And just as Chen Chen received the ball, after taking a look at the situation in the opponent's penalty area, he made a move. Ignoring Auburnet's pressing attempt, Chen Chen gently pushed the ball to the left. A stunning, no-look-through ball that took everyone by surprise. Riquelme's precision through pass module. A quick, curved, low-through ball. We found Ivan Toney on the right front, grappling with the opposing centre-back Richard Wood. Ivan Toney was stunned. What the heck? How did the ball get to my feet? Ivan Toney didn't get a clear view of the whole thing, he just saw the ball go over Lewis Wan, who was trying to intercept it, and arc it right to his feet. Just like a targeted skill in a game. Despite having witnessed Chen Chen's incredible through-pass skills in daily training, Ivan Toney still couldn't help but marvel at him at this moment. No. Dude. Are you playing FIFA 21? Chapter 17, Individual Showdown. Chen Chen cuts inside and curls a shot. Brentford takes the lead. What a generous gift. I've only ever seen that kind of through ball from Chen when Manchester City played Liverpool. Hey Chen. I'm so sorry I insulted you earlier. To make up for it, I'll buy you a few more of your jerseys. Dude. You reminded me. I really do need to stock up on a few Chen Chen jerseys. I think he'll be a top star someday. In the future, maybe original jerseys with Chen Chen's name on them can fetch a really high price. Chen. Please forgive me. I'm an idiot. I actually doubted you. Now, with me, the clown, as your witness, lead the team to keep winning. Okay. Ivan Toney scored 3 goals in 9 games before, and now he has scored 2 goals in 2 rounds. I don't want to say that Chen Chen is stronger, but that's the fact. Hey guys. The broadcast just showed Southgate in the VIP box. Did you see it? Yes. I saw it. My God. Is Ivan Toney going to make the national team? Are you kidding me? What makes Ivan Toney so special? I believe Chen Chen is Southgate's real target. Although Southgate remained in the box and did not come out, sharp-eyed fans spotted him when the cameras panned across the room. At this very moment, in a VIP box at Brentford Stadium, Southgate and his assistant Steve were sitting together, using professional software on their computers and big data analysis to repeatedly watch Chen Chen's through pass. To be honest, when Steve told him that Brentford had a great midfielder, Southgate didn't react at all, he even wanted to laugh a little. Championship. Excellent. Midfielder. What kind of new word combination is this? That's right, Southgate will have his assistants walk around and take notes on the performance of English players on the field. But this doesn't mean he didn't have his own choices. What direction did he choose? He's a player who plays in one of the top 5 European leagues. Championship. Fulham and West Bromwich Albion, who dominated the Championship last season, are currently second to last and third to last in the Premier League. If even they don't have any decent players, how can Brentford, as Fulham's stepping stone, possibly have any good players? But Southgate was surprised after seeing the highlights of the match. In just 4 minutes of video, that mixed-race boy had 8 highlight moments, including that turn and hook shot. Southgate quickly made a mental calculation. If this player named Chen Chen continues to perform so efficiently in subsequent matches, then perhaps he can be included in the initial squad for this year's European Championship. Of course, his performance thereafter, and whether he makes the final 26-man squad, will depend on his performance at St. George's Park, the England national team's training ground. In order to get a closer look at Chen Chen, Southgate and Steve quickly went to Brentford Stadium. Accompanying them was Brentford's owner, Matthew Benham, a brilliant graduate of the physics department of Oxford University. After graduating, he switched from investment banking to online gambling companies, and later founded his own online gambling analysis company. Finally, Benham, a Brentford fan, bought Brentford outright. He has successfully transitioned from a fan to a business owner. At that moment, looking out the window of the VIP box at the cheering fans, he spoke up. "Mr. Gareth Southgate. Chen's performance was fantastic. I think he has the ability to join the national team. I can't wait to see him wear the Three Lions jersey." Southgate stopped looking at the data analysis on the computer and stood up to look at the stadium outside the box. At the same time, he replied, "The decision on whether a player can join the national team depends on his overall performance, not on me. If his performance remains consistently excellent, then maybe I will give him a try." Benham thought for a moment, then chuckled and joked. "As you know, Chen is of mixed Chinese and British descent, and he may be called up by the Chinese Football Association." This sentence immediately silenced Southgate. It took Southgate a long time to finally utter a sentence. Chapter 18, People's joys and sorrows are not shared, Rotherham is in trouble. As this unstoppable inside cut and curling shot came, the Brentford fans in the stadium began to chant Chen Chen's name loudly. Chen! Chen! Chen Chen's performance silenced all doubts. He conquered Geffen Park. Before being pulled back to the center circle by Ivan Toney, Chen Chen waved his hands to the surrounding stands, his gestures indicating that he wanted the fans to cheer even louder. Even B's fans understand. And so Brentford Stadium erupted in even louder cheers. It's as if they're trying to capsize Rotherham's little boat with wave after wave of momentum. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford's relentless attacks overwhelmed the away team. Unfortunately, the home goal couldn't help the Bees players, as 2 excellent chances from Ivan Toney and the onrushing Goudos both hit the crossbar with a thud. They failed to extend their lead. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and Brentford completed the comeback, entering the players' tunnel with a score of 2-1. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. The Bees fans are cheering and singing loudly. Many of the away team members were frequently looking down at their phones, their faces showing distress. It turns out that Rotherham fans were looking at information about their relegation rivals' matches. In several matches played at the same time, Wycombe Wanderers were temporarily leading 1-0 at Cardiff City Stadium. If Wycombe Wanderers can maintain this score until the end of the match, they will escape the relegation zone. In another match, after 45 minutes, Rooney's Derby County won 1-0 against Birmingham at home. If this trend continues, Derby County will have no problem avoiding relegation. Meanwhile, the Wycombe homeless will be brought back. Regardless of winning or losing, they will still be third from the bottom. This is the first time in 2 months that Derby County has led their opponents at halftime. It's worth noting that Derby County has won 1 game and drawn 2 since March 6. The game they won was by scoring a goal in stoppage time. It's fair to say that Lu Xiaopeng's coaching ability is truly terrible, especially considering he was officially appointed in January. But there was nothing they could do, firing him would require paying a penalty for breach of contract. What else could the management do? So, we have no choice but to keep using it. Fortunately, Rooney showed some backbone today, and Derby County is on the verge of victory. Interestingly, Paul Vaughan, who is currently managing Rotherham United, will take over from Rooney in the future and bring Derby County back from League One. As for Sheffield Wednesday, who came in last place, their match against Middlesbrough hasn't even started yet. However, considering that the opponent is currently ranked 10th in the league, the outcome of the match is believed to have been predetermined. All things considered, it seems the only one who suffered was Rotherham, whose team was defeated in the first half. In the home team's locker room, Frank was making tactical arrangements. Second half. We need to play more aggressively. Except for necessary back passes, don't give me safe passes. We need to attack. A 2-1 score is not safe. When you get the ball, don't panic. Pass it to the middle and let Janert, Goodos, and Chen Chen handle it. Trust them. Ivan. If you hesitate even a second longer, I'll substitute you right now. You need to be more agile in your positioning and more decisive in your shots. Okay. You're a striker. Not a midfielder who needs to find passing options. If you don't have the skills of Messi or Ronaldo, don't dribble the ball too much. Pay close attention to Chen's position, he's a potential flashpoint. Focus all your efforts on Chen. Fouché, go warm up later. If things don't look good, I'll put you on. After explaining the arrangements, Frank looked around and said in a deep voice. Watford's game started right during our halftime break. Their opponent is Norwich, who are currently ranked first in the league. To be honest, I don't think they have a good chance of beating Norwich. So, this is a good opportunity for us. Chapter 19 Crescent Moon Blade. The Bechtel Curve. Brentford substituted Konos and Ivan Toney with Matthias Jensen and Foch. Frank's meaning was clear. Leave Foss to launch counterattacks, with Matthias and Chen Chen ready to provide support at any time. The team switched to a 5-4-1 formation. But when attacking, 3 people will push forward, and the formation will feel like a 43-21. After the substitution, Rotherham gritted his teeth and organized several attacks, but Brentford managed to push them all back. In the 69th minute, Michael crossed from the wing, but Moss Svensson headed the ball away into the attacking third. In the 73rd minute, Ladapo broke into the penalty area and suddenly fell to the ground. The referee promptly ruled it a dive. Boos erupted at Brentford Stadium. This is booing from the away team, Rotherham fans. But these boos were quickly drowned out by the cheers of the Little Bees fans. They agree with the referee's decision. In the 76th minute, Chen Chen dribbled into the penalty area and suddenly passed the ball across to the penalty spot, but Janert, who was following up, mishit it. Ugh! A collective sigh of regret rippled through Brentford Stadium. Janelt, having missed a golden opportunity to score, pulled his shirt over his head, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Chen Chen walked over and patted him on the shoulder, urging the German midfielder to quickly return to defense. 1 minute later, Brentford had a counter-attack opportunity. David Raya throws the ball powerfully to Foch in the attacking third. Foss, who came on as a substitute in the second half, had a lot of energy. He quickly dribbled the ball and sprinted. Just as Foch was about to break into his own penalty area, Rotherham's right back, Olausson, who had also come on as a substitute in the second half, tracked back and reached out to pull Foch down. Foch wanted to keep dribbling forward, but Olausson was practically hanging on him, so how could he possibly run? At that moment, the referee blew his whistle. I sent Olausson a yellow gem card. The 22-year-old American guard didn't say anything, it was a tactical foul, and he accepted the yellow card. The referee awarded Brentford a free kick. Matthias Jensen held the ball and approached the freeball spot. At this moment, Chen Chen walked over, raised his hand to cover his mouth as he spoke, and looked at Matthias. Hey! Jensen, let me do the punishment this time. Matthias Jensen was surprised. He hadn't heard that the young man was also good at free throws. No, that's not right. He took a volley in the last round, so his free kick technique should be pretty good. Matthias fell into deep thought. He then looked at Frank on the sidelines, wanting to ask the manager for his opinion. In fact, within a team, there are dedicated penalty takers and set-piece takers. Take Manchester City for example, their current first and second penalty takers are Aguero and Jesus. They're all forwards, after all, forwards have the best shooting power. Set-piece takers, including free kicks awarded after a foul by the opponent, corner kicks, etc., are usually De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva, with Gundogan occasionally participating. Defenders and forwards rarely take set pieces because their passing accuracy is certainly not as good as that of midfielders. Another reason is that, for example, when taking a corner kick, both forwards and defenders need to go into the opponent's penalty area to look for opportunities, as seen with Liverpool's Matip and Van Dijk. Currently, Brentford's free-kick takers are Matthias Jensen, followed by the injured De Silva, then Janelt and Baptiste. As for Chen Chen, it's relatively late in the rankings. Frank noticed Matthias's questioning expression, and through body language, Frank quickly understood that Chen Chen wanted to take the free kick. After much deliberation, Frank agreed. So Matthias Jensen passed the ball to Chen Chen and then walked forward to break up the wall. When Chen Chen took the free kick, a hint of joy flashed in Paul Vaughan's eyes on the sidelines. Chapter 20, Defeat Rotherham. Chen Chen scores 4 goals and provides 3 assists in 2 games. The mixed-race kid luckily made his debut. Talented young players helped the team defeat Bournemouth. De Silva's successor has returned to Brentford. Chen Chen's ability deserves a starting position. Brentford's darling helped his team complete the comeback. The valiant Chen conquered Geffen Park. As the team scored their 3rd goal, Brentford Stadium shook violently. Countless fans of the Little Bees waved their hands and roared with joy. Soon, the previously chaotic shouts gradually became unified. Chen! 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 Chen Chen won over Brentford fans with a series of perfect, outstanding performances. Near the corner flag, Chen Chen stood with his arms outstretched, eyes closed, listening to the cheers from the entire stadium. Before long, Matthias and Foch and a few others ran over to celebrate with Chen Chen. Ivan Toney and a few others on the sidelines couldn't sit still any longer, and they quickly rushed over. Seeing that the Bees players had not returned to the center circle to wait for the kickoff, the Rotherham players surrounded the referee. They complained that their opponents celebrated for too long, and the Rotherham players asked the referee to remind them. According to the rules, goal celebrations are allowed, but should not be too long. If the scoring team does not return after being reminded, the referee can issue a yellow card. Matthias noticed the referee's reminder and quickly pulled everyone towards the center circle. But while the players' celebrations ended, the fans' celebrations didn't. The cheers of the Little Bees began to fill Brentford Stadium. They sang the Beatles' classic, Hey Jude. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go out and get her. The minute you let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. Translation, Hey Judy. Don't be discouraged. Find a sad song and sing it with more joy. Remember to sing it into your heart. The world will begin to improve. Hey Judy. Don't be afraid. You are born with the courage to overcome fear. The moment you bury it deep in your heart, the world began to get better. In the final 10 minutes or so of the match, Brentford did not launch a major attack. Frank ordered everyone to retreat and play defense. A score of 3-1 is enough. Now, we just need to see how things are going on the other side. Watford played aggressively at Norwich's home ground. But Norwich wasn't intimidated. Although the Canaries have already secured promotion, this is their home ground, and everyone at Norwich is still eager for a victory. The Norwich vs Watford match is still in its first half, with the score currently 1-1. Finally, the match ended with the referee's whistle. Brentford beat Rotherham 3-1 at home. With one more game played, they are now only 4 points behind Watford. Chen Chen, who scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist, won the MVP award for this match. Chapter 21, Obtain the Peak Xavi module. The absolute king of short passes. After the singing and dancing performance, Chen Chen, shirtless, shook hands and hugged each of her teammates and coaches to express her gratitude. Today's victory is inseparable from everyone's efforts. After shaking hands with everyone, Chen Chen didn't see Frank. But as soon as you speak of the devil, he appears. Frank walks in from outside the locker room. After hugging and greeting Chen Chen, Frank put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder and led him out of the locker room. Come, I'll introduce you to someone. Chen Chen was puzzled. Who? Who wants to see me? But he soon found out who it was. After making 2 turns, Frank led Chen Chen to the door of a conference room. Pushing open the door, I saw 4 or 5 people sitting inside. The team has Zirif Boya as chairman and Matthew Benham as owner. As well as former England footballer, former England national team player, and current England national men's football team manager, Gareth Southgate. Seeing this lineup, Chen Chen understood. Is this an invitation to join the England national team? The meeting room had a round table, so when Chen Chen and Frank sat down, the group formed a circle. The large screen in the conference room is currently on, showing the Watford vs Norwich match. Chen Chen thought Southgate's first question would be straightforward. Chen, would you like to join the England national men's football team? But unexpectedly, Southgate said, Chen, you did a great job today. But I'm sorry. Southgate pointed to the big screen that was continuously playing the game. The match has reached the 83rd minute, and Watford is currently leading Norwich 3-1. Chen Chen looked in the direction he was pointing. In the broadcast it was the 83rd minute of the match, and Watford immediately dropped back into a 5-4-1 defensive formation. For Hornets fans, including stoppage time, these were the most agonizing 10 minutes of the entire season. Brentford fans, on the other hand, wished for 90 minutes of extra time. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Watford seized the opportunity, and they deserved the direct promotion. From now on, take life and death lightly, and fight if you disagree. If we can make it through the playoffs, that should be fine. Out of sight, out of mind, Benham had the large screen turned off. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. Southgate got straight to the point. Chen, you know I'm the England manager. I will include you in the next England national team squad, the one for the 2020 European Championship. Would you be willing to accept the call-up to the England national team? Chen Chen took a deep breath, tapped his fingers on the table, and replied. Okay. I'm willing to join. Southgate was a little surprised. Why don't you ask your parents? I know you have Chinese blood, and the Chinese Football Association would really like you to join them. I'm 18 years old now, and I think I can be responsible for myself. Very good. Well then, Chen. I look forward to seeing you at St. George's Park, the England national team's training ground. After a few brief conversations, Chen Chen decided on his future. The match between Norwich and Watford has ended. Although Norwich scored a goal from a corner kick in stoppage time, it wasn't enough to change the final outcome. Watford beat Norwich 3-2 away from home. They are 7 points ahead of third-placed Brentford, and Watford have already secured promotion to the Premier League with only 2 rounds of matches remaining. Therefore, the 2 direct promotion spots for the 2021 Championship season have been allocated. They are Norwich City, the Championship champions, and Watford, the runner-up. Brentford will need to play in the playoffs. Back at the base dormitory, Chen Chen still couldn't quite believe it. Did he join the England national team so simply? Chapter 22, The Football Association issues a statement. A North London Premier League team makes an offer for Chen Chen. On the morning of April 28, London time, which is the afternoon in China, the Chinese Football Association posted a statement on Weibo regarding the national team's naturalization and training camp. This explanation is more like a short essay. The overall meaning can be summarized in 4 paragraphs. We gave him a chance to have a more in-depth conversation, but who would have thought he would back down so easily? Sources say Chen Chen is 1 step away from joining the team. No way. Don't talk nonsense. The national team is all about ability. If you're not good enough, you can't get in. Money transactions? Impossible. Our association is mortal with evil. Will we invite Chen Chen to join the national team? We will consider it carefully, and we are willing to maintain positive communication with Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who was receiving a muscle massage in the team's medical room, naturally saw these messages. Maintain a positive communication relationship. Keep it a joke. Chen Chen immediately turned off his phone screen. Out of sight, out of mind. You want to work with me? Do you filthy scum even deserve it? The Chinese Football Association's response immediately became a trending topic on Weibo, with related headlines occupying a significant portion of the top 50 trending topics. Hashtag Chen Chen in National Football Team Training Camp. Hashtag Hashtag former Chinese national team player shines in England with 4 goals and 3 assists. Hashtag my soul was completely stolen by Chen Chen. Hashtag Fan Z no longer has the right to select players for the national team. Hashtag Yanaris Li Ko is also puzzled by this. Hashtag Chen Chen achieved fame at a young age. Hashtag today's breaking news in Chinese football clearly belongs to the Chinese Football Association and Chen Chen. Media professionals and sports platforms have contacted Chen Chen, hoping he will give an interview and respond. But Chen Chen refused them all. He has no time to deal with the Football Association, that clownish department, nor does he have any intention of generating buzz for everyone. He needs to get his energy back and help Brentford win game after game to get promoted. Similar to the trending topics on Chinese social media platforms, there are also many trending topics related to Chen Chen on British media platforms. 2 rounds, 4 goals, 3 assists. Chen is a man-eating hornet. A string of stellar performances. The Brentford prodigy has caught the attention of Gareth Southgate. A prodigy. Transfer offers related to Chen Chen have reached 10 million. A fierce competition has erupted. Manchester City, Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur, and Chelsea have all joined the race. It is obvious that Chen Chen has become a hot commodity sought after by the entire English football world. Countless teams and individuals are vying for his trust. Frank, who was sitting in his office, also saw the news. Of course, checking the price quotes in your hand is faster than reading the news. The media reported that the highest offer reached 10 million, but in reality, some teams have already offered 15 million. This 15 million is not just a transfer fee, it includes everything. To maintain relationships between teams, most teams will politely purchase players with transfer fees rather than paying release clauses directly. Look at how PSG poached Neymar. Barcelona has been cursing PSG for years. To strengthen their squad, Barcelona later bought Coutinho for €135 million and Dembele for €135 million. And what was the result? There are no winners. Of the 15 million, 7 million is the transfer fee, which is an acknowledgement of Chen Chen's contribution to 7 goals in 2 games. The 1.2 million is the compensation for youth training. In England, even when U8 players transfer, the receiving team has to pay this compensation fee. Chen Chen was promoted from Brentford's youth academy, so he naturally falls into this category. The remaining part is the floating clause. In other words, Chen Chen needs to make a certain number of appearances for the new club, score a certain number of goals, and provide a certain number of assists. As long as he meets the terms, he must immediately transfer the money to the original club. In addition, the North London club offered a loan-to-buy option. This means they are doing both loan and regular transfers at the same time. Chapter 23 triggers the penalty for breach of contract. What? Has Abu struck gold? Frank gestured to Nelgu to collect all the quote information. Brentford will not make any transfer deals at this time. One is that the transfer window hasn't opened yet, and the other is that it's obvious Chen Chen wants to join the England national team. Wouldn't it be more profitable to make money if the news breaks and the transfer deal is finalized later? Kylian Mbappé, the French supercar who rose to fame in 2018, cost Paris Saint-Germain €180 million. Even if Chen Chen can't compare to Mbappé back then, he should still have a total of 30 million, right? Frank had a clear plan. Since they couldn't keep Chen Chen, they should try to delay the transfer as much as possible to maximize the team's interests. The statement from the Chinese Football Association and related transfer offer news did not affect Chen Chen. He is training diligently, just like all Brentford fans, and preparing seriously for the match against Watford. Brentford Stadium, 2 p.m. London time, May 1st. Today, the Hornets will host Watford, who have already secured promotion to the Premier League. Compared to Bournemouth and Rotherham in the first 2 rounds, Watford can definitely be considered Brentford's strongest opponent in the final stage of the league. At yesterday's pre-match press conference, Frank talked a lot with the media reporters. This includes a preview of the match, ideas for the subsequent playoffs, and of course, many more questions revolve around Chen Chen. Watford manager Xisco Munoz had no questions he wanted to answer. Actually, if he could, he wouldn't want to play these last 2 games. However, not attending was not an option, so after answering a few questions about his own players' transfers and Chen Chen, Munoz left the press conference directly. When the starting lineups for both teams were revealed, Frank was absolutely furious. Despite fielding their strongest lineup, Watford showed no signs of playing an attacking or beautiful style of football. 6 of their 11 starters were substitutes. In a way, this is a mockery of Brentford. So in the locker room, Frank emphasized for the first time that there were no assists today, it was all about the main attackers. Watford is very pleased with themselves. All right. At Geffen Park, we'll give them a crushing defeat. The competition began soon after. Brentford showed no intention of testing their opponents, they went straight for the kill. In the second minute, Chen Chen assisted Ivan Toney to score with a low shot. The score is now 1-0. In the 8th minute, it was Chen Chen again. This time, Chen Chen dribbled past 2 players and then made a through pass. Instead of taking the ball and shooting himself, Ivan Toney passed it across to Foch on the left. The Finnish striker aimed high and fired a close shot. 2-0. Frank on the sidelines was very happy. But his joy wasn't from scoring a goal, rather, it was from the pleasant surprise that Chen Chen's footwork seemed to have improved significantly. In terms of short passing, Chen Chen's passing success rate was 100% in the first 10 minutes of the game. Moreover, this short pass doesn't refer to passing the ball to the left or right or passing it back. Of those 10 short passes, 8 were forward passes. Just like in the last match, Chen Chen's position today is still attacking midfielder. 2 Danish players, Mathias Jensen and Bijstrup, are combining with him in midfield. Jannert's performance in training matches was not better than Strupp's, so he was substituted. Jensen and Bijstrup played very comfortably today. Chen Chen always manages to find them accurately whenever he passes the ball, which is incredibly satisfying. It can be said that Chen Chen's footwork skills far surpass those of all his teammates. Just thinking about it is terrifying. With Chen Chen's exceptional short passing ability combined with his top-tier vision, what's the difference between him and a peak Xavi playing on the field himself? 17th minute. A Brentford tiki-taka has appeared. With a few quick movements, the Littleby passed the ball into the opponent's net. Chen Chen produces and sells its own products. A gentle push pierced through Watford's inexperienced defense. 3-0. In the 26th minute, Chen Chen broke through and won a penalty, which Ivan Toney converted. 4-0. Munoz on the sidelines was terrified by Brentford. I've thought about losing, but not by such a large margin. Watford quickly made a substitution. In the 32nd minute, defenders Trosro Akong and midfielder Laza were substituted off. The team's main striker Andre Gray and main midfielder cleverly came on as substitutes. Chapter 24, the final matches of the championship. 24 teams playing simultaneously. Of course, saying that Abu struck gold was just a joke. As the owner of Chelsea and a pioneer of big-spending football in the Premier League, Abramovich is not short of money. In 2003, Abramovich acquired Chelsea, which was then burdened with debt, and his arrival transformed the English team into a powerhouse. The Russian billionaire's money revitalized Chelsea, and the Blues began spending lavishly in the transfer market. Makelele, Varane, and Joe Cole joined the team one after another. Then in 2005, Eschen, nicknamed the Buffalo, transferred to Chelsea for a transfer fee of €24.4 million. This price made Eschen the most expensive signing in English football that year. To put it bluntly, €24.4 million would be considered a big money signing in the 24-25 season. Moreover, it's worth noting that during the summer transfer window of 2020, which was affected by the pandemic, Abramovich did not stop, but continued to pour €200 million into the transfer pool, bringing in Havertz, Werner, Chilwell, and Ziyech for the team. It's fair to say that triggering Chen Chen's €30 million breach of contract penalty is nothing. However, this still had a significant impact on Frank. After all, since he took over Brentford, the only high-priced transfers he has come into contact with are Ivan Toney for £5.6 million and Mbeumo for £6.5 million. Frank couldn't make the decision himself, so he told Benham about it. Benham went on and on, but the main points were just 2. First, don't sell it to that bastard Brighton. Secondly, Chen Chen will soon be an England national team player. Making money is secondary, the most important thing is to ensure he has a comfortable transfer. After all, no matter how much money you make selling players in a transfer window, it's not as much as what Bellingham makes from running a betting agency. It would be better to cultivate good relationships with all parties involved in order to plan for the future. Frank understood. He said he would put all the offer contracts in front of Chen Chen and let him choose. Bellingham nodded, then said, "Okay, but not now. Right now, they still have several crucial matches to play, and they can't afford to let Brentford's most stinging hornets get distracted. After the match against Watford, Brentford's last league game is in 7 days. Therefore, the Bees players were given 2 days of rest. All the other players left the training base to relax and have fun, only David Raya stayed with Chen Chen on the training field. Okay, basically it's just two single guys looking for something to do when they're bored." Although David Raya was very upset about missing out on another clean sheet bonus, fortunately, his few good performances in the game attracted the attention of other teams. Watford only scored 1 goal, but that doesn't mean they didn't attempt any other shots. It was only because David Raya was focused enough that the score didn't become 6-3 or 6-4. However, Brentford also had a lot of shots on goal. If the Littleby hadn't been so careless in kicking the ball to the back, a 91-year-old tragedy might have occurred today. Stoke City and Coventry City, both in the Championship, have made offers for David Raya, while Leeds United in the Premier League have also submitted an offer. If he were to transfer, David Raya would choose Leeds United in the Premier League, since they are safe from relegation this season and will have Premier League matches to play next season. However, it should be noted that Leeds United's goalkeeper, 20-year-old Frenchman Meslier, is a regular starter for Leeds United. It seems Leeds United bought him to replace 33-year-old second-choice goalkeeper Casilla. So now David Raya is in a dilemma. Championship teams are of a lower caliber, but Stoke City and Coventry City have promised him a pay rise. Chapter 25, No More Hesitation. We must strike hard. Bournemouth secured their place in the promotion playoffs after winning their previous match. Their opponent in the playoffs is Brentford, who just beat them 5-1 in the previous rounds. What a small world. The other group of opponents are Swansea, ranked 3rd, and Barnsley, ranked 4th. At the pre-match press conference for Bournemouth's game against Stoke City, Woodgate didn't say much about the game itself, but instead focused on looking ahead to the two-legged tie against Brentford. Woodgate stated, "I already know Frank's style of play, and believe me, this time, Frank's team won't have an easy time at Vitality Stadium. They are a team that likes to play open, high-pressing football. I've studied them. We are ready for this, and I believe that we will be the ones to eventually set foot on Wembley Stadium." Frank was also asked about this at the pre-match press conference against Bristol City. Because Woodgate's press conference ended earlier and faster, as this press conference was drawing to a close, the relevant news information was collected by the media reporters in the audience, who were always eager for a good show. They then quickly summarized and organized the information and asked Frank a question at the last moment. Woodgate said he would make things difficult for us at Vitality Stadium. But we had a great time last time, and my players even scored 5 goals. Are they the only ones who will set foot at Wembley? Wow! Frank chuckled a few times, then continued. Chen told me a saying, passing 5 checkpoints and slaying 6 generals. It's about an ancient Chinese general who crossed 5 cities and killed 6 generals. Well, I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but that's the gist of it. But whether I'm right or wrong, I think Chen is absolutely right. We are now General Guan, and Bournemouth, Rotherham, Watford and Bristol City are the first 4 generals. Then Bournemouth in the playoffs and the last opponent at Wembley Stadium are the 5th and 6th generals. What I'm trying to say is that we will keep winning, and at Wembley Stadium, we will make it all the way to the Premier League. Bournemouth? They'll only be our stepping stones. Bristol City manager Holden was completely stunned. Good heavens. Can't you teams that can play in the playoffs show some respect for my team that can't even play in the playoffs? It's one thing if they play a match against us and then talk about other things at the press conference. Why does the hashtag #Briber hashtag, short for Bristol City and Brentford, always include Wembley in the trending topics? We can't hesitate any longer. We must strike hard. Holden's bold words ultimately failed to change the course of the game. Although both teams performed poorly in the first half, with no goals scored. But when Chen Chen, Matthias Jensen and Mads Svensson came on in the second half, the situation was completely changed. In the 56th minute, Chen Chen delivered a low, curved-through ball that precisely found Ivan Toney, who had made a forward run into position. The England star gave it a gentle push. 1-0. Then in the 65th minute, Foch was tackled to the ground by an opponent, and the referee gave the opponent a yellow card and awarded the Belgian team a free kick. David Raya's eyes lit up. "Hey! I've practiced this free kick position a few days ago." However, Chen Chen did not choose to shoot directly as he usually does in training. Instead, he slowed down the ball's speed slightly and found the far post of the goal. Captain Jansen outmaneuvered Bristol City left-back Jude Silva in the free-kick attack. A header. Chapter 26, Another Battle Against Bournemouth. Chen Chen stands on the stand. May 17, Vitality Stadium. The first match of the Championship promotion playoffs, and the fifth-to-last match of the entire 2021 Championship season, is about to kick off. The stadium, which can only hold 12,000 people, is packed to capacity today. The entire stadium became a sea of joy for the red and black striped Cherries fans. Today's stands are filled not only with celebrities and dignitaries from all walks of life, but also with scouts from various leagues around the world. Keen-eyed fans spotted several Spanish scouts who have been active in English football for years. If they are not mistaken, these scouts work for Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, respectively. It's obvious even to a fool that they all came for Chen Chen. Real Madrid midfielder Toni Kroos has been in poor form lately, and Modric is getting old. The Bernabeu needs an injection of fresh blood. Barcelona's situation is more complicated. They have just drawn 2 consecutive league matches, completely losing their hopes of winning the title. When it rains, it pours. The team's key midfielders, Dutchman Frenkie de Jong and Spanish midfielder Pedri, are injured. In addition, Coutinho and Fati also have injuries of varying degrees. Camp Nou needs to bring in players for the midfield and forward positions. Atletico Madrid's squad structure is quite normal, they don't actually need their scouts. But considering that Real Madrid and Barcelona scouts have come, it feels like we'd be missing out if they didn't. So Atletico Madrid scouts also came. They need to take a good look to see who's actually at this vibrant stadium. At that moment, the broadcast camera also found the scouts in the stands. The Chinese football fans who were watching the pirated live stream were all stunned when they heard the anchor say this. Holy crap! Chen Chen is really hot right now. Barcelona and Real Madrid have both sent people. Why don't you mention Atletico Madrid? Is it because they're the worst team in La Liga and can't even be considered respectable? 3 games, 6 goals and 6 assists. Even when De Jong was dominating Ajax, he wouldn't dare to play like this. A rising talent. What is the national football team doing? Weren't they supposed to be in contact? Why isn't there any movement at all? The World Cup qualifiers are starting on the 30th. Will Chen Chen make the national team? No. He shouldn't be included in the national team. Li Ke was a key player and captain for Brentford, but he's been assimilated by the Chinese Super League players and isn't even on Li Tai's training camp roster. Just stop messing with Chen Chen and let the Football Association play its own game. Subsequently, the chat room began to unleash its emotions in the comments. Since it's a pirated signal source anyway, just curse it out. Meanwhile, many more undiscovered scouts were sitting in the stands, some with notebooks in their hands, others typing away on their phones. Soon, under the watchful eyes of 12,000 fans in the stands, both head coaches took to the field with their respective substitutes. Woohoo! When Woodgate came out, the Cherries fans erupted in a thunderous cheer. Then they saw Frank following closely behind, and the cheers immediately turned into a noisy chorus of boos. Whoa! Woodgate took today's game very seriously and fielded his strongest lineup. Bournemouth's lineup today is similar to that of the last game against Brentford, but they have made changes in 3 positions. One is the right winger. Stanislas was injured in the last game and will be unavailable for this match. Therefore, Woodgate chose to have forward David Brooks, number 7, fill in this position. However, Welshman Brooks is better at attacking and creating dangerous balls, but he can't beat Stanislas in aerial duels and defense. Woodgate intended to play a defensive counter-attacking style in this game. He said he had found a way to deal with Brentford, which is basically to counter-attack behind the defense, cut inside the flanks, and gamble that the opponent's two defensive midfielders won't be able to get back. Chapter 27. Bournemouth takes the lead. Chen Chen comes on as a substitute. Although Bournemouth is not in a favourable position in terms of the situation. However, it was the underdogs who scored first. In the 37th minute, Brentford made a passing error in their own half. Under pressure from Solanke and Danjuma, Roerslev tried to pass the ball back to goalkeeper David Raya. Let Raya step forward. However, his back pass was too weak, allowing Danjuma to steal the ball. Dutchman Danjuma didn't give David Raya much time to react, and directly hit the corner of the net. 1-0. Bournemouth, playing at home, opened the scoring. The energetic stadium instantly erupted in cheers. The Cherry fans in the stadium immediately jumped up from their seats. They began to cheer wildly. When Danjuma ran towards the corner flag with his arms outstretched and slid on his knees in celebration, Woodgate on the sidelines also opened his arms and cheered a few times. He then turned around and high-fived his assistant and substitutes one by one in celebration. After the high-five, Woodgate waved to the fans behind the bench. Only then did he leisurely return to his seat. Woodgate believes he has found Brentford's weakness, the right flank line of Jensen and Roerslev. Brentford's young midfielder is indeed very strong. But he's not playing now. Even if you're incredibly strong, can you score goals off the field? Furthermore, if every Brentford player is above the championship level, they shouldn't be here, they should be at the victory celebration like Norwich and Watford. Thinking of this, Woodgate quickly went to the sidelines and shouted to the field. Danjuma. Have Byron coordinate with you to attack the opponent's right flank. Their number 8, Matthias Jensen, isn't participating much in defense, only Roerslev and Jansen are on the right. Can you achieve a bottoming out? Pass the ball without hesitation. Pearson, Cook. Hurry up and cover, don't give the opponent a chance to attack from behind. The hundreds of Beagle fans who travelled with the team were somewhat downcast. But they did not blame the players on the field. The competition isn't over yet, and everything is still uncertain. They cast their hopeful gazes toward Brentford's bench. He looked toward the young Brentford midfielder. The most ferocious hornet, Chen Chen. Frank wasn't too annoyed by conceding the goal. He walked back to the bench and beckoned several players to warm up. The cast includes Chen Chen, Rico Henry, Marcons, Bumo, and Dalsgaard. When the mixed-race kid walked to the sidelines to warm up, the Cherry fans in the stadium instantly fell silent. The humiliating 1-5 defeat to Brentford is a shameful defeat etched into the hearts of Bournemouth fans. And now, the guy who single-handedly created 4 goals and helped Brentford dominate is about to take the field. Crab as a special treat? No way. Chen Chen warmed up with his teammates while watching the players on both sides as the game resumed. The current Bournemouth team is actually not much different from the previous one. The goal was mainly due to Brentford's own mistakes. In Chen Chen's opinion, Matthias Jensen should not play as a right midfielder, but rather as a player he is more familiar with on the left or in the middle. The Danes excel at passing and organizing attacks. If you ask them to participate in defense, it's practically like they're missing half a player. Janert or Goudos, who are good at defense, should be played in the right midfield position, which would help relieve some of the pressure on Roerslev. This would prevent the Danish defenders from being so uncomfortable and making mistakes under sudden high pressure from the opponent. But thinking about it so much is pointless. Chen Chen licked his lips and glanced at the Bournemouth fans around him who had started singing cheering songs. You want to win? Did you ask me? In the final minutes of the first half, both sides played aggressively, but neither side posed a real threat to the opponent's goal. Seeing this, the scouts in the stands all shook their heads. Is this the level of the 3rd and 6th place teams in the championship? If this is the level of skill, then there's nothing to brag about regarding that kid who recently became famous for having 6 goals and 6 assists in 3 games. Chapter 28, like a demon lord descended from heaven, truly a god of war on earth. This Chen Chen. Awesome. Woodgate on the sidelines was starting to panic. How could someone possibly change a shot into a pass? Isn't he afraid of twisting his back? Unless he decides from the beginning that he's going to pass the ball instead of shooting. Woodgate's expression changed drastically. After careful consideration, Woodgate finally made up his mind. There are too many legs in the penalty area, and Lerma jumped up to block the shooting route. That bastard has no chance of scoring. So, Chen Chen really planned to pass the ball a long time ago. Woodgate quickly turned around and discussed countermeasures with the teaching assistants. Bournemouth cannot afford to lose this match. Woodgate still wants to achieve promotion to the Premier League, extend his contract for another 3 years, and compete with Guardiola and Klopp. Woodgate's coaching staff quickly began discussing tactical arrangements. They also understand that if they fail to beat Brentford at home today, it's basically game over. Bournemouth had absolutely no confidence in winning the second leg at Geffen Park. On the pitch, the Brentford players, having finished their celebrations, were slowly walking back to the centre circle. Chen Chen found Ivan Toney and the newly replaced Mbeumo. "Hey guys." Chen Chen raised her left hand to cover her mouth, preventing the broadcast camera from capturing it. "I need the two of you to ambush in the opponent's penalty area. Toney, you need to make good use of your height. If I throw you a high ball, can you catch it?" Ivan Toney patted his chest. "No problem, Chen. As long as you provide the right service, I swear I will be where I am." Chen Chen nodded, then looked at French national youth team member Mbeumo. Mbeumo has played for the French U21 team, but he has yet to represent the French national team. Given the abundance of talent in the French forward line, Mbeumo, who holds dual French and Cameroonian citizenship, ultimately decided to play for the Cameroonian national team. "Go back a bit, Mbeumo. Move back a bit. If you see me on the left wing, just come out from the far post. I'll cross the ball to you and Toney. As long as you can get into position at the far post, I think scoring and taking the lead won't be a problem." Mbeumo nodded repeatedly. "Okay. Chen. I'll listen to you. Run. Let's establish a winning advantage in the first round." Despite Woodgate and his coaching staff's determination that the team needed to quickly regain the lead, Brentford's relentless attacks prevented them from putting up any decent offense. In the 56th minute, Rico Henry bypassed Matthias Jensen and passed the ball to Janert. Chen Chen retreated to provide support. Then possession of the ball came to Chen Chen's feet. With a shrug and a change of direction, Chen Chen got past Billy, who was trying to intercept him. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chen started quickly and sprinted forward with the ball. Lerma and Pearson quickly ran over and stepped in to close the door. Without hesitation, Chen Chen shoved the ball to Matthias Jensen, who was also sprinting forward at top speed on his right. Pearson quickly abandoned his defense against Chen Chen and turned to chase after Matthias. Matthias didn't hesitate either, giving Pearson a head start. Chen Chen took 3 quick steps and received the ball again. Carter Weeks is playing one-on-one with Ivan Toney. Cook could only wait for left-back Lloyd Kelly to come over and cover, while he stepped forward to press Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't linger with Cook. He swept his right foot over the ball, pushed off the ground, and touched the ball with his left foot to the left, preparing to dribble past him. Cook quickly stepped in to push and pull. Chen Chen dodged the pull. Chen Chen then quickly pulled the ball back with his left foot, turned his body to the right, and without pausing, darted directly to the right. Pearson immediately scrambled back with a flying tackle. Pearson made that flying tackle without any hesitation. He's aiming to force Chen Chen to choose between the two, the people and the football team. If you want the ball, then leave the player here. Anyway, you haven't entered the penalty area yet. At worst, I'll just get a yellow card. If you can get a leg, then you can neutralize this wave of the opponent's attack. Chapter 29 Bournemouth's Nemesis. Brentford thrashed Brentford 4-1 at Vitality Stadium. Woodgate on the sidelines looked bewildered. This is how they overtook them. However, before Woodgate could recover from his confusion, another goal came. After the kickoff from midfield, David Brooks lost possession of the ball due to holding onto it too long, surrounded by opponents from both sides. Janert won the ball, then turned and moved forward. Brentford transitioned from defense to attack. Soon, possession of the ball came to Chen Chen's feet. Riquelme's precision through pass module activated. A very discreet through pass route flashed into Chen Chen's mind. He seized this fleeting opportunity. The football traced a beautiful arc across the ground, finding Ivan Toney with perfect accuracy. Just like he had practiced countless times in training, Ivan Toney touched the ball and shot in one smooth motion. That powerful shot pierced right through Begovic's fingers. 1-3. The Brentford fans roared once again at Vitality Stadium. The home team, Bournemouth, fell into a deathly silence. Although this 1-3 is still better than the previous 1-5, it's still pretty good. However, it should be noted that in less than 15 minutes since the start of the second half, the Little Bees have gone from equalizing to turning the game around and then extending their lead. This offensive scoring ability is even more ferocious than in the 1-5 game. On the pitch, Chen Chen spread his arms and pumped his fist at the Brentford fans in the upper stands. With this goal, Brentford have essentially secured the victory for today's match. A genius. An absolute genius. In the stands of Vitality Stadium, Manchester City scout, Spaniard Tomás Dominguez, couldn't help but exclaim this. As a football figure who has roamed the entire European football scene, Dominguez has seen countless talents. But Chen Chen, who is now scoring 1 goal and providing 2 assists on the court, is the strongest talent he has ever seen. He vowed to convince Guardiola to sign him. No matter the cost. Bruyne Gurley, standing to the side, spoke up. Although I haven't been in the scouting industry for long, I can tell that he has the level of a top football player, both in terms of midfield organization and attacking play. Dominguez, this is a wonderful surprise. I think I should give Jurgen Klopp, a call. Damn it. Dominguez was a little annoyed. I was so excited that I completely forgot this guy was here too. No, I need to notify the boss right away. So the two of them took out their phones and called their respective coaches. Even before the match, after receiving instructions from Guardiola and Klopp, the 2 scouts from Manchester City and Liverpool in England quickly arrived at Vitality Stadium to conduct an on-site assessment of Chen Chen. Like other scouts, the level of play didn't really interest either of them. Dominguez and Bruno chatted throughout the first half. Only after Chen Chen came on as a substitute did the two of them fall silent and begin to seriously read the game. And those short 15 minutes were 10 times more exciting than the first half. Especially that incredible, imaginative, low-angle through ball that Dominguez just made exclaimed that he was a genius. At this moment, the 2 scouts finally understood why Chelsea dared to pay the release clause directly to buy Chen Chen. Granovskaya, who holds the power of Chelsea's transfers, has a mysterious sense of smell. She had long anticipated that Chen Chen was a rare genius. Vibrant sports field. The players from both sides returned to the center circle to await the kickoff. Despite his reluctance to accept the score, Woodgate knew he was now the team's sole pillar, and he needed to remain calm and make the best tactical decisions. Therefore, the English manager made the bold decision to substitute striker Solanke, who was being tightly marked by the opponent, and David Brooks, who had not performed well in the starting lineup. They brought on England striker Jadon Anthony and midfielder Wilshere. It's clear that Woodgate wants to switch to a 4-4-2 formation to improve the backcourt defense while also strengthening the offense. However, this lineup demands a lot of stamina from the midfielders, which will be a significant challenge for Wilshere and Billing. Chapter 30 Chen Chen's performance shocked the Premier League. Guardiola and Klopp are practically drooling. In the final moments of stoppage time, Chen Chen took a corner kick, and Ivan Toney headed the ball into the net. Before Ivan Toney could even take off his shirt to celebrate, the referee signaled that the attacking team had fouled the goalkeeper, and the goal was disallowed. Ivan Toney was a little taken aback, but then he was relieved. He was relieved that he hadn't taken off his clothes, otherwise he would have been wrongly given a yellow card and wouldn't have been able to get it back. The rules of football state that once a goal is reviewed, regardless of whether it counts as a goal or not, a card given for taking off one's shirt to celebrate will not be taken back. After Begovic took the goal kick, the referee blew his whistle. The match has ended. Brentford came from behind to defeat Bournemouth 4-1 away from home. On social media, countless Beagle fans began to dream of the team using Wembley Stadium as a springboard to avenge their previous defeat their final opponent, and advance to the Premier League. Last year, Brentford reached the Championship playoff final at Wembley Stadium. But they narrowly lost to Fulham in the final, shedding tears at Wembley. Now, having returned with even greater strength, they are poised to make a run for the Premier League. And it was all because of that 18-year-old prodigy. Some Bournemouth fans, however, scoffed at this. Is Chen Chen very strong? Is Brentford very strong? The Little Bees fans were stunned. No. We haven't beaten you to a pulp by 4-1 yet. However, the Bournemouth fans' subsequent comments silenced the Bees fans. Is Chen Chen very strong? How come you beat us 5-1 last time, but this time it's only 4-1? I think his skills have declined. Rubbish. Not to mention Brentford fans, even passers-by and fans of other teams were stunned. This. It does seem to make sense. Forget it, I'd better stay away from these fans. With a combined score of 9-2 in 2 games, the Cherries fans seem to have really gone crazy. 1 goal, 2 assists. The prodigy orchestrates the comeback and reversal. 5 games, 7 goals and 8 assists. Premier League teams. Are you scared? A brilliant through ball appears at the Vitality Stadium. As everyone knows, Kevin De Bruyne is nicknamed Little Chen Chen. Scouts from all over the world were present. Analysis of the club scouts in attendance, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and the Big Six were all there. Bayern Munich sporting director Eberl, we are willing to speak with Chen Chen. PSG manager Mauricio Pochettino, Paris Saint-Germain is committed to developing young players. Sporting director Campos will fly to London to meet with Benham. We are paying close attention to Chen Chen. Chelsea Football Club says they will do everything in their power to sign Chen Chen. After the match, numerous sports news stories appeared on major sports platforms, many of which became headlines. In an instant, countless fans learned about this talented young man who was helping his team compete in the promotion playoffs. His record of 7 goals and 8 assists in 5 games has left many fans in disbelief. You might not be able to tell much from the goals scored, since quite a few people can score 7 goals in 4 games. Let's express it in another way. If we say, he was involved in 15 goals in 5 games. Chen Chen's outstanding performance has attracted the attention of countless people. At the pre-match press conference for the 37th round of the Premier League, many managers expressed their interest in Chen Chen. Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel, who was among the first to confirm with Brentford that he would buy Chen Chen using his release clause, said at the pre-match press conference. Chen is a genius. His vision and ball control are very strong. After Zappacosta and Drinkwater confirmed that they will leave the team this summer, we need to make reinforcements in the midfield. Chen is the best choice. Guardiola was also asked this question at the pre-match press conference for Manchester City's game against Brighton. Chapter 31 Guardiola visits Brentford. The Bees' final home game of the season. On the morning of May 21st, Brentford completed their final group training session before their match against Bournemouth. After announcing the roster for tomorrow, Frank kept Chen Chen behind alone. Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled. Frank said that someone wanted to talk to him. Chen Chen and Frank arrived at the club's conference room together. After knocking on the door, the first person they saw was the team's chairman, Chirif Boya. Then, Manchester City Football Club manager, Spaniard Josep Guardiola. Chen Chen was not surprised that Manchester City was interested in him. Surprisingly, Manchester City didn't send a fax, manager Pep Guardiola himself came. It's important to know that contacting players privately is a violation of UEFA regulations. However, we live in an era of moral decay and few people will abide by this rule. As veteran scout Biles, who worked with Ferguson for 14 years, once famously said, incidental contact is not allowed, but everyone does it. That's the law of survival for scouts. Don't make a fuss, otherwise where would the transfer information that was blacklisted on the first day of the transfer window come from? Can we chat and transfer the information on the same day? Of course not. In fact, many transfer details are already finalized before the transfer window opens. Some of the behind-the-scenes operations and negotiations were even completed around the time of the previous transfer window. For example, in the summer transfer window of 2013, Icardi reached a transfer agreement with Inter Milan. However, this deal was not finalized during the summer transfer window, but rather before the previous transfer window, that is, before the winter transfer window. Icardi's agent personally told Romano that the player would join Inter Milan in the summer transfer window, not this winter. Guardiola raised an eyebrow and gestured for Chen Chen to sit down. Chen. I think we need to have a serious talk. Chen Chen sat down. Frank and Boya walked out the door. Brentford and Manchester City have basically reached an agreement, now it remains to be seen whether Guardiola can negotiate with Chen Chen. Of course, the Little Bees also have connections with other teams. If Guardiola fails to reach an agreement, others will come to talk to Chen Chen. For example, Gustavo Lopez, who is now in London, is Simeone's assistant coach. If Chen Chen decides to join Manchester City, the club will help to get rid of Gustavo. Because Atletico Madrid was prepared to pay a transfer fee instead of a release clause, the club had the right to reject the offer and let him go. However, if Atletico Madrid pays the release clause, Brentford will need to consult Chen Chen before letting Gustavo leave. I've watched your recent matches. Guardiola spoke first. Honestly, that was fantastic. I told the reporters that if you covered his face, I would think it was Kevin playing football. Your turn and hook shot was very imaginative. Of course, that through ball a few days ago was also very good. You're like a fairy on the football field, just like Ronaldinho. Passing, organizing the attack, a nose for the ball, well, I haven't seen any interception or defense yet, but it's obvious that you have all the characteristics of a top player. Feeling a bit thirsty, Guardiola picked up a water bottle and took a few gulps before continuing. What I'm trying to say is that I want to sign you on behalf of Manchester City Football Club. Now, let me first tell you what Manchester City can offer, and then you can share your thoughts. Guardiola glanced down at his watch. We have plenty of time, I hope we can have a pleasant conversation. Guardiola then introduced the salary and bonuses Manchester City could offer Chen Chen after his arrival, and also discussed the contract length and image rights. After listening to everything, Chen Chen smiled. I really like Manchester City, and I also admire your coaching skills. I am very interested in the terms offered by Manchester City, and I think I would like to join Manchester City. Guardiola was overjoyed. Chapter 32. The opponent for the playoff final has been determined. Another battle against Swansea. Brentford Stadium was a sea of red and white today. Since Bournemouth's jerseys are predominantly red, the hundreds of Bournemouth fans who had travelled from afar immediately blended in with the home team supporters. If you don't look closely at the differences in the stripes, you really can't tell where the away fans are sitting. From a broadcasting perspective, there's no difference between Cherries fans wearing red and black striped jerseys and Bees fans wearing red and white striped jerseys. Prior to the final playoff, China did not have broadcasting rights. Therefore, if Chinese football fans want to watch Chen Chen's matches, they will have to use all their ingenuity and resourcefulness. Guan Tian arrived in London with a group of people in the early hours of the morning. Without much rest, he immediately led his men to Brentford Stadium. Because the game was so popular, they bought the tickets at an inflated price. As soon as he entered, Guan Tian saw countless fans wearing the number 28 jersey, which was Chen Chen's number at Brentford. There were even quite a few fans wearing 3 Lions jerseys with the number 28 printed on them. A Football Association staff member next to Guan Tian whispered. Chen Chen is very popular with local fans. Guan Tian's expression turned ugly when he heard what his subordinates said. It wasn't because his subordinates were chattering, but because Guan Tian suddenly realized something was wrong. Local fans adore him, and he has a chance to join the 3 Lions. Who would want to join a national team that just barely wins a game against the Maldives? In addition, he had previously threatened Chen Chen. Guan Tian cursed inwardly, damn it, I'm going to have to go back empty-handed this time. But since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. At worst, I, a deputy division-level cadre, will kneel down and apologize to you. Is that all right now? Do you expect me to kowtow? Guan Tian and the others quickly found their seats and sat down. It was a bit hot in London in May. Under the blazing sun, a few people dressed in suits and ties appeared in the stadium stands, which was quite unusual. After all, everyone does what makes them comfortable. Several female fans even had stickers inside their jerseys and just wore red and white striped jerseys over them. Those duang sounds showed that Guan Tian was truly burning with passion. He thought of his mistress whom he was keeping on the side, and he was determined to make love to her fiercely when he got back. Soon, amidst cheers from the fans, the 2 head coaches took to the field. Following behind them were their respective team's substitutes. Woohoo! The decibel level at the scene instantly increased by several degrees. It turns out that the fans saw Chen Chen come out with Frank. The man-eating hornet received the loudest support from the fans at the scene. Behind Chen Chen were Matthias Jensen and Nergard, who were substitutes today. The score difference of 4-1 is huge. Unless the opponent has an incredible performance, Frank will not let them play before the second half. After all, a tough battle awaits them at Wembley. Woodgate suddenly got a little excited after the starting lineup was announced before the game. God, open your eyes. Frank gave him a chance. Bournemouth are now confident of a comeback victory at Geffen Park. They yearn to replicate the miracle of Camp Nou. But Brentford isn't Paris Saint-Germain, and Bournemouth isn't Barcelona. Bournemouth's attack went completely silent at Geffen Park, with shots on target but none on target. They failed to pose any effective threat to David Raya. Of course, the same goes for Brentford, who fielded a semi-substitute squad. In the 70th minute of the second half, during a dead ball situation, Frank made Brentford's first substitution of the match. He replaced 3 people in one go. Mbeumo replaced Foss, Chen Chen replaced Makanda, and Matthias Jensen replaced his compatriot Bystrup. Chapter 33. You use this to test your cadres. To be honest, when Frank learned that the Chinese Football Association had sent people, a variety of expressions instantly appeared on his face. There was curiosity, doubt, and even mockery of, where did they go all this time? But more often than not, it was a, hee-hee expression. You were the ones who turned Chen Chen away in the first place, and now you want to bring him back. If Frank were Chinese, he would definitely sing it. You were the one who wanted to break up, so let's break up. Now they're trying to win me back with true love. However, Chen Chen felt it was more like the skit, Unlocking. You know to turn when your car crashes into a wall, you know to buy stocks when they go up, you know to repent when you make a mistake and get sentenced, you remember to wipe your nose when it gets in your mouth. I've finally shown up and you know I'm playing well. It's too late. Frank let Guan Tian and his group into the club, but they did not see Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't want to talk to them at all. That day in Director Guan's office, his heart died. What else is there to say? In the end, Guan Tian and his group could only leave the Brentford base in a dejected manner, and the group returned to the hotel to discuss their next move. The group unanimously decided to wait until after the playoff final to look for it again. Guan Tian had given up all hope. He was thinking about how to reply to Deputy Secretary General Chen. But after thinking it over, I realized that this was indeed a difficult question to answer. Chen Chen didn't have that many worries. After the 2-legged tie against Bournemouth, Frank gave the team 2 days off. The Danes know they can't put the players on too high a nerve, or it will backfire. Frank sighed as he looked out the window at the youth training team that was using the first team's training facilities. In front of him, or rather on his desk, there were already more than 20 transfer offer contracts piled up. Ten Hag, who manages Ajax, has changed his offer for Chen Chen for the 6th time, and the Dutchman seems to admire Chen Chen. But it wasn't Ajax that changed their offers the most, it was Chelsea. The Blues are not only willing to pay the breach of contract penalty, but also a signing fee that is almost equal to the penalty. Frank swore that if he were Chen Chen, he would choose Stamford Bridge without hesitation. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Manchester United's offer was the last to arrive. In his offer, Solskjaer stated that Manchester United will be making big moves this summer, and Old Trafford welcomes Chen Chen. Frank was very interested in this and wanted to find out what this big move was. Could it be a record transfer fee? That's not right either. Manchester United doesn't have that much money. Frank actually admires Manchester City a bit more than these teams. Because in the initial agreement between Blue Moon and Brentford, they promised to give Brentford a share of the revenue from any future secondary transfers involving Chen Chen. It could reach as high as 25%. In other words, if Chen Chen were to join another team from Manchester City, and that team paid a transfer fee of €200 million, then the Littleby could receive $50 million. While hoping Chen Chen is happy at Manchester City, Benham doesn't believe Chen Chen will stay there indefinitely. It's rare to find players like Francesco Totti, who single-handedly dominated a single city, in today's football world. Therefore, this agreement is very attractive. Other teams also mentioned a second share of the profits, but none of them were as high as Manchester City's. Bellingham had previously considered talking to Chen Chen about renewing his contract and adjusting the release clause, and then selling him to make the team more money. However, considering the possibility of antagonizing Chen Chen, the owner, who started his business in online gambling, abandoned the idea. Looking at the offer contract in front of him, Frank smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 34, The final battle begins. A hidden mission has been triggered. Among the championship teams this season, two teams are quite special. One is Cardiff City, and the other is Swansea. What's so special about it? They are all Welsh teams. Wales has its own football league, but these two teams have joined the English League. Why? Because the Welsh Football League was established relatively late, the Welsh teams used to play in English football. So that's why. It's safe to say that, apart from their own fans, Swansea City will find it difficult to gain support from neutral fans and casual observers at Wembley Stadium. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Cardiff City fans are also mocking them. As Swansea's century-old rival, Cardiff City directly stated on its official social media. Congratulations to Brentford for defeating Swansea and securing promotion to the Premier League next season. This must infuriate Swansea fans. Swansea reacted quickly, launching a counterattack on social media. Black Swan posted a gif of a pet dog paddling while swimming on social media. Note, this is an allusion to the scene after the 1988 South Wales Derby, where some Cardiff City fans were chased by Swansea fans and then swam in the sea to escape the chaotic dog paddle swimming. This gif quickly enraged Cardiff City fans. The two sides started a war of words in the comments section. Brentford fans were stunned. No. We were supposed to be playing Swansea in the final, so why are you the main characters? 12:00 noon on May 29, Wembley Stadium. Swansea's team bus arrived at the scene first. Swans manager Steve Cooper gave an interview to Sky Sports. The match signal for this promotion playoff final, which is said to be worth £100 million, will be produced by Sky Sports and broadcast on relevant platforms in 85 countries around the world. Migu will be broadcasting the show on China's end, with Zhang Jun and Coach Zhang providing commentary from the studio. Steve Cooper appeared very low-key today when faced with questions from Sky Sports reporters. Yes. Frank's team is very strong, and it will be a tough match against them. Aren't you worried that Wembley will become Brentford's home ground? No, I'm not worried. As long as our fans support us, wherever we go, that's Liberty Stadium. Chen is quite good, but I found a way to deal with him. No, I'm not like Woodgate, who claims to have found a method but is actually at a loss for how to implement it. Steve couldn't resist taking a jab at Cardiff City at the end. In the end, we will be the ones to advance to the Premier League. Not Brentford. As for Cardiff, they'll struggle to even reach the playoff final. The Bees team bus followed closely behind, and Frank was also caught up by reporters to ask questions. Chen Chen ignored the reporters who wanted to ask him questions and instead walked forward on his own while wearing headphones. However, when he was near the entrance, Chen Chen stopped and signed autographs for a few young fans. A female fan also came over to ask for an autograph. She lifted her clothes and asked Chen Chen to sign his name on her chest so she could get it tattooed right away. Seeing that the girl's breasts were so full that they were barely covered by a bra by 1/3, Chen Chen quickly waved her hand and refused. I can get to know you better in private, but doing it in public is going to kill me. Chen Chen then quickly walked into the passage leading to the changing room and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ding! A hidden quest has been triggered in main quest 1. Hidden mission requirement, be involved in all goals in the playoff final. Chapter 35 After 74 years. Brentford may return to the Premier League. I was here last year too. But we failed. Yang Song looked around, first speaking in a deep voice, and then immediately began to sing. Because I know what failure feels like. Therefore, today, I demand that every one of you pay attention. Catch that damn swan and stew it. We're the only team that can get promoted to the Premier League. Do you have confidence? Everyone's face turned red. Have. For Brentford. Everyone shouted in unison. For Brentford. Soon, the shouts turned into loud applause, and at Frank's signal, everyone jogged out of the locker room. Shortly after, Frank appeared on the sidelines with his substitutes. Hello everyone. Welcome to continue watching the match broadcast brought to you by China Mobile HD Migu Video on Saturday night. I'm Chen Chen, today's commentator, and next to me is my partner, Coach Zhang. Zhang Lu waved to greet her. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Lu. While organizing the script, Zhang Jun picked up the conversation. Today we bring you the Championship Promotion Playoff Final, with Brentford facing off against Swansea. It's worth noting that there's another player in this Brentford team that many of our fans are very familiar with. Zhang Lu, acting as the straight man, said. Oh. That's Chen Chen, the Chinese player who has scored 7 goals and provided 8 assists in the last 6 games. Oh. It's him. His stats are pretty good. He. To be precise, it should be 7 goals and 8 assists in 5 games. Zhang Jun nodded and said. That's right. In the last match against Bournemouth, Chen Chen won a penalty with a long-range shot, which striker Ivan Toney converted, and Brentford easily won 1-0 at home. Although he didn't score, Chen Chen's performance was beyond question. By the way, Coach Zhang, the Football Association recently issued a statement saying that they have sent someone to London to talk with Chen Chen. Do you think we are in a backward or leading position in the competition with the 3 Lions? He. I don't think there's ever been any such thing as leading or falling behind. Maybe in Chen Chen's mind, he has no intention of representing the national team. Zhang Jun quickly tried to smooth things over. Chen Chen's mother is English, so there is no problem with her representing England. Zhang Lu said again. Perhaps there were many things we didn't know when Chen Chen withdrew from the training camp that day. These things were very bad, so much so that Chen Chen has never expressed his desire to join the national team in any official setting since then. I personally respect Chen Chen's choice. Whether he joins the 3 Lions or the national team, I hope he can play well. Zhang Jun nodded, then quickly steered the conversation back to the competition. Alright, now we can see that the starting players from both teams have taken to the field. Now I will announce the starting lineups for both teams. On the away side, Swansea fielded a 3-1-4-2 formation. Steve Cooper from Wales is incredibly skilled and daring. This formation places very high demands on the player who plays as the lone defensive midfielder. With a high-pressing, direct attack, the 2 flank areas are easily exploited by the opponent, and the 3 defenders and 1 defensive midfielder need to take on a lot of running defensive tasks. And among these positions, the pressure is greatest for the single defensive midfielder. Chapter 36 Sunshine. Afternoon. A young man becomes famous with a single goal. Chen Chen felt an endless fighting spirit surge within him. Even without the reward for the mission, I will give it my all for the team today. After the Tifo display was finished, both sets of fans began singing their respective cheering songs. Beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Dear viewers at home. The match has begun. The team wearing red and white striped jerseys is the home team, Brentford, and they will attack from left to right on the screen. The team wearing black and white striped jerseys is the away team, Swansea, and they will be represented by. Hey! The situation has changed. Let's take a look at this attack first. Chen Chen. Chen Chen made a sudden through pass. Give it to Mbumo. Pretty. Brentford have scored. Mbumo. Frenchman Mbumo receives a pass from Chen Chen and fires a low shot that leaves the opponent with no chance to react. Just 11 seconds into the game. Brentford, who kicked off first, have already scored. Brentford have broken the record for the fastest goal in a championship playoff final. This is also the fastest goal in the club's history. This record would place it among the top 7 in the history of the English Premier League. Zhang Jun was so surprised he couldn't speak, so Zhang Lu quickly picked up the conversation. Ah! Let's watch this replay. This number 17, Ivan Toney, goes back to midfield, and then the 2 forwards run forward. The ball came into Chen Chen's control, and he dribbled inside. Oh, why didn't this number 6, Fulton, stretch out his leg to intercept the ball? He gave Chen Chen a very good passing position. Chen Chen had also recovered by this point, and he continued from where Coach Zhang left off. Yes, it was this small mistake that shouldn't have happened, and Chen Chen caught it. Through pass. Find Mbumo. Beautiful shot. Goalkeeper Woodman had no time to react. Swansea is going to have a tough time. They've already fallen behind by a point right from the start. How will the Welshman make a change? On the pitch, Woodman sat on the ground in a "Diu sitting" position, still unable to react to the goal conceded at the very beginning of the game. However, hearing the deafening cheers that erupted in Wembley Stadium, the Welsh goalkeeper had to accept the reality. The opponent seized the opportunity and scored. Mbumo dodged Ivan Toney's arm around his shoulder and jumped onto the billboard in the corner flag area to celebrate wildly. He then turned around and hugged Ivan Toney and Chen Chen, who had followed him. The goal happened so quickly that the other players hadn't even run over to celebrate yet. The moment he saw the goal, Frank, who had been standing on the sidelines with his arms crossed and a serious expression, became extremely excited. He rushed to the bench and then pounced on the already jubilant players. Just as excited as Frank were tens of thousands of Brentford fans at the stadium. And countless Brentford fans watched the game outside the stadium, in bars, and in front of their televisions. They couldn't believe their eyes. The team scored in the very first minute. Some are happy, some are sad. Swansea fans fell into a deathly silence. Steve Cooper on the away team's bench looked a little surprised. No. I haven't even made an impact in the attacking third, and we've already conceded a goal. As manager of Swansea City, who finished fourth in the league, Steve Cooper has indeed found a way to deal with Brentford. Frank also likes to play with three defenders, so his backfield area must be very thin. Steve is going all out with a 3-1-4-2 formation today. Just like cowboys in the West exchanging guns, they stab each other in the ribs, and whoever loses more balls loses. But unexpectedly, before the cowboy could even put on his hat, his opponent chopped him down in one gulp. Swansea last played in the Premier League in the 2017-18 season, which was 3 years ago. Like Brentford, they are also eager to be promoted to the Premier League. After both sides returned to the centre circle to kick off, Steve quickly gestured to the players to stop probing and just charge in. They need to score now, they need as many goals as possible. Jamal Lowe passed the ball back, and then he and Andre Ayew quickly ran towards the opponent's penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Hollihane immediately launched a cross into the penalty area. Jamal Lowe won the high ball and then passed it to Ayew. The Ghanaian international was unable to advance an inch under pressure from Jannert. Finally, Andre Ayew had no choice but to push the ball to the left and take a long-range shot to see if he could get lucky. Whoa! Boos erupted from Brentford fans at Wembley Stadium. Andre Ayew's long-range shot was outrageous, the ball flew directly into the stands. Little B's goal kick opportunity. David Raya opted not to launch a long ball, but instead passed it to Dalsgaard, who was playing as a right-back today. Swansea's left winger Bidwell quickly pressed forward, and Dalsgaard didn't hesitate, passing the ball back to Raya. Jamal bypassed Jansen and went straight for the Spanish goalkeeper. David Raya did not pass the ball immediately. Instead, he feigned a high kick, but actually hooked his foot inside, deceiving Jamal's jump to block him. The Spanish team's actions made Chen Chen in the studio's eyelids twitch. Chen Chen is terrified that David Raya will be the next Karius. He really didn't want to say that phrase, huge, super low-level mistake. On the pitch, although Swansea put a lot of pressure on them, Brentford still managed to pass the ball with ease. The time quickly reached the 6th minute. Chen Chen received a pass from his teammate and then played a 1-2 with Matthias Jensen, who was making a forward run, easily evading Hollihane's pressing. Chapter 37, The Crescent Moon reappears. Chen Chen shines at Wembley Stadium with a goal and an assist. Looking at Chen Chen, who displayed a robust physique, Chen Chen sighed. An 18-year-old boy scored a goal and provided an assist in the playoff final. After this match, everyone will remember Chen Chen's name. Zhang Lu said with a smile. That free kick was absolutely brilliant. Looking at the replay, the goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. I can't even imagine. If this were in the Premier League, the goalkeepers of the other 19 teams would be terrified. Jean June took over the conversation. Yes. If they can successfully get promoted to the top league, then other Premier League teams will need to be wary of Brentford's free-kick specialists. Of course, it's uncertain whether Chen Chen will still be able to stay at Brentford next season. According to the English media outlet The Times, Chen Chen has been in contact with many teams. The top 5 teams with the best chances are Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Bayern Munich. After this final, there will definitely be more teams making offers to Chen Chen. It's fair to say that Chen Chen has truly become famous with this goal. At the same time, the deafening roar erupted at Wembley Stadium. Cheers and applause erupted from the stands. The fans of the Little Bees jumped up from their seats instantly, looking ecstatically at Chen Chen, who was taking off his shirt to celebrate on the court. This is Chen at 18 years old. Is this Beckham at 18? This is unparalleled free-kick technique. Who wouldn't say that David Robinson has returned to the scene after seeing this? Woodman, standing in front of the goal, raised his hand and wiped his face. His eyes revealed an expression of extreme frustration. Before the match, or rather during daily training, the assistant coaches talked to him about Chen Chen's playing habits. Woodman also understood Chen Chen's strengths, so he cooperated well with the coaching staff, and they conducted a lot of targeted training. Despite all the training, they still couldn't stop it. Watching Chen Chen being embraced by his teammates, Steve on the sidelines let out a sigh. This highly anticipated battle is destined to become a personal showcase for the prodigy. Chen. Chen. Goat. Goat. Literally translated as goat, but it also carries the connotation of the greatest of all time. The chaotic noise at Wembley Stadium gradually became clearer. The shouts of "GOAT" continued for a long time. Chen Chen won over Wembley with his outstanding performance. Meanwhile, in the Migu live stream room, countless fans and netizens quickly typed and sent bullet comments. Grass. A type of plant. This is outrageous. Is this even human? Chen Beckham. Brentford has produced a superb midfield talent. The next De Bruyne. The next Modric. The next Xavi and Iniesta. No, 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 Chen Chen is more like Riquelme, Beckham, and Rui Costa. Chen Chen is Chen Chen. He doesn't resemble anyone else. He is simply himself. I don't care who he looks like. A home win is awesome. He really knows how to use the crescent moon blade. I thought it was just luck last time. The opposing goalkeeper had no time to react to that ball. But even if he had reacted, it wouldn't have mattered, the ball was too fast. My roommate said Chen Chen's football skills are average, and he challenged Chen Chen to a one-on-one match. A one-on-one fight? I think he's just using the guise of a fight to get autographs and photos all in one go, isn't he? In the upper tier of a box at Wembley Stadium, Southgate stared at the stadium in disbelief. That kid is a monster. At the same time, the leader of the Three Lions was somewhat relieved. Southgate was glad he had personally recruited Chen Chen. He showed Chen Chen the utmost respect on behalf of the England national team. Chapter 38 Silver saddle shines on white horse, swift as a shooting star. Chen Chen considered unleashing another crescent moon blade kick. However, the free kick location is right next to the sideline, and from the angle, it's not a good idea to take it directly. With so many players positioned in front of the opponent's goal, even if the shot is perfectly angled, it doesn't guarantee a direct goal. With a beep sound, Chen Chen launched the ball towards the near post area of the penalty area. Mbeumo headed in a penalty kick. It's just a pity that Mbeumo's header went just wide. The ball grazed the goalpost and went out. Mbeumo knelt down on the ground, holding his head in his hands, feeling extremely regretful and in pain. It was so close. He was just one step away from sealing the victory. However, there was no time for Mbeumo to kneel down and blame himself. Jannert quickly pulled him up, and the two of them turned around to defend. Finally, after the referee blew his whistle, the first half ended, with Brentford going into halftime with a 2-goal lead. During the 15-minute break, Brentford fans at Wembley Stadium were not idle either, they were competing with the Swan Lakers fans in volume. The team's outstanding performance gave the Bees fans tremendous motivation, completely overshadowing Swansea fans. Soon, another cheer erupted at Wembley. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone had scored again. Inside the home team's locker room, Frank was busy making tactical arrangements and adjusting player positions. In the second half, the opponent will definitely press even harder. After all, they had nothing left to lose. If we don't give it our all, we're really doomed. Last year's Brentford is now Swansea. Frank believed that no one understood Steve Cooper's feelings better than him. Therefore, Brentford will focus more on defense in the second half. The atmosphere in the away team's locker room was very tense. Steve didn't say much, he just repeatedly emphasized positioning and key attack directions. The specific tactical positioning will be explained to the players one-on-one by the assistant coach. What he had to do was boost everyone's morale. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field. In the second half, Swansea made their first substitution. Hollihane, who partnered with Fulton in midfield, was substituted off, and Welsh striker Cullen came on. Swansea changed their formation to 3-4-3. Fulton and Grimes partnered in midfield, one attacking and the other defending. 3 strikers are definitely better than 2 strikers, but the defensive strength in the midfield and defensive midfield areas has not been strengthened. Black Swan events still pose significant defensive risks. But they can't care about that now. What's the difference between 2-0 and 3-0? Weren't they eliminated anyway? At the start of the second half, Swansea scored a high-scoring 3-corner attack. The sight filled the hearts of the Swansea fans who had travelled with the team with boundless hope. Could it be? There's no doubt about it. Just as Swansea's repeated attacks were getting closer and closer to Brentford's goal, the Bees players seized their chance once again. In the 56th minute, Mathias Jensen dispossessed Bidwell. Then the Danish midfielder took possession and launched a counter-attack, and Brentford sounded the horn for a comeback. Ivan Toney took the lead. He took 3 steps at a time, carrying Gui as he charged towards the finish line. After taking a few steps forward, Mathias quickly passed the ball to Ivan Toney. Seeing Ivan Toney get the ball, Grimes immediately rushed over to intercept. Fulton dropped back to the defensive midfield position to defend. Glancing at the near post of the penalty area, Ivan Toney didn't let the ball linger on his feet and immediately launched a lob pass. Find Chen Chen, who is positioned in the middle lane. Fulton quickly moved forward to press the ball. But Chen Chen's dribbling was too agile, and he couldn't get the ball at all. Seeing Chen Chen about to dribble into the penalty area, Fulton made a tough decision. He reached out and grabbed Chen Chen's jersey. Chapter 39, leading the team to promotion to the Super League. The Football Association issued a statement overnight. The fans went wild. Countless Brentford fans began chanting Chen Chen's name. Chen. 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 Even while being lifted onto her shoulders, Chen Chen didn't forget to reach out her hand to greet the fans. He did it. He kept his promise to Brentford. He successfully helped Brentford gain promotion to the Premier League. It's a pity this isn't the championship match. Otherwise, how wonderful it would be to lift the trophy at Wembley. However, Chen Chen did not feel regretful about this. He believes that one day he will be able to lift those dazzling trophies at Wembley Stadium. Brentford had a celebration ceremony after successfully gaining promotion to the Premier League. But not at Wembley. As mentioned earlier, this is not a championship match. Starting tomorrow at noon, Brentford Football Club will hold a parade in the town of Brentford to celebrate. They then proceeded to Geffen Park. The final promotion celebration will be held here. Frank appeared very radiant at the post-match press conference. Facing a large audience of reporters, Frank spared no praise for Chen Chen. With a perfect record of 2 goals and 1 assist in this match, Chen Chen received a perfect score of 10 from more than 50,000 people on the 2 football websites SofaScore and WhoScored. He was undoubtedly the MVP of this playoff final. I think there should be no doubt in the football world about the Golden Boy Award in November. Chen Chen will be this year's Rookie of the Year. No one can do better than him. In the team's last 7 games, Chen Chen contributed an incredibly efficient record of 9 goals and 9 assists. And you should know that in 2 of those games, Chen Chen didn't play much. If Chen can't win the Golden Boy award, then what's the point of FIFA awarding the Golden Boy prize? Frank's remark stunned all the media present. Yes, Chen Chen is indeed good, but can he really compete with players like Saka, Bellingham, Camavinga, and Pedri? These are all young stars who have already made a name for themselves in top leagues. A reporter immediately voiced their question. Frank further stated. Chen Chen is a very special player, his ability is phenomenal. He possesses all the skills and temperament to become a top midfield maestro. Just watch, he'll surprise everyone in the new season. The media reporters in the audience remained unmoved. Chen Chen is indeed very talented, but the championship stage is far from the top league. Let's talk about it when Chen Chen scores 9 goals and provides 9 assists in 7 Premier League games. Watkins, last year's championship Golden Boot winner, joined Aston Villa, but despite not experiencing a significant drop in playing time, he has only managed 13 goals and 5 assists in 38 league matches. There's also championship Silver Boot winner Mitrovic. He was on fire in the championship, scoring 26 goals and providing 9 assists. When he moved to the Premier League, he only managed 3 goals and 3 assists for the entire season. Can you believe it? Frank knew the reporters wouldn't believe him, so he didn't say anything more. Just you wait and see. Chapter 40, Presenting Evidence leaves the Chinese Football Association speechless. Chen Chen selected for the Three Lions squad. The topic of Chen Chen has not been silenced on Weibo. The number of views and shares is skyrocketing. Although many Chen Chen fans spontaneously expressed in the relevant topic squares and comments that it is necessary to listen to both sides' voices, rather than just one side's opinion. But their voices were too weak to change anything. Because Guan Tian was too unruly, Chen Liang could only have someone make up some excuse to gloss over the matter. In the eyes of these people, Chen Chen joining the national football team is a small matter, but their own loss of face is a big deal. I originally thought I'd get a bit of criticism for this, but to my surprise, the fans have come up with all sorts of scenarios in their own minds. As expected. People are blind and herd-oriented. As for what will happen next. Hee. Chen Liang had already planned his escape route. The day after the final match. Brentford has begun its parade celebrations. Although it can't compare to the parades and celebrations of Premier League champions or Champions League champions, Brentford, returning to the Premier League after 74 years, still showcased its unique historical heritage and charm. At noon that day, amidst cheers and shouts from countless fans lining both sides of the street, Brentford's parade bus drove into the tunnel beneath Geffen Park Stadium. Afterwards, the players and coaches wearing commemorative jerseys with the number 74 entered the players' tunnel and walked onto the field from there. A thunderous and prolonged applause erupted at Geffen Park. After the applause gradually subsided, the ceremony officially began. First, there was a message from a senior member of the team. For example, Dean Smith, the English manager who once coached Brentford. The team's legendary striker, Dane Lasse-Webby. Ledesma, an Argentine midfielder currently playing but no longer active in the top 5 European leagues. Next up were speeches by Benham and Frank. Frank raised the microphone and said, "When I came here in 2016, I told Mr. Benham that I was here to get promoted to the Premier League. Now, I can tell you all. Tell Mr. Benham. Tell all the people of Brentford. I did it." All the Littleby fans in the stadium cheered again. The deafening roar of Frank Dexen almost blew the roof off the stadium. After the fans finished cheering, Benham took the microphone and began to speak. "I was born in this small town. My parents and my grandparents are all Brentford fans. And when I was 12 years old, I stepped onto the pitch for the first time. At that moment, I fell in love with Brentford. I'm willing to give everything for her. Here, I promise you all. Before the start of the new Premier League season, we will renovate the stadium and spend money to acquire strong players. We're determined to avoid relegation. We want to stay in the Premier League." The fans cheered and jumped for joy again. Stay in the PL. Stay in the PL. Stay in the Premier League. Next came the speeches from team leader Yang Song and several other team leaders. Then came team president Chirif Boya's outlook for the new season. Finally, there's Chen Chen, the 18-year-old prodigy who was instrumental in the team's promotion to the Super League. Don't leave. Don't leave. Do not leave. Before Chen Chen could even speak, the most sincere request from the fans at Brentford Stadium rang out. Chen Chen took a deep breath and then spoke. It's hard to say, but I really need to say it. The season is over, and I will be transferring away. It's an honor to have spent so many wonderful nights in Brentford. I'm also honored to have such great fans. Chapter 41 Responding to Southgate's call to arms. Chen Chen selected for the Three Lions' initial 33-man roster. In fact, Gareth Southgate had already called each player before the England national team released its latest squad list on social media. Those who didn't receive a call are out of the running for the Three Lions. When Ivan Toney received the call, he was with Pinnock. Ivan Toney was overjoyed, he could finally go to St. George's Park. Pinnock, on the other hand, looked dejected. To fulfill their dream of having 3 lions, the English-Malaysian mixed-race individual has been waiting for 3 years. Unfortunately, he was ultimately not selected. When Southgate called, Chen Chen was hesitating about which attribute to use the maxed-out attribute card on. Shot. Speed. Endurance. Interception and defense. Additionally, we need to think about how to use the 10 free attribute points from the hidden quest. Hey. Chen. Hey. Mr. Gareth. I'm calling to tell you that the England men's national football team wants to call you up. Would you be willing to accept? Certainly. Okay. Chen. I'll be waiting for you at St. George's. The England national team welcomes you. Sir, when can I come? At any time. At any time? Yes. You can go to St. George now if you'd like. But don't rush, get some rest, a car will pick you up tomorrow. That's all for now, see you tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow, Mr. Gareth. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen collapsed onto the bed, looking unusually happy. 3 lions. I'm here. The next day, a van bearing the 3 Lions team crest drove into the Brentford youth training ground. Although the championship matches have all ended, the women's team and youth training team matches are not yet over. Therefore, many people saw Chen Chen walk out of the base dormitory and get into this minivan. As the car drove out of the Littleby base, Chen Chen found that many fans were already waiting outside. Many young fans held up colorful signs to encourage Chen Chen. Chen Chen rolled down the car window and signed autographs and took photos with the town's fans and residents. The driver then accelerated, and the van sped towards the destination. Chen Chen did not choose to use the full value attribute card and the 10 free attribute points now, he wanted to wait a little longer. He wanted to see how Southgate positioned himself. If the player is positioned as an attacking midfielder or an offensive midfielder, then increase their speed and shooting ability. If you're playing as a left midfielder or central midfielder, you need to be able to move up and down the pitch to participate in both attacking and defensive play, then focus on improving your speed, physical strength, and defensive interception awareness. If you're positioned further back, like a defensive midfielder or left wing back, then you'll need to focus on physical strength and stamina. In short, Southgate added him wherever he wanted him to be. Soon, Chen Chen arrived at St. George's Park. This stadium is open to the public. What's the meaning? Apart from the England senior men's football national team and youth teams at all levels training here, any other individual or organization may use this place. Of course, this will cost money. After all, when the national team members aren't gathered here, St. George also needs to earn some extra money to supplement his income. Barcelona used to train here. In addition, Shanghai SIP U21 also ate and stayed here when they went to Europe for training. As Chen Chen got out of the car, another car stopped right behind him. A similarly tall and handsome young man appeared in front of Chen Chen. It's Palmer, who's still training with Manchester City's U21 team. Countless memes suddenly flashed through Chen Chen's mind. Palmer can be sold for $40 million. Haha, he's crazy. Why? Palmer neither made any runs down the wing nor any passes. He's worth 4,500. Then I'd be worth at least 10 million. Chapter 42 Watching the Champions League final at the National Football Centre in St. George's Park. The news of Chen Chen's selection for the England national team caused a sensation not only in England but also in China. Chinese football fans stormed the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association, making it impossible to view any related content. Chen Chen has joined the Three Lions. Those damned FA officials pushed away a top midfielder for a mere 2 million. You haven't even realized your potential yet, what's the rush? What if you ruin a promising talent like Zhong Yong? Didn't deliver. You scored 9 goals and provided 9 assists. The guy upstairs should just give me a thumbs up. I used to just think the Football Association was incompetent. Now I realize they are nothing but dirty, despicable, corrupt parasites. 2 million for a national team player. 2 million is just for getting into the national team. If you want to get off the roster and play in matches, you'll need a much larger sum. I support Chen Chen shining in the Three Lions. Let the Chinese national team players fend for themselves. Shouldn't we push forward with the anti-corruption campaign? The Football Association has so many problems, why aren't they being addressed? It's hopeless, it's really hopeless. It's hard to imagine that the Chinese national football team made it into the World Cup 18 years ago. Back then, I didn't have to envy people from South Korea at all. Seeing that the Football Association was playing dead, and the related trending topics kept dropping, fans simply decided to ignore it and unfollowed and uninstalled the app in one go. However, prior to this, the relevant reports were directly sent to the Discipline Inspection Commission of the General Administration of Sport, which was everyone's last hope. But who would have thought that there would be scoundrels among them? Of course, that's a story for another time. Fans flocked to online forums and related sports apps. Besides being filled with righteous indignation, everyone is also paying attention to and sharing Chen Chen's movements. Raise your hand. Anyone bought tickets for England's Euro 2016 match? Let's go see Chen Chen live. Me. I bought it. But I don't know if Chen Chen will make the final 26-man roster. I think it's pretty uncertain. Gallagher, Jones, Rice, Henderson, Bellingham. Wow. The competition for England's midfield is fierce. The Three Lions have said there will be a second batch of players, and other players who were not selected may return to Southgate's sights. Chen Chen not only has to compete with the current midfield, but also with those who were not selected. The pressure is overwhelming. The competition for this position is fierce. London, May 30th evening local time. Today is my first day reporting to St. George's Park, and there aren't many people at the base. Of the 33 people on the preliminary list, only about 20 showed up. It's not because the others are putting on airs, but because they genuinely have a reason to be late. Because Southgate didn't require him to report to St. George immediately, many people went to watch the Champions League final. The Champions League final kicks off tonight. Manchester City and Chelsea from the Premier League will meet at the Estadio do Dragão in Porto to compete for the 2020-21 Champions League trophy. Both teams have a large number of England internationals. For example, Stones, Foden, and Sterling in the Manchester City team. The Chelsea squad includes Mount, Hudson-Odoi, Reece James, and Chilwell. Apart from Foden and Stones, who were confirmed for the roster, no one else was selected. It's easy to imagine that the pressure of training and friendly matches going forward will be immense. Of course, quite a few England players were already confirmed to be out of the European Championship early on. For example, Manchester United's rising star Greenwood, the Red Devils youngster, has been confirmed to miss this European Championship due to injury. Chapter 43 The match reveals the truth. First friendly match, England vs Austria. The third day, June 2nd. Gareth Southgate appeared at the National Football Centre in St. George's Park. All the players who couldn't come have arrived. For example, Pickford, Arnold, Bellingham. And Foden, Stones, and a few others who participated in the Champions League final. Bellingham greeted Palmer as soon as he arrived, the two are old acquaintances from the England U21 team. Bellingham then greeted Chen Chen and gave him a hug. As a newcomer to the national team, Chen Chen, like other newcomers, moved among the crowd, shaking hands and hugging others. At this moment, Ivan Toney found Chen Chen. Two fellow countrymen from Brentford embraced tightly. The British don't greet each other with, "Have you eaten?" or "Yes." Normally it's, hey, but if you're feeling closer, it's, bastard. To be even more affectionate would be, that damn bastard. Chen Chen knew Ivan Toney's personality, so he spoke first. You damn bastard. Why are you so late? It's a pity Ivan Toney doesn't watch the Chinese New Year Gala, otherwise he would definitely say. What you said were all my words. After exchanging pleasantries, Southgate had his assistant Steve Holland lead everyone to change into their training clothes, and they would go directly to the training field to train later. St. George Park is indeed outrageously extravagant. Even the changing rooms are very luxurious. After changing into their training uniforms, everyone went to the training ground. Southgate had the new players introduce themselves again. The matches were then arranged according to the predetermined team training match roster. Of course, everyone had warmed up thoroughly. There were 33 people in total, which made up 3 teams of 11 people each. Chen Chen was assigned to the third team, which is the yellow team in the red, yellow and blue team. Blue represents the starting team, and red represents the rotation players. Yellow. Son Park 003. No, that's not it. Yellow signifies a substitute. Southgate really likes to use the 4-3-3 formation. But 42-31 and 4-51 were also tried. He is not a coach who sticks to one formation. After all, how could someone who can be the head coach of the Three Lions not have some skills? Chen Chen's forwards are Ivan Toney, Watkins, and Bowen. Watkins and Bowen were a little frustrated. They also discovered that the yellow team's overall strength was indeed very weak. They're all a bunch of lower to mid-level Premier League players. Fortunately, Southgate is quite good at maintaining a balance. For the defense, Southgate paired them with Gomez and Luke Shaw. This is considered to be at the level of a rotating key player. Gomez couldn't beat Stones and Mings. Luke Shaw can't beat Trippier. In the goalkeeper position, Southgate gave them a big gift, putting Pickford in goal. This can be seen as a test for Pickford, since the attacking lines of the top teams in the European Championship are at the level of England's starting midfielders and forwards. If you can withstand your teammates' attacks, you can also withstand the opponent's attacks. Chapter 44, The System issues another mission. Upgradable bronze-level England star chest. The 3 forwards are Grealish, captain Harry Kane, and Manchester United midfielder Lingard. Recent reports suggest that Aston Villa's star player, Jack Grealish, may transfer to Manchester City. The midfield trio, Cody, Saka, and Dortmund's rising star Bellingham. In defense, Mings will partner Rice at centre-back. Trippier will be at left-back, and Alexander-Arnold will anchor the right flank. In the goalkeeper position, Everton's Pickford will start. To be honest, I don't understand Southgate's starting lineup. On their bench sit Ben White, who has confirmed his transfer to Arsenal, Godfrey, the defender, Captain Henderson, midfielder Ward-Prowse, and midfielder Chen Chen. The Three Lions can field a normal starting lineup. Perhaps Southgate has his own ideas. Now let's follow the broadcast and enjoy this friendly match between England and Austria at Riverside Stadium. On the pitch, with the referee's whistle blowing, Kane passed the ball to Saka behind him. The competition has officially begun. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the players you are seeing now, attacking from left to right on the screen, wearing white jerseys with blue trim on their shoulders, are the England team. Wearing red shirts and black shorts, attacking from right to left on the screen is the Austrian team, they. Jean June quickly sped up his speech. Let's take a look at this attack first. Cody's dribble was intercepted by Laimer, and now the ball is in Sabitzer's hands. How should Leipzig choose their striker? Smash it horizontally. Give it to the Alaba that's stuck in the middle. Alaba continues to split to the right. Laimer has crossed the ball. Sabitzer. Sabitzer's headbutt. Goal. Austria takes the lead. There was a miscommunication between Rice and Mings. Southgate. You shouldn't have done that. Sabitzer, who scored the first goal of the match, ran frantically towards the corner flag. He then celebrated with a knee slide towards the Austrian fans who had traveled from afar. At this moment, the game time on the big screen had only reached the second minute. Gareth Southgate stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, showing no emotion. Then, as if remembering something, Nan Men quickly signaled to the players on the field to pay attention to their positioning. Interestingly, the broadcast cameras focused on the England team substitutes bench. On the bench, several regular midfielders and defenders were sitting. The Austrian team quickly finished celebrating, and both sides returned to the center circle to kick off. Trailing 0-1, England launched an attack and gained more possession of the ball. Austria, on the other hand, quickly retreated and played a 5-4-1 formation without any hesitation. Actually, the outcome of such a friendly match is irrelevant, as it is not considered a FIFA A-level match and does not count towards FIFA points. Therefore, many teams make bold changes to their formations and personnel in friendly matches in order to find the most suitable tactics for their team. However, today's Austria team played like it was the European Championship final, never changing their 5-4-1 defensive formation from the second minute until the end of the first half. They're not planning to change the player. It's fair to say they were determined to win a match that didn't count towards the points. There's a reason why Austria does things this way. In 10 days, Austria will face the Netherlands, Ukraine, and North Macedonia once each at the European Championship. Needless to say, the North Marathon is a complete flop. Their most glorious achievement was defeating a full-strength Italian team. But that doesn't change their weak and insignificant nature. Ukraine's squad strength is roughly the same as Austria's, while the Netherlands is stronger than both teams. Austria's current plan is to beat North Mavericks, draw or win against the Netherlands, and finally beat Ukraine to secure 7 points and qualify as the second-place team in the group. The key to winning this match against Ukraine will not be in attack, but in defense. Chapter 45. The competition isn't over yet. The counterattack begins now. However, despite Chen Chen's orchestration, the Three Lions gained the most possession on the field. However, simply having possession of the ball without being able to convert it into points is also unacceptable. On the sidelines, Austria's head coach, German Johann Fadl, gestured to his players to pay attention to their positioning and move inward to prepare for defense. This leaves England with even fewer good opportunities. Time slips away, bit by bit. At this moment, the Austrian fans in the stadium have already started singing their cheering anthem. They seem to have already seen the final winner of the game. The Three Lions fans, on the other hand, looked solemn. That's right, friendly matches are for training purposes. But if we can't even win the training battle, how can we win the main competition? How can we even dream of winning the championship? The one-sided offensive and defensive drill was a bit boring, so Jean June in the studio began to analyze the situation on the field. The Germans did their homework for this match, and Southgate's team seems to be in trouble. If the England national team loses at home today, they will personally end their unbeaten friendly record that they have maintained since 2017. You should know that since the friendly loss to France in 2017, England has never tasted defeat in a friendly match. In the last 3 friendly matches, Southgate's Three Lions have scored 9 goals, demonstrating their formidable attacking prowess. But what's going on today? The Three Lions seem to be lacking in attack. Now that the game has passed the 60-minute mark, shouldn't Southgate make a substitution? Perhaps changing the player will have a good effect. For the Austrian team, Foda's tactics were very effective. Whether in terms of market value or technical skills, the Austrian team is inferior to the Three Lions. But they achieved unity, just like Croatia did 18 years ago. Seemingly having heard Jean June's words, the broadcast camera first focused on Foda on the sidelines. The German man stood with his arms crossed and looked serious. Those who don't know might think that Austria is backward now. All good things must come to an end, and the same applies to the positions of head coaches in various teams. In the future, after Foda steps down as head coach of the Austrian national team, his successor will also be German. That's Ralf Rangnick, known as the godfather of football. That is, Ralf Rangnick, who served as Manchester United's interim manager. Of course, Rangnick's performance at Manchester United was rather average, and he did not secure a permanent contract. But a tree dies when transplanted, while a person thrives. Rangnick led the way very well after arriving in Austria. Austria first defeated Croatia 3-0, and then delivered a series of powerful blows to Germany and Italy in friendly matches. Finally, in the 2024 European Championship, Rangnick's team defeated the Netherlands, the second strongest team in their group, 3-2. If the Netherlands is the second strongest, then who is the first? France, who only scored 4 goals in 6 games. This even includes 2 own goals and penalty kicks. But I digress. Let's get back to the main point. The camera then focused on Southgate. The Three Lions have consistently been criticized for the following reason. Top-tier player level, second-rate teamwork, and third-rate, Southgate, tactics. However, Southgate seems to be keeping his composure. He did not choose to make any substitutions. The time displayed on the big screen has reached 67 minutes. Given the pace of the Premier League, substitutions are indeed necessary now. Except for Guardiola. After winning the Premier League title in 2022, the Spaniard made this statement: "Next season there will be 5 substitutions, and you will see how talented I am." Guardiola certainly kept his promise. In the Champions League round of 16 match between Manchester City and RB Leipzig in the 2022-23 season, Guardiola's genius with 1 substitution was useless. Southgate now also has this tendency. But this isn't the Champions League, nor is it any official competition. In a friendly match, you can make unlimited substitutions. On the other side, Fuda made substitutions early on. Aside from bringing on striker Gregoritsch, the other 6 changes were all to midfielders and defenders. In other words, regardless of whether the Three Lions make any changes to their squad, they will still face an Austrian team that has bolstered its defensive strength. Just as the Three Lions fans in the stadium began to complain and discuss, the situation on the field suddenly changed. 70th minute of the match. Trippier on the left dribbles down to the byline. However, instead of crossing the ball into the penalty area, he made a cross to Ward-Prowse. Gregoritsch immediately pounced on Ward. Without hesitation, the Southampton midfielder quickly passed the ball to the right again, to Chen Chen. Chapter 46, a faint shot, a real goal. Chen Chen scores a 1-on-1. Chen Chen's through ball was absolutely brilliant. Austrian coach Foda clutched his head in disbelief. How did they get past that midfielder? Fuck. The German immediately ran to the sideline and shouted loudly to the players on the field, demanding that they prepare for defense. A draw is fine, at least it shows that the team's tactics were fine today. Seeing how angry Fuda was, the players on the field quickly perked up. Everyone made up their minds and vowed to hold on to this draw. However, the 1-1 scoreline only lasted for 3 minutes before England scored again. In the 74th minute, Chen Chen delivered a brilliant no-look backheel pass, sending the ball unexpectedly to Lingard, who had suddenly appeared from the right wing. Lin Huang quickly dropped to the bottom, then passed the ball to the middle position at a 45-degree angle. Harry Kane made a sliding tackle and shot, and Bachmann quickly reached out to make a save. He managed to save the ball, but Bachmann couldn't hold on to it. The ball was saved and landed near the right post. Ward-Prowse, who had made a run to the far post, gently pushed the ball forward. The football went into the net. Another goal. Ward-Prowse. The 27-year-old Tottenham striker almost scored a brilliant brace within 5 minutes. What a pity. Bachmann made the save. However, Bachmann couldn't hold on to the ball, and Ward seized the opportunity. Today's game was so dramatic. Jean-June smiled and shook his head. 70 minutes ago, the Three Lions were dominating possession but unable to score. After more than 10 minutes of practice, Chen Chen's performance remained as strong as ever. 1 assist, 1 participation in the attack. Such data is absolutely perfect for a first-time debut. Of course, the game is not over yet. Perhaps Chen Chen can bring us even more surprises. This goal instantly enraged Foda on the sidelines. It's one thing that the midfield defense couldn't stop Chen Chen, but a draw is acceptable. How come the defense is making mistakes now? Seeing their coach Foda's reaction, the Austrian players on the field quickly lowered their heads. It wasn't because they were afraid of Fuda, but mainly because these few waves of trouble made them feel a bit sorry for their head coach. After all, Fuda had reminded everyone many times to pay attention to the defense. And what was the result? They underestimated their opponent. They underestimated Chen Chen, who was wearing jersey number 21. Yes, Chen Chen wore number 21 for the Three Lions. The England team's jersey numbers range from 1 to 33. In this situation, many Three Lions stars did not wear their club numbers. For example, Trent Alexander-Arnold, who wore number 66 for Liverpool, is wearing number 2 this time. Bellingham wears number 22 for Dortmund, but in this friendly match against Austria, the future 8th Prince, Bellingham will wear number 8. Maguire wears number 5 for Manchester United, but because he wasn't included in the squad for this friendly match, the number 5 for the national team went to Mings. Southgate has said that the jersey number for this match against Austria is not the final jersey number and will change. A typical example is that Mings, who wore number 5 in this game, later switched to number 15, and the original number 5 was given to Stones. Therefore, Chen Chen's jersey number will most likely change. Back to the game. The Austrian players, who had initially vowed to hold on to a draw, took a step back and now vowed to hold on to the 2-1 score. It was at this moment that Gareth Southgate made a substitution. Apart from Chen Chen and Ward-Prowse, who came on as substitutes in the second half, all other 9 positions were changed. Kane was also substituted, and he was replaced by Everton striker Calvert-Lewin. The team's formation remained unchanged at 4-2-3-1. Calvert-Lewin, at 186 centimeters tall, is more than capable of playing as a lone striker. Time ticked by, and soon the match reached the 86th minute. Southgate on the sidelines gestured that the game was almost over and that the pace should be slowed down, with a focus on defense. This gave the Austrian team, who had been under pressure, a chance to catch their breath, and they began to try to fight back. Trying to steal a draw. Chapter 47, the final 26-person roster has been announced. Chen Chen has been selected. Chen Chen has scored his first goal since joining the Three Lions. After finishing his commentary in one breath, Jean-June was a little out of breath. After pausing for a second or two, Jean-June continued. 1 goal and 1 assist. Chen Chen is England's biggest hero tonight. Without looking at the shot that was sure to go in, Chen Chen ran towards the corner flag with his arms outstretched, then leaped high into the air, pumping his fist and roaring in celebration. Lewin, who was right behind him, pounced on Chen Chen's back. The Everton striker could hardly believe his eyes. Anticipate the pass route, intercept and steal the ball, and finally calmly score a one-on-one goal against the goalkeeper. What an amazing performance! Sancho and Henderson, who came on as substitutes, also ran up and hugged Chen Chen. That was a beautifully executed one-on-one attack. Even the instant Chen Chen scored the goal, the England fans at Riverside Stadium erupted in cheers. You're telling me this is the performance of a championship midfielder? Guardiola, watching on television, covered his shiny bald head, much to the astonishment of the Spanish audience. He has excellent passing and through-the-ball skills, and he's also adept at intercepting and tackling. I've really struck gold. Wrong. I haven't signed a formal contract with him yet. Guardiola dared not wait any longer, he immediately took out his phone and called his assistant, Dominguez. He demanded that a formal contract be drafted immediately, as he needed to go to London to meet Chen Chen. Guardiola wasn't the only one eager to communicate with Chen Chen immediately. Mendes, who was in Italy at the time, was also among them. The Portuguese also noticed Chen Chen's performance in the friendly match. Throughout his career as an agent, Mendes has seen many talented individuals. But he swore that Chen Chen was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Without hesitation, Mendes quickly pulled out his phone and asked someone to book him the earliest flight to London. He was willing to become Chen Chen's agent. Just like when he partnered with Cristiano Ronaldo. Riverside Stadium. Southgate raised his hand and waved a few times, then the Three Lions manager nodded. He had decided that Chen Chen would be included in the 26-man squad for England's European Championship campaign this year. Fuda frowned, sensing that things weren't so simple. When did England produce such an amazing player? The Austrian coach quickly made another substitution and stood on the sidelines to direct the players on the field. He urged his players to push forward and try to score another goal. Unfortunately, there was very little time left in the game, and no matter how many crosses the Austrian team made at a 45-degree angle, it was to no avail. Finally, the referee blew the final whistle, and England defeated Austria at home. They got off to a great start in June. Southgate very gentlemanly walked over and shook hands with Fodard. Southgate wished Foda's Austrian team a good performance in this European Championship. Foda gave a wry smile. Austria's opponents are the Netherlands, the strongest team in the group, and Ukraine, a team with considerable strength. To be honest, Foda himself is prepared to compete for 4 best third places. However, since Southgate had made such a wish, Fowler accepted it. The German coach also offered his best wishes to the 3 Lions. Chapter 48 Full Value Attribute Card successfully used. Speed Attribute Points allocated. Of this 26-man roster, Lingard is probably the most regrettable. After joining West Ham United in the winter transfer window, Lingard made 19 appearances, scoring 9 goals and providing 5 assists, while also winning the Premier League Player of the Month and Goal of the Month awards for April. It can only be said that his failure to be selected was very surprising. After all, Lingard started in yesterday's match against Austria. All right. Your Lin Huang will not be able to act so arrogantly. In contrast, Trent Alexander-Arnold, who was previously considered by 3 Lions fans to be likely to be left out, was actually included in the final squad. In fact, any fan who watched the England vs Austria match wouldn't be surprised by this. In this match, Liverpool's number 66 supercar was able to go up and down the flanks, and his speed and breakthroughs on the wings were quite impressive. Although he didn't score or assist, he drew away his opponents, creating space for Lingard to move up front. In addition, Arnold has performed very well for Liverpool and deserves a spot. Of course, the most surprising thing was Chen Chen's selection. After all, most English people only learned of Chen Chen's existence during this international break. And he only needed 1 game to win the MVP. Chen Chen has won over countless 3 Lions fans. St. George Park National Football Centre. There was no grand departure ceremony. Lingard and his group, including Ward-Prowse and Ben White, simply left. The same applies to Ivan Toney and Crystal Palace's Goy. After sending everyone away, Southgate specifically chose a time on the evening of the 7th to talk with each player. Southgate's first choices were Captain Kane, Maguire, and a few others. Next up was Chen Chen. Chen Chen was also willing to talk to Southgate. After all, he needed to know his position in the 3 Lions. Is he a left forward, an attacking midfielder, or a central midfielder? Or they could play as a defensive midfielder. Based on the positioning arrangement during the match against Austria, Chen Chen personally prefers the left wing and attacking midfield position. Upon meeting, Southgate went straight to the point. Chen. Would you prefer to play left forward or attacking midfielder? Chen Chen replied. Boss. Any position is fine, as long as there's a ball to kick. After chuckling twice, Southgate said to Chen Chen. In my vision, the 2 wingers will be more involved in the attack than in the defense. So someone is needed in midfield to organize and link up play, and you are a very suitable candidate. Furthermore, when Kane is playing as a target man with his back to goal, I need midfielders who can fully participate in the attack. Your left and right foot skills are very balanced, and you are very offensive. I want to put you in the attacking midfield position. Your speed and physical strength are relatively weak points, so I hope you can be used more as a playmaker in the attacking third, using sharp passes to break down the opponent's defense. Chen Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, in Southgate's lineup plan, if Chen Chen can improve his speed and physicality, he is willing to give Chen Chen a stable starting time. As for now, despite Chen Chen's outstanding performance against Austria, he faces too much competition for the attacking midfield position. Chelsea midfielder, 21-year-old Mount, can play as a left midfielder, as well as an attacking midfielder and a central midfielder. Grealish can play as a winger on either side, and he can also play as an attacking midfielder. According to FIFA's player ratings for each position, Villa's attacking midfielder rating is higher than that for wingers. Additionally, 19-year-old Saka can also play as an attacking midfielder, but not often. Chen Chen still needs to work harder if he wants to start. Southgate didn't waste much time after that. After a few more words, Southgate quickly went to find his next conversation partner. After communicating with Southgate, Chen Chen finally understood his position in the 3 Lions. First of all, it's impossible for him to play as a defensive midfielder. The double defensive midfield partnership of Rice and Calvin Phillips is very solid and well coordinated. Therefore, only the left forward and attacking midfield positions are available for Chen Chen to utilize. Judging from Southgate's words, Chen Chen will likely be coming on as a substitute in the attacking midfield position more often. Just like in the previous match against Austria, we used our excellent passing ability and relatively abundant stamina to attack the opponent's fragile defense, which was suffering from a sharp decline in stamina. But once you're on the national team, who would want to stay on the bench as the best spectator? Chapter 49 Mendes visits St. George's Park. But all of this is predicated on one thing: going to sleep first. There's another friendly match tomorrow, the 8th. The friendly match is easier than the main match. Chen Chen needs to try to get the MVP and upgrade the treasure chest to gold. June 8, the Three Lions' last friendly match before the European Championship. This time, their opponent is Romania, a team ranked 44th in the world, but which failed to qualify for the finals of this European Championship. Chen Chen knows a player on the Romanian team, namely Stanciu, who will join Wuhan 3 Towns in the future. As for other people I know, then that's it. The game started in complete control of the Three Lions' rhythm. In the 11th minute, Foden crossed from the left wing, and Kyle Walker, who was in position at the far post, scored England's first goal of the match. Then, in the 23rd minute, Foden scored again for the Three Lions, making the score 2-0. 4 minutes later, Mount's long-range shot caused the opposing goalkeeper to fumble, and Kane followed up to score 3-0. Today, England reversed their previous embarrassing situation of dominating possession but failing to score at Riverside Stadium, and immediately secured the victory for today's match. In the first half stoppage time, Stanciu broke through and won a penalty, converting it into a penalty. Stanciu calmly unleashed a powerful shot into the bottom left corner, pulling one back for Romania. Romania's counterattack provoked an even fiercer offensive from the Three Lions. In the 49th minute of the second half, Kane scored with a low shot inside the penalty area, completing his brace. The score is now 4-1. In the 55th minute, Southgate made a substitution. Players like Chen Chen, Rice, Bellingham, and Luke Shaw all got playing time. Luke Shaw had been injured before, but he's recovering quite well. A healthy Manchester United left-back is undoubtedly Southgate's first choice, so in order to let Luke Shaw get back into form, Southgate chose to bring him on when the score was significantly ahead. England played a 4-2-3-1 formation today. 3 attacking midfielders and 1 lone striker. Mount is in the center. Mount, valued at 80 million, is the first choice to start in this position, and Chen Chen before the penalty shootout is still no match for him. But that's not necessarily the case now. Chen Chen was very focused after coming on, and his through passes were quite impressive. It's a pity that Rashford, Grealish, and Saka missed their clever through balls and failed to capitalize on their opportunities. Chen Chen really wanted to kick it himself, but he hadn't had many good opportunities. Why? Chen Chen's outstanding performance in the last game caught the attention of Romania. In addition, Chen Chen's breakthrough speed has increased, his dribbling frequency has become more intense, and his instantaneous acceleration when passing opponents is far ahead of everyone else on the field. Therefore, despite Romania being 3 goals down and needing to strengthen their attack, Romanian coach Radoy still chose to have at least 2 players closely mark Chen Chen. Chen Chen's performance in the second half was utterly baffling. Passing through balls is fine, but as soon as I start dribbling and running, the opponent immediately rushes over to defend. And it wasn't just one person, there were at least 2, and at most 4, surrounding them. The result was that Romania failed to contain the rest of the team, completely disregarding the performance of the other 3 Lions players. Finally, in the 71st minute of the second half, Luke Shaw assisted Rice to score with a curling shot. The score was now 5-1. Kane, who scored twice, became the MVP of today's match. Chen Chen felt it was a bit of a pity that he missed the chance to upgrade the treasure chest to gold. Chapter 50, First Battle against Croatia. System mission issued. We can only discuss the contract in general terms right now, as the commercial value is the biggest factor, and it's too complicated to explain in a short time. Chen Chen wasn't in a hurry. After the European Championship, he will have enough time to negotiate with Mendes. Moreover, if he performs well, the agent contract he signs will be more favorable to him. Time slipped away little by little. Amid the eager anticipation of football fans and spectators worldwide, the 16th European Championship has begun. As mentioned before, the opening match is Italy vs Turkey, and the game will be played on the evening of June 12. England's first group stage match is scheduled for 1 p.m. on June 13. Southgate said he no longer cared about the hottest time of day, midday. To cater to the viewing experience of international fans, let alone UEFA, hasn't the FA already scheduled enough matches to start at noon? On the afternoon of June 12, both Southgate and Dalek attended the pre-match press conference. England narrowly lost to Croatia in extra time in the last World Cup, so this match, while not exactly one of intense rivalry, is pretty much a foregone conclusion. At the press conference, Southgate reiterated the team's determination to win, with the core idea being simple: just do it. Dalek was well aware of the difficulty of this clash of titans, as the team's veterans had aged 3 years since 3 years ago. At the pre-match press conference, Dalek appeared very low-key. He only answered a few key questions briefly before leaving the press conference early. Unfortunately, Dalek's players are not as strong as England's, so he needs more time to think things through. Let's think about how to use tactical arrangements to narrow the gap in hard power between the two sides. The match between the Three Lions and the Checkered Ones is definitely the highlight of the first round of the group stage. But now, everyone's attention is not on a rematch of the 2018 semi-final, but on the opening match at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Italy is not the biggest favorite to win this European Championship, which is likely related to their elimination in the European qualifying playoffs for the 2018 World Cup. After all, teams that never falter are unlikely to gain the approval of betting organizations. Of course, the biggest reason is that the team's players are weaker compared to other popular teams. On social media, many fans believe there are 3 teams that are the biggest favorites. They are France, the 2018 World Cup champions; Belgium, who performed well in the 2018 World Cup and the recent UEFA Nations League; and England, the team with the highest squad value in this European Championship. Following closely behind are the Netherlands, Portugal, and Spain. As for Italy, nobody had high hopes for him. But he's the most promising one. Italy ultimately won the championship. Of course, there are gains and losses. The 2020 European Championship winners slipped up again in the 2022 playoffs, being upset by North Macedonia. There's not much to say about the Italy vs Turkey match. Playing on home soil, with superior strength, and fueled by the revenge fire of their disappointing elimination in 2018, how can Turkey withstand this challenge? Immobile contributed a goal and an assist, Insigne scored to extend the lead, and Berardi's cross forced an own goal, giving Italy a comfortable 3-0 victory over Turkey. The end of this match officially marked the start of the European Championship cycle in Europe. On the morning of the second day, the 13th, the England team did not schedule any training. Southgate gave the players free time to move around and get a feel for the game. However, there is one rule: you can't wander around outside aimlessly. Unable to go out or train, everyone started playing other ball sports. Mings is very tall, at 196 centimeters. Pickford joked that if he hadn't played football, he would have had a good career in basketball. Mings really does like playing basketball, and then he dragged Pickford and Maguire to play basketball. Maguire's turns on the football field are as swift as an aircraft carrier, but on the basketball court, he turns as lightly as a swallow. Chapter 51: Chen Chen stands on as a substitute. Modric vs Harry Kane. Random treasure chest. Purple gold treasure chest. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Then it went dark again. The probability is only 1%. Did you learn this from Ma Fong of Pengcheng? However, the second tip that followed offered Chen Chen some comfort. But not many. After all, the idea that scoring more goals will increase the probability of scoring more goals is something that needs to be demonstrated against Croatia. To increase the odds, you need to face Croatia and score a brace, a hat-trick, or even a quadruple. How is that possible? Cristiano Ronaldo's hat-trick against Spain was also due to a combination of favorable timing, location, and support. 1 penalty kick, 1 elliptical curveball. How do I copy this? Chen Chen did not start today, he was on the bench. In the locker room, after giving instructions on positioning and words of encouragement, Southgate led the way out of the players' tunnel. Chen Chen followed him out. Gareth Southgate was greeted with cheers from the entire stadium as soon as he appeared. Although fans have some grievances against Southgate, at such a crucial moment, the Three Lions fans are willing to set aside their prejudices and give the former England international the biggest and loudest cheers. Feeling the thunderous roar and cheers from the fans in the stadium, Chen Chen suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. His breathing became rapid. I became even more excited. That's the feeling. It's that feeling of, the world is focused on you. Southgate walked over and shook hands with Dalek, while Chen Chen followed his teammates to their seats on the bench. As mentioned earlier, in Southgate's mind, Chen Chen is good at attacking and good at organizing and passing the ball. However, it lacked a bit of competitiveness. Chen Chen's speed breakthrough performance in the last game was quite good, so Southgate crossed out his average speed assessment. In addition, Chen Chen's stamina, or endurance, is relatively worse than the others. Today's game requires everyone to quickly return to their defensive positions, so there is no room for carelessness. Good evening, everyone watching on television and in the studio. Thank you for staying up late on Sunday night in our Migu Sports Studio to watch a crucial and exciting match in the first round of the 2020 European Championship group stage. England will host Croatia at home. I am Jean Jun, today's commentator, and sitting next to me is Coach Zhang Lu. Coach Zhang, please say hello to everyone. Hey everyone. I'm Zhang Lu. Jean Jun hummed in agreement and continued. Many new fans and viewers may be asking, it's already 2021, why is it still called the 2020 European Championship? We would like to remind everyone that due to the pandemic, the 2020 European Championship was postponed to this year. However, the 2024 European Championship will not be postponed and will be held in Germany as scheduled. In other words, after this year's European Championship, we only have to wait 3 years to be able to watch Europe's biggest sporting event again. At the same time, the Qatar World Cup will also be with us in 2022. With so many matches, you must want to watch them to your heart's content. Migu Sports now offers monthly, quarterly, and annual pass packages, covering the European Championship, the World Cup, the Premier League, La Liga. We have everything you like. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with 666 comments. Chapter 52. The Three Lions are in trouble. Modric assists Rebic to score. If football is likened to war, in terms of strategic planning and command, Modric may not be able to surpass Zidane, Xavi, and Pirlo. But if we're talking about always being at the forefront, fully armed and ready for battle, then Modric is definitely among the top. Ferguson once praised the Croatians. He, Modric, is a role model for modern players. The player I most look forward to working with? It has to be Luka. Former Croatian national team coach Slavoj Bilic once said, looking at the world, only Kaká of Brazil is better than Modric. Two different Croatian teams with and without Modric on the field. As long as Modric is on the field, the Griezmann players will inevitably be very fierce. Like now. 13th minute of the match. Croatia launches an attack. Modric received a pass from Kovacic behind him, and after dribbling a few steps, the Real Madrid midfielder immediately passed the ball to Kramaric on the right wing. Today, the checkered army fielded a 4-3-3 formation, but in the actual match, they used a 4-2-3-1 formation. Modric was positioned in front of Perisic and Kramaric to orchestrate the attack. If Chen Chen plays, he will most likely play in the attacking midfield position. It is worth noting that at Manchester City, this position is usually occupied by De Bruyne. If Chen Chen joins Manchester City, he will then have to compete with the Belgian star. Fortunately, Chen Chen can move to the left, and De Bruyne can occasionally move to the right, so both of them have backup positions. As for the original left and right laners, then who cares about them? After passing the ball to Kramaric, Modric and Brozovic pressed forward together. Croatia is playing away today, and given that it's a European Championship match, they've abandoned their cautious, defensive strategy of trying to secure a point. Dalek's strategy today was to apply heavy pressure in the first half, forcing the opponent to make fatal mistakes and create scoring opportunities, and then make substitutions and adjustments in the second half to focus on defense. Southgate understood his opponent's thinking, so he didn't choose the same highball tactics from the start. Instead, he had his players tighten their formation and make their defensive positioning more compact, so as not to give the opponent any chance. Kramaric quickly made a run down the wing and then passed the ball back to Modric, who was making a run forward. Modric swept the ball across the penalty spot before Mings could reach out and intercept. Modric's choice was actually quite simple, but sometimes simple tactical choices are the most effective. The ball landed near the penalty spot, and Rebic made a forward run and slid in to poke it in. Pickford couldn't catch him. Croatia opened the scoring at Wembley Stadium. Modric. Find Kramaric. Give it back to the magic flute. Sweep to the middle, Rebic. The first goal has been scored. Croatia takes the first goal. The checkered army has taken the lead at Wembley Stadium. The current score is 0-1. After losing to Armenia and Belgium in friendly matches, everyone is worried about the checkered army's performance. However, in their first match of Group D at the European Championship, Croatia swept away their two-game losing streak and staged a triumphant return. Modric's decisive pass to the wing and sweep across, Kramaric's excellent run down the flank. Rebic's selfless sliding tackle and shot. This is the strength of the runner-up in the 2018 World Cup. Is the Three Lions going to lose to Croatia again? In the studio, John June was yelling at the top of his lungs. Croatia's attack was incredibly smooth. John June began to compare Chen Chen and Modric. After careful comparison, John June discovered that Chen Chen's only advantages over Modric were speed and youth. Croatian fans at Wembley Stadium went wild. Chapter 53, Chen Chen scores as a substitute after only 4 minutes on the field. A long-range shot finds the net. For the first 10 minutes or so of the match, Osato's officiating was pretty sound. Just now, Stones complained that the opponent was suspected of being offside, and Osato also shook his head decisively and said no, while pointing firmly to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The outcome of the VAR investigation also proved that Osato's ruling was reasonable and swift. Gareth Southgate, on the sidelines, realized the team's positioning error. So after the kickoff, he had Foden move back to form a four-man midfield with Mount and a few others to strengthen the midfield defense. Kane will lead the attack, while Sterling will play as a striker. The overall formation should be 44-11. Is this useful? It actually works a little. Croatia's attacks would disappear as soon as they reached England's midfield, and all their offensive momentum would instantly vanish. In contrast, the Three Lions' offensive began to become increasingly fierce. Croatia paid the price of several yellow cards in an effort to prevent their opponents from scoring. 28th minute of the match. Rice, who was trailing behind, made a long pass to Sterling on the right wing, and then Sterling made a preemptive pass towards the sideline. It turns out he intended to give it to Calvin Phillips, who quickly attached the edge. Just as Phillips was about to get the ball, he was tackled to the ground by Gvardiol, ball and all. For this, the current Dinamo Zagreb defender, and future Manchester City player, paid the price with a yellow card. England were awarded a free kick near the right flank by the byline in the attacking third. Kane picked up the ball and handed it to Foden and Mount, who were about to take the free kick. Actually, Chen Chen could have kicked him at that point too. Unfortunately, Chen Chen did not play. Kane walked into the penalty area, ready to pounce on a chance. Stones and Rice, both 188 centimeters tall, came near the potential first ball, creating some space for Kane's possible header opportunity. In fact, this pulling arrangement is usually carried out by Stones and Henderson, but today Henderson, like Chen Chen, is sitting on the bench. Bang! Mount kicks off. Find Kane in the penalty area. Just like in regular training, Stones headed the ball to the far post, and Kane seized the opportunity. A header. Bang! The ball hit the goalpost and bounced back. Vida reacted quickly and cleared the ball with a long kick into the attacking third. Ugh! All the Three Lions fans at Wembley Stadium let out a sigh. That was such a pity. Kane was also holding the back of his head, feeling extremely regretful. So close. He was just a hair's breadth away from helping the team tie the score. Gareth Southgate, standing on the sidelines, also felt very sorry. After all, such a good opportunity is rare. It wasn't just Livakovic, who regretted his lack of skills when the time came, who was terrified. Dalek was also on the sidelines. Dalek quickly gestured for his disciples to tighten their formation and prepare for defense. He told Perisic and Kramaric to go back, and the team should play 5-4-1 first. Like all the fans, the Three Lions players on the bench were all holding their heads in disappointment as they watched their team fail to score. Chen Chen is the same. To be honest, the teammates on the field did a great job in this round. Chen Chen doesn't think he can change anything by playing. Luck played a large part in why we failed to score this time. If we had defended the first ball properly, this missed opportunity wouldn't have been so painful. On the field, the game continued. In the 33rd minute, Modric initiated an attack, but this time Foden didn't let Kramaric get past him so easily. Foden also brought Kramaric down, and the referee showed him a yellow card. Then, in the 38th minute. Chapter 54 Talented people emerge in every generation. Remember, my name is Chen Chen. When Chen Chen cut inside, all eyes in the stadium were on him. Many Croatian fans who were singing immediately fell silent. Their pupils began to contract rapidly. Chen Chen's solo performance was incredibly fast. There was no time to react. In 2018, France's match against Argentina produced a supercar. Will England produce a supercar today? On the pitch, Croatian players are all used to big games. But he cut inside, dribbled, accelerated past his opponent, and then casually raised his leg and fired a shot. This set of movements was performed so smoothly and effortlessly. This deeply shocked them. A tremendous sense of frustration arose within me. For a fleeting moment, Chen Chen's long-range shot gave the Griezmann players a hint of Zidane's legendary volleys. Modric on the field was stunned. No. I hadn't even finished my defensive positioning when you took a shot. While it's true that talented people emerge in every generation, isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Of course, it wasn't just Modric who was stunned. Livakovic in front of the goal also paused for a moment. The Croatian goalkeeper had no time to react to that long-range shot and could only stand there dumbfounded, watching the ball go into the net. From his perspective, the shot went straight into the top corner. With such a fast ball speed and such a tricky angle, how could anyone possibly save it? Dalek, standing on the sidelines, stared intently at Chen Chen on the field. Damn it! Who said that championship midfielders are not to be feared? Who said friendly matches have no value? A deafening roar erupted at Wembley Stadium. The moment he scored, Southgate waved his arms wildly. Then Southgate turned around and hugged assistant coach Steve Holland. Steve, see that? I made the right choice. Chen is our backup hero. The DJ at the scene also began to guide the fans. Goal scorer. Number 18. All the fans said in unison. Chen. Goal scorer, number 18. Chen. Near the corner flag, Kane waved and cheered to the fans. Then Captain Daeng ruffled Chen Chen's thick hair, shook his head, and sighed. You're born for the big stage. He dribbles past Kramaric and shoots before Luka can get to the goal. A generous gift of crabs. Chen. Cheer up. Today will be your breakthrough match. Just like Kylian Mbappe. Chen Chen smoothed his hair, smiled, and nodded in response. Captain, don't worry. After today, I will make sure every fan remembers me. Kane nodded. Very good. Very energetic. On the other side, seeing his teammates looking a bit down, Modric quickly clapped his hands and shouted. Don't panic. Everyone, stay focused. It's just a temporary draw, we still have time. We won in 2018, and we can win this time too. Sime, Vrsaljko, move up a bit and work with Andre, Kramaric, to limit the opponent's number 18. The captain's role is now clearly demonstrated. Inspired by Modric, the Croatian players on the field recovered from their earlier setback. Modric's words ignited the competitive spirit of his teammates, raising the fighting will of the checkered army to a new level. 3 years ago they could beat England. Chapter 55, Across from the Wing. The Three Lions complete a comeback. As soon as he saw the ball coming, Sterling caught it immediately. Then he dribbled forward and sprinted. Although Sterling is often jokingly called Happy Sterling, his ability to participate in the European Championship speaks for itself. Faced with Kovacic's pressing, the British star chose to overwhelm his opponent with unreasonable speed. Seeing that Sterling had evaded the opponent's defense, Chen Chen on the left wing immediately swung his legs and sprinted forward. Kramaric and Vrsaljko clearly coordinated to block Chen Chen's forward run, but Chen Chen still managed to outrun them with his speed. Sterling on the right wing is using his speed to break through the opponent's defense. The same goes for Chen Chen on the left. Wow! Are these England's two fastest wingers? Sterling, who was dribbling the ball on the right flank, didn't continue running along the sideline, but instead passed the ball to Kane near the edge of the penalty area. Guardiola missed his target and then quickly lunged at Kane, who was receiving the ball. Kane was quite happy to get the ball. But as soon as they saw Gvardiol, Kaleta and Brozovic pounce on him, the English captain was in a bit of a dilemma. Without much hesitation, Kane passed the ball to the left wing. Chen Chen glanced at the ball, then at the checkered army's penalty area. He then took a few small steps forward, followed by using his right foot as a supporting foot, opening his arms, and kicking the ball towards the lower part of the field with his left foot. Bang! The ball's trajectory has been changed. They sprinted quickly towards Croatia's penalty area. Chen Chen. Across from the wing. Croatians have two tall centre-backs. Let's see how Kane and Stones, who makes forward runs, will choose. Should we seize 1 point or surround 2 or 3 points? When he saw Chen Chen immediately cross the ball, Livakovic in front of the Croatian goal looked very serious. There was no way around it. Kane and Stones, who were nearby, were putting too much pressure on him. One is Tottenham's top scorer, and the other is Manchester City's header kingpin when attacking from corner kicks. Moreover, both of them are quite tall. Kane and Stones are both 188 centimeters, so Kaleta, at 192 centimeters, might not necessarily have an advantage. Livakovic hesitated. He hesitated whether to take the initiative and catch the ball, or to hit it. And in that moment of hesitation, the ball had already flown over the penalty area. Stones and Kaleta leaped up at the same time. In the end, Stones, who is 188 centimeters tall, actually came out on top. Blue Moon's defender unleashed a powerful header. Livakovic was given very little time to react. The ball was smashed into the bottom right corner of the goal. Stones. Headbutt. Both wings attack. England capitalizes on this cross from the wing to make it 2-1. The Three Lions have completed a comeback at home. It's Chen Chen again. Chen Chen has only been on the pitch as a substitute for 10 minutes in the second half, yet he has already orchestrated a remarkable comeback, equalizing and taking the lead. Without a doubt. 1 goal and 1 assist. It's safe to say that Chen Chen is the best rookie of this European Championship. Premier League giants, are you still sitting still? For someone like Chen Chen, the penalty for breach of contract is only €30 million. He intercepted and tackled Kramaric, outpaced Vrsaljko with his speed, and finally delivered a cross of exceptional quality. €60 million is not excessive. Jean Jun's extremely excited voice echoed in the studio and was then transmitted to the ears of all the fans and viewers through the microphone. The live stream chat was filled with 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. All the Chinese fans watching the live stream were terrified. The Football Association is a bunch of bastards. Chapter 56 Beckham. Beckham's curve starts. Modric and Kovacic stood at the penalty spot. England fielded a 5-man wall. To prevent a possible ground-sweeping strike, Chen Chen was positioned behind the human wall. Bang! Modric, take the penalty. He aimed directly at the goal guarded by Pickford. Unfortunately, the ball wasn't high enough and didn't even get over the wall. The Three Lions then quickly launched a counterattack. Still Sterling. He dribbled the ball powerfully down the right flank. And that was the end of it. Gvardiol rushed up and made a flying tackle, cleanly clearing the ball out of bounds from Sterling's feet. This gave the team a few seconds to turn around and defend. The checkered fans in the stadium applauded Gvardiol for his brilliant clearance. 67th minute. Kane leaned against Kaleta and passed the ball that Calvin had kicked back to Rice. Rice took a few steps forward. After spotting Petkovic rushing towards him, Rice gave a head start, aiming for Chen Chen near the sideline. Upon seeing the ball coming, Chen Chen didn't stand still and wait, but instead slowly ran forward sideways. Vrsaljko was smarter this time. He called over centre-back Vida to help with the defense. Chen Chen didn't choose to cross this time. After all, there was a tall centre-back there. He first stopped the ball to his right foot, then made a step-over motion with his left foot. Seeing that he hadn't fooled Vrsaljko, he immediately stepped to the right with his right foot, indicating that he was moving to the right. Upon seeing this, Vida immediately took a step to the left, ready to accelerate and intercept Chen Chen's dribbling route. But Chen Chen wasn't thinking of running to the right, he wanted to squeeze between the two of them. Chen Chen was very confident in his dribbling skills. The moment Vida took a step, Chen Chen immediately stopped moving to the right, then hooked the ball with his right foot in front of Vrsaljko, luring the Croatian right-back to extend his leg to press. Vrsaljko fell for it this time. At that very moment, Chen Chen immediately hooked the ball to the right. Vida saw that Vrsaljko had made a mistake, so he quickly stretched out his foot to press the ball. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen dribbled the ball to the left again, then moved forward, running through the gap between Vrsaljko and Vida. Although it's a long story. But it all happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen. Hook the ball back. Move forward. These are fried meatballs. Jean Jun's eyes widened. Two people sandwiching them. How dare they do that? Zhang Lu chuckled and continued. He's dribbled past that number 2 again. What's his name? Vrsaljko. He's the one who was the backdrop for Chen Chen's assist just now. I have to say, Chen Chen's dribbling move this time was really high quality. He even used the deep-fried meatball move. On the field, Vida was trying to push and pull Chen Chen. Too bad it's too late. Chen Chen had already run over there. Seeing that things were not going well, Livakovic quickly moved 2 steps to the right, bent down slightly, and prepared to defend against Chen Chen's possible close-range shot. Kane, positioned in the middle, was waving for the ball, but because Kaleta was standing in the passing lane, Chen Chen did not choose to pass it to Kane. Time was of the essence, so Chen Chen quickly spread his arms and aimed directly at the far post of the goal. Bang! The football drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew quickly toward Livakovic's left side. Chen Chen's envisioned powerful shot into the net did not materialize. Javadial made a miraculous goal line save, hooking the ball back. Fu Huan would cry if she saw this. Ugh! Upon seeing this, the 3 Lions fans at the scene covered their heads in disbelief. Chapter 57. This world is eager to hear stories of early fame. No problem at all. Chen Chen has scored a direct goal. That was an extremely high-level set-piece shot. A crescent moon. That's a very difficult curveball. Livakovic was deceived by the ball with spin. Inside the Migu studio, Jean Jun was also shouting passionately. A double whammy in his debut. I've seen this episode before. After returning to London from China, Chen Chen scored twice in his first match back at Brentford. Incredible. Chen Chen delivered a phenomenal performance at the European Championship. Not only was Jean Jun shocked, but Zhang Lu was also stunned. This is outrageous. The distance must have been at least 30 meters, and Chen Chen just kicked it directly like that. The Chinese national football team missed out on a world-class player. That association deserves to die. Jean Jun quickly signaled to Zhang Lu to be careful what she said. Wembley Stadium. The moment the ball crossed the net, the stadium fell silent for a brief moment before deafening cheers erupted. The noise was so loud that it felt like the entire stadium roof was about to be blown off. Livakovic, watching helplessly as the ball went into the net, knelt down on the ground, his hands limply supporting him. His mentality has collapsed. After scoring, Chen Chen dodged his teammates' hugs and rushed straight to the south stand, then celebrated with a sliding knee celebration. As Chen Chen finished his sliding kneeling thrust, he stood up again. He stretched out his right hand and gave a strong fist pump to the 3 Lions fans. Ugh! Chen! Goat! England fans responded excitedly to Chen Chen's celebration. At this moment, Chen Chen is the most dazzling guy at Wembley Stadium. The entire Wembley Stadium turned into a sea of celebration for the 3 Lions fans. The DJ at the scene was also passionately guiding the fans. Goal. A beautiful free kick. The crescent moon blade reappears. Let's shout the goal scorer's name. Number 18. Chen. 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 The fans were very cooperative, there was only one voice at Wembley Stadium. That's Chen Chen's name. Some are happy while others are sad, the checkered army is filled with regret. Dalek's eyes were red-rimmed, and a sense of utter dejection was about to spill over the broadcast screen. On the field, Modric sniffed and, looking dejected, slowly led his teammates back to the center circle. Having scored the first goal, their advantage was enormous. But ever since that kid came up, the situation in the game suddenly changed. Vrsaljko on the right wing made a series of mistakes. Kramaric became the backdrop for his opponent. Now we also have to add Perisic, who delivered the set piece. Speaking of Perisic, the defender who was originally preparing for a quick counterattack is now a bit lost. He also felt a bit guilty. If I hadn't spread my arms, I wouldn't have been awarded a free kick. And I wouldn't have conceded a goal. Chapter 58, Defeat the Grid Legion. Combat attribute values increased. After the match, Chen Chen received the MVP trophy from the tournament organizers on the sidelines. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chen gave an interview to UEFA. A female reporter with a slender yet large figure and a fairly good-looking face walked over. If it were an Asian, Chen Chen would think that this was a small branch bearing a large fruit, simply the pinnacle of pear-shaped figures. But this is Europe, and Chen Chen believes that surgery is more likely. Of course, this doesn't mean that surgery didn't happen in Asia, but compared to Europe, it seems more natural in Asia. Chen. First of all, congratulations on your victory in the first match. I'd like to ask you, as a player who has been selected for the England national team for the first time, and the first England player to come off the bench in a European Championship and score twice and provide an assist, what would you like to say? First of all, I am honored to play for the England national team. Secondly, I never thought I would be the first substitute to have a great performance, as you mentioned. I didn't think about those records, I was just playing my best. I want to say that everything is for winning. Records are not the most important thing. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and answered her with a smile. You had a fantastic cut-in shot and a direct free kick goal today. I'd like to ask you, how did you do that? Those are not easy goals. Well, it stems from my confidence in my footwork. In those few spots, my heart told me I could take a kick, so I did. Before the match, many Croatian fans said they would beat you again like they did in 2018, but now you've beaten them. Do you have anything to say to Croatia? Croatians are a very strong opponent. I watched their matches in 2018, and they are a tough team to beat. There's nothing wrong with fans supporting their national team, it's in their blood. I sincerely wish Croatia all the best in qualifying for the next round, and I hope we can meet again in the final. Chen Chen did not express much personal emotion, but continued to answer questions in a very official manner. At that moment, Chen Chen realized that Zhang Wuji's mother was right, beautiful women really can't be trusted. The reporter's question was clearly meant to create a sensation. If Croatian fans didn't say they would beat you, would they say they would lose to you? It's like the Chinese national football team is likely to lose to a smaller team, but would Chinese football fans say, why not just concede? Although the final score of 0-7 certainly proved that it would have been better to have taken the shot. But when two armies are at war, how can one retreat? Of course, regardless of whether the reporter asks this question or not, Chen Chen will stand up and express his respect for Croatia and Modric. After all, Modric was running on the pitch while he was watching the game. Being able to compete on the same stage as his idol is his biggest dream in life. Now it's all perfect. Many Croatian fans said they became fans after seeing Chen Chen's interview video. Instead of belittling his opponent, he encouraged and respected him. Who wouldn't love such a polite, emotionally intelligent, and technically skilled player with such good looks? Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the match and scoring 2 goals. The probability of drawing bronze and silver attribute modules has decreased, while the probability of drawing other attribute modules has increased. The increased probabilities are 35%/20%/22.5%/12.5%/10% respectively. Start now. Just as the bus left Wembley and returned to St. George, the system's voice rang in Chen Chen's mind. Chen Chen decisively chose to open it. After all, these are all one-time events. Winning and scoring goals next time won't increase the probability of getting black gold or purple gold. Chen Chen closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, hoping to be blessed with good fortune. Ding! Successful draw. Golden treasure chest opening. Czech Republic. Defender. Vladimir Chofar. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the aggressiveness attribute module of Czech Defender KFL. Gold level attribute modules can be automatically converted into corresponding attribute values. Convert now. Chen Chen felt very sorry that he failed to draw the purple gold. But gold is good too, at least it's not bronze or silver. Chapter 59. Another key match. Germany lost yet another game. After defeating the formidable Croatia, the Three Lions were given 5 days of rest. Their next match is scheduled for June 19th. But even on rest days without matches, the team still needs to participate in training as usual. On June 15th, members of the England national team gathered again at the Multimedia Video Centre to watch another key match in the first round of the European Championship group stage. France vs Germany. After their disappointing performance at the 2018 World Cup, the German team certainly hopes to start afresh, and this European Championship is their chance to prove themselves once again. But then again, if Germany wants to prove itself, doesn't France want to as well? Deschamps is very keen to win a major championship as head coach. An hour before the match began, the starting lineups for both sides were announced. The combination of Kanté, Pogba, and Rabiot against Kroos, Gundogan, and Kimmich makes for a very strong lineup. The two sides immediately engaged in a brutal fight. They played very aggressively, pressing and tackling, but they just couldn't score. It wasn't until the 19th minute of the first half that Griezmann scored with a long-range shot. Neuer had defended against the opponent, but he couldn't stop his teammate. The ball deflected off Hummel's thigh, and Neuer had no time to react. 1-0. After seeing that they were leading, Deschamps on the sidelines immediately gestured to his players to step back and prepare for a counterattack. The Germans started to get serious. However, the German team created numerous threats but failed to score. Löw's team suffered a defeat. It's worth noting that Group F, where Germany is located, is truly a group of death. France, Germany, Portugal, and Hungary. Germany is currently in third place due to goal difference. According to the rules of the European Championship, the third-place team can advance. But can you guarantee that Germany will definitely have a higher score than the third-place teams in other groups? The match was played at the Allianz Arena in Munich. Before the match was even over, the German fans, realizing they had no hope of getting points, began booing Löw wildly. You, Löw, have coached one team after another, but have you made any changes? It's just the same old thing in a new guise. However, many people hold different views. Former German defender Herder stated in an interview. Löw also has his reasons for saying this. What kind of teams did I coach before? I used to coach a team with Schweinsteiger, Götze, Klose and Lahm. Who are these people? You asked me to lead them. Havertz is temporarily playing as one of the three forwards. Can he play that role? No, he can't, but there's no one else available, you know. If we keep going like this, we'll lose to Hungary. After Hungary, we'll lose to Turkey. After that, there'll be no one left to lose to. Learn from your mistakes. Oh my. Thank goodness. If you don't handle the attack well in a game like today, can you guarantee that he can win crucial games like Portugal and Hungary? To be more pragmatic, I urge the Football Association to first understand the national team's tactics and the fundamental principles of football. With no tall center on the team, tell me how we're going to win. We failed to qualify for the last World Cup, and it looks like we're going to be eliminated again this time. Tell me how you explain that. They've lost all sense of shame. After watching the entire match, Chen Chen felt no surprise whatsoever. Germany lost in 2018 because they didn't have a tall striker, and they lost for the same reason today. Since Klose retired, Löw has not called up a true number 9 center. Werner is a winger by trade, 180 centimeters tall, and at most a false 9. It's not right to make him play center forward. Chapter 60 Facing Scotland. Chen Kai connects. The match started at 8 p.m. England will definitely be aiming for all 3 points in this match. Southgate continued with the same starting lineup as the previous game, making only a slight change in Foden's position. In addition, compared to the previous match, the Three Lions front midfield was completely mirrored today. Harry Kane is the one leading the charge, there's no problem with that. The three midfielders are Sterling on the left, Mount in the middle, and Chen Chen on the right. Chen Chen is very well-rounded with both feet and can hit with either side. Today, let's play with the right side. Of course, Chen Chen prefers to play in Mount's position, since he played in that position in the later games for Brentford. The two defensive midfielders were reversed in this match. In the last game, Calvin Phillips was on the right and Rice was on the left. For defenders, with left-back Luke Shaw returning from injury. Stones will still be partnered with Mings in the middle, while Maguire has been relegated to the bench. It looks like the aircraft carrier is about to set sail. The right-back is not Kyle Walker from the last game, but Reece James, the future Chelsea captain, who is injury-prone. The goalkeeper is still Pickford. It is worth noting that substitute goalkeeper Dean Henderson suddenly felt discomfort in his foot during training and did not enter the bench today. Instead, 23-year-old youngster Ramsdale took his place. Scotland also has a lot of stars, as there are quite a few Scottish players playing in the Premier League. For example, there's Southampton striker Che Adams, valued at £20 million and 25 years old, Liverpool left-back Andy Robertson, valued at £80 million and captain of Scotland, and Manchester United Academy product Scott McTominay and Aston Villa midfielder John McGinn, valued at £35 million. Scotland manager Steve Clarke deployed a 3-1-4-2 formation, which, as mentioned earlier, emphasizes pressing and possession, and is designed for an extreme attacking style. Robertson and right-back O'Donnell will likely be involved in the attack more often, which will put a lot of pressure on the defense of the two flanks and the flanks behind the defensive midfielders. This requires a lot of teamwork between players. Especially Gilmour in the single defensive midfield position. Southgate fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation, which is balanced in attack and defense and requires good teamwork from the midfielders. This match can be described as a do-or-die situation for Scotland, so they played very aggressively from the start and had more possession of the ball. However, high possession was useless, as the first threatening shot came from the Three Lions. 6th minute. England are awarded a corner kick. Mount was to be punished. Chen Chen positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, because that position offers a chance to win a penalty kick. The ball was lobbed into the penalty area, and Kane leaped high. He headed the ball. Kane is 188 centimeters tall, and the 187 centimeter Scottish centre-back Grant Hanley couldn't get the better of him. Unfortunately, the header landed too squarely, and Marshall caught it firmly. 9th minute. McGregor fouled Chen Chen, earning the first yellow card of the game. A chorus of boos erupted at Wembley Stadium. Three Lions fans are very unhappy with this foul. Mount came over and helped Chen Chen up. "Are you alright?" Chen Chen stood up with a ferocious expression. After stretching for a while, he nodded to Mang and replied, "It's okay, I'm fine. Only family members know their own affairs." Chen Chen wasn't just being polite, he genuinely wasn't injured. Chen Chen had already made a protective dive when McGregor stretched out his leg to steal the ball. The one who did the best in terms of protective diving was Neymar, who became famous back then. Kane handed the ball over, covered his mouth, and asked Chen Chen. "Chen. What do you say? Should we just kick him?" Chapter 61 continues Chen Kai's connection, and Kane scores a second goal. After taking the lead, Southgate made a tactical change, instructing his players to focus more on positioning and defense rather than playing high balls. Southgate sought to play it safe and secure 3 points. After conceding the goal, the Scottish team launched a fierce attack. 16th minute. On the Scottish side, defensive midfielder Gilmour launched a long ball to Robertson, who was making a quick run down the left flank. With Chen Chen and Rice defending in front of Robertson, he could only pass back to McGregor in the middle. After receiving the ball, McGregor went straight past McGinn to find O'Donnell on the right. O'Donnell turned his back, withstood Sterling's pressure, and easily got the ball. He got the ball, but he couldn't turn around and run with it. Seeing this, McTominay, who quickly ran over to receive the ball, took it away. After receiving the ball, Wheat pushed it forward with the outside of his left foot. McGinn quickly maneuvered forward. Calvin Phillips, who was guarding him, got beaten. Luke Shaw quickly filled in. But McGinn made a very clever through pass to Che Adams on the left wing. England's defence was instantly breached by Scotland. Che Adams is going up against Pickford. This is a rare opportunity for a semi-one-on-one situation. Why is it described as a semi-single blade attack? Because Stones was not out of position. Manchester City centre-back reached out and tugged at Adams, while simultaneously blocking the Scottish number 10 striker's possible shooting route. Seeing no opportunity to shoot, Adams quickly passed the ball to the centre. McGregor followed up with a long-range shot. Bang! The ball flew quickly toward Pickford's goal. Bang! The angle of that shot was actually quite average, but when luck comes, nothing can stop it. The ball hit the goalpost and bounced into the goal. Seeing the ball go into the net, McGregor quickly led several teammates towards the corner flag. He jumped up and punched in celebration while running. He then slid down on his knees and crashed directly into the billboard. It hurt a little, but it was all worth it. Very good teamwork. The Scots have equalized. John June, who was originally performing a stand-up comedy routine for the audience, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Scotland would seize this opportunity, which was not a real chance. It seems the goalposts at Wembley Stadium aren't protecting the Three Lions. A long-range shot from number 8 McGregor scores, bringing Scotland back to 1-1. Many people may think that Scotland is the weak team in this group and that they will not make it out. But their perfect goal performance showed what it means to never give up. Even though the competition is difficult, we should still give it a try, shouldn't we? Scotland manager Steve was overjoyed to see his team score. But after the joyful celebration, Steve quickly went to the sidelines and gestured to his players to continue their attack and try to turn the score around in one fell swoop. Cheers erupted from Scottish fans at Wembley Stadium. After a silence of more than 10 minutes, the Scotsmen began to sing loudly and mock the Three Lions fans. Although many Three Lions fans immediately stood up to retaliate, many more remained silent or muttered curses at Southgate. To be honest, the goal conceded just now had little to do with Southgate. After all, the Southgate had already emphasized after scoring that the team should focus on defense. His idea was simple: once the opponent conceded a goal, they would definitely launch an attack. If they could weather that attack, then it would be time for England to step up their game. After all, from a certain perspective, football is a turn-based game, with both sides taking turns attacking. Unfortunately, the players on the field did not strictly adhere to the rules, and the gap between the defensive midfielder and the defender was large enough that the Scotsmen found an opportunity that was not exactly perfect. Chapter 62, Consecutive Malicious Fouls. Kane injured and forced to leave the game. There was a moment of silence at Wembley Stadium before Kane took his shot. But as the ball crossed the goal line, the stadium, which can hold 90,000 people, instantly erupted in cheers. The cheers from the England fans were deafening. The deafening roar was so loud it almost blew the stadium roof off. In the studio, John June slammed his hand on the table, then stood up and roared. Scoring the goal is no problem. Grant Hanley is complaining to the referee that the opponent may have been offside when they passed the ball. But by reviewing the replay, we can see that at the moment of the pass, Kane was indeed half a body length ahead of Gilmour and Robertson, but Tierney was entangled with Reece James, and he was the far back. The referee has once again signaled that the goal is valid. Three Lions fans, you can cheer to your heart's content. Shortly after the Scotsmen scored, just 20 seconds after kickoff, Southgate's team took the lead again. Kane has completed his brace. At the same time, Chen Chen also completed his brace with an assist. Gareth Southgate, his assistant coach, and the players embraced each other on the sidelines. The players on the field also hugged each other. Everyone surrounded Kane, the hero of the goal, to congratulate him on scoring his second goal. Kane then raised Chen Chen's hand. He said that Chen Chen was the biggest contributor today. After all, that through ball was absolutely amazing. The technical problem isn't actually that difficult, the main challenge is maintaining composure and delivering a through pass in that situation. Kane believes that anyone in his position could easily score. Mount put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder tightly and said, "Chen, you are the strongest young genius I have ever seen. I should learn from you." Chen Chen waved his hand. Mount thought Chen Chen was just a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen explained that waving his hand was not a sign of modesty, but rather a way of saying that his younger brother still needed to practice. Cristiano Ronaldo is watching a European Championship match at a five-star hotel in Munich. Chen Chen's through ball caught Ronaldo's eye. What Juventus lacks is a midfielder who can reliably deliver passes. Chen Chen is the perfect choice. C immediately called Mendes. "Hey. Jorge. You're watching the game, right?" After the call connected, Ronaldo asked. Mendes glanced up at the three lions celebrating on the television screen and nodded. But then he remembered that he couldn't see the nodding gesture on the other end of the phone, so Mendes spoke up. "Yes, Chris, I'm watching. This kid's vision, overall awareness, and through-pass technique are simply top-notch in football. I heard you're looking to sign an agent contract with him. Promise me, if possible, to bring him to the team I'm with. Juventus? Or Manchester City, which you'd like to go to?" Of course, it's Manchester City. Before coming to London to chat with Chen Chen, Mendes took care of some more important matters, such as exchanging information with Manchester City regarding Ronaldo's transfer. He is seeking a partnership with Manchester City, and things are progressing smoothly so far. Of course, all of this information is currently being blocked. Mendes replied to him. "Okay. Chris, you might not know, but Josep Guardiola and Chen Chen have signed a preliminary agreement, and he will most likely join Manchester City. As for the probability, I think it's 99%. Cristiano Ronaldo raised an eyebrow. The news made him very happy. Chapter 63, Group Stage Round 3, facing the Czech Republic. It rained a bit in London today, and it was very damp and cold, with a temperature of only 14 degrees Celsius. After coming out of the locker room, Chen Chen put on a thick jacket and trousers with the Three Lions logo. The match on the field remained intense, but it was no longer Chen Chen's concern. Seeing Chen Chen sitting on the bench, the fans behind the bench stopped paying attention to the game and craned their necks to wave to him. Chen Chen waved his hand in response to them. Just as Chen Chen was interacting amicably with the fans, the goal of the second half came. Substitute Grealish dribbled inside, then cleverly flicked the ball with his heel, and Rice followed up with a powerful shot. 4-1. Leading by 3 goals. However, perhaps he was too careless after scoring the goal. In the 66th and 73rd minutes, Scotland scored 2 goals in quick succession, with Southampton midfielder Stuart Armstrong coming off the bench to score twice. The game has become tense again. Fortunately, it ended without serious injury. Luke Shaw's long-range shot deflected off McTominay, and Rashford followed up to score his second goal. After scoring, Rashford made a 10 gesture to pay tribute to the team captain, Harry Kane, who was injured and left the field. England defeated Scotland 5-3 at the final whistle. With 8 goals, this match became the highest-scoring game in the group stage of this European Championship so far. Chen Chen performed very well today, but the MVP award went to Harry Kane, who scored twice and won a penalty but left the field early due to injury. Chen Chen and Rashford had no objection to this. Kane deserved it. After applauding and thanking the nearly 90,000 fans at the scene, Chen Chen joined everyone on a bus back to St. George's Park. Kane wasn't in the car, he left during half-time. On the team bus, Southgate announced some good news to everyone. After further treatment and assessment by the team doctor and sports rehabilitation experts, Kane is expected to return before the quarter-finals. Of course, England needs to get through the round of 16 first before they can consider the quarter-finals, semi-finals, and so on. Kane's absence is certainly bad news for the Three Lions, as the all-time top scorer for the England national team will be unable to play consecutive matches. For Southgate, now is the time to test his tactical skills. After returning to St. George, Chen Chen, Sterling, and Grealish visited the team captain. Harry Kane is in good spirits, he even has the energy to tell Sterling some dirty jokes. Southgate told Kane to rest, and then he went to do post-match analysis with the coaching staff. Southgate is like this: the players on his team only need to focus on the game, follow orders, and try to score goals, but Southgate has many more things to consider. Shortly after the Three Lions vs Scotland match ended, the Croatia vs Czech Republic match also began. With Schick's penalty and Perisic's long-range shot, the two teams tied 1-1. Currently in Group D, England leads with 6 points from 2 wins, while the Czech Republic has 4 points from 1 win and 1 draw. Croatia not only has 1 point, but their goal difference is also negative. Scotland received 0 points. England have already secured qualification, it's simply a matter of finishing first or second. With 4 points, the Czech Republic is unlikely to be eliminated, and the Croatian national team has a theoretical possibility of overtaking the Czech Republic to take second place. As for Scotland, Chapter 64, qualification is assured, knockout stage D1, Three Lions vs F2, Germans. The Czech Republic doesn't seem to want to waste time with England anymore. After all, a draw would allow them to advance as the second-place team in the group. If they don't secure a draw, Croatia might overtake them and take second place. As a result, the competitive scene of this match was rather uneventful. Neither side managed many shots on goal, and the match ended in a 1-1 draw with a long-range shot from Sterling and a penalty won by Schick. Chen Chen came on as a substitute in the 80th minute of this match, as Southgate wanted him to maintain his touch. After Chen Chen came on, the attack on the left flank underwent a qualitative change, but he didn't have much time to make an impact. A draw is acceptable. On the contrary, the other side was really about to have their brains splattered out. Despite losing Lovren to a red card suspension and suffering injuries to Barisic and Perisic, Croatia defeated Scotland 3-1, taking all 3 points. They also became the third-place team in the group. With 2 other third-place teams already having 3 points, the checkered army has secured their place in the knockout stage. On the official website of the European Championship, the tournament organizers, UEFA, held a vote on key players of each national team in the group stage. On the Italian side, Insigne and Locatelli, who scored twice in the second match, were evenly matched. In Belgium, De Bruyne received the most votes, followed by Lukaku, who scored 3 goals in 3 group stage matches. Short hair, beer belly, my name is Kaku, remember that. Although Lukaku missed the most scoring opportunities in the group stage, his team had a great midfielder. England has 3 players with over 20% of the vote, Kane with 27%, Chen Chen with 22%, and Stones with 20.5%. When the result came out, England fans were quite in agreement. They stated that if Chen Chen delivers another outstanding performance in the round of 16, he will definitely surpass Kane's 27%. Soon, the EF group stage matches came to an end, and the final list of the top 16 was officially released. England's opponents have been determined. They are from D1, and the teams they will play against are E2 and F2. In the end, they were drawn against Germany. England fans were speechless. Why kick Germany out of all places? Although they are confident of defeating Germany, they will be in for a tough time to advance to the quarterfinals. England fans silently looked toward Group E. Goodness, Spain, the biggest favorite in this group before the tournament, only managed to finish second in the group. They drew with Sweden and Poland, and finally qualified by winning 5-0 against Slovakia in the final round. The Three Lions fans hissed. It won't be easy to play against Spain. However, after carefully reviewing the round of 16 matchups, English fans accepted the draw result. Because compared to the upper half of the bracket, the lower half is the real bracket of death. Belgium vs Portugal, Italy is the most likely winner in the quarterfinals. Croatia vs Spain, whoever wins will most likely face France in the quarterfinals. This is truly a case of being skinned alive even if you don't die. The 5-day break passed in the blink of an eye. Kane is now able to begin normal individual recovery training, but as a precaution, Southgate has not included him in the squad for the match against Germany. Southgate conducted specialized training at St. George's Park with a 3-striker formation of Saka, Rashford, and Grealish, and the training results were quite good. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, England will field this 4-3-3 formation at Wembley Stadium. The first match was Wales vs Denmark. Bale's team failed to secure a victory, and Wales lost by 4 goals. Italy was the second match, and it was a close call, but thankfully nothing serious happened. Mancini's team beat Austria 2-1 in extra time. Austria performed better in this match, but Italy was better at seizing opportunities. Chapter 65, Low faces dismissal crisis. A battle for redemption. 3 p.m. on June 29. Buses bearing the England logo were the first to arrive at Wembley Stadium. At this moment, Wembley Stadium is filled with elements of the Three Lions, from the players' tunnel to the home team's dressing room, from the handrails to the fans' jerseys. There are a lot of neutral fans in a match. However, at least 70% of the neutral fans and passers-by who entered the stadium today were wearing Three Lions jerseys. This is what was mentioned earlier as home advantage. In this atmosphere, the England players were relatively relaxed. It's always more comfortable to fight in familiar territory. Germany has always played its group stage matches at the Allianz Arena, so moving the games to Wembley this time will be a test for them. After all, at the Allianz Arena, you're surrounded by German fans cheering you on, but at Wembley, there's only booing and jeers. After getting off the bus, the Three Lions players didn't interact much with the fans. They quickly went into the home team's locker room to change into their training clothes and warm up. The German team bus followed closely behind, and a few minutes later, they also entered the locker room. The use of the home and away locker rooms for this competition was determined by a draw when the knockout stage schedule was released. England will once again be drawn against the home team. The same applies to the Netherlands, Italy, and Belgium. Spain drew the away team. Fortunately, Spain played Croatia at the Palken Stadium in Denmark. If it had been held in Zagreb, it would have been hard to say whether Spain would have won. Under the pressure of playing at home, the away team's strength will be reduced somewhat. Shortly after, the German players appeared on the field. Before the match even started, the fans from both sides began competing to see who could shout the loudest. There were quite a few German fans here today, probably more than 10,000. But no matter how many of you come, there won't be as many locals. The cheers of the Three Lions fans gradually overshadowed those of the Germans, and Johnson in the stands seemed quite pleased. Everyone in England is showing great anticipation for this match. At the pre-match press conference the day before, Southgate said that this was England, Wembley was the home ground of the England national team, and he would lead the team to victory. Later, a reporter asked Southgate what Chen Chen's role was in the team. Will he be a substitute surprise in the first group stage match, or a starter in the second group stage match? Southgate said, everyone on the team is part of the team. I don't choose the starting players based on how they get along with each other, but rather on the actual situation in training and games. Another reporter asked Kane if he might play. Southgate did not answer, only saying that he would see the starting lineup tomorrow. Lowe was also asked related questions. Lowe stated that he is not afraid of any of the opposing players, whether it's Kane, Sterling, or Chen Chen. At the same time, the manager, who has coached the German national team for 15 years, emphasized at the press conference that England is a strong European team and the outcome of this match is still uncertain. He said the team will play steadily and will not be complacent. If they want to advance, they must go all out. Hello everyone watching the live stream. Welcome back to Migu Video's live broadcast of the UEFA Euro 2020 round of 16 match. I'm commentator Jean Jun. Next to me is my partner, Coach Zhang Lu. Chapter 66, The Great Battle of England and Germany. Chen Chen is on standby as a substitute. Let's look at England now. Southgate fielded a 3-4-3 formation. Pickford will continue to start in goal. Maguire will replace Mings and will play as a lone centre-back. Stones will be to Maguire's left and Trippier to his right. The four midfielders are Luke Shaw, Rice, Calvin Phillips, and Newcastle defender Trippier, who are all positioned forward. Chen Chen, who performed well in the group stage, is on the bench. Grealish, Foden and Mount are also on the bench. The three forwards are Sterling, Rashford, and Saka. Rashford rarely plays this centre-forward position, hopefully he can have a good performance today. Southgate has indeed made significant changes compared to the group stage. Kane's injury has led Southgate to opt for a second tactic, with fullbacks positioned further back, allowing them to move up or down the pitch. Is England preparing for a counter-attacking style today? While Jean Jun was still doing technical analysis with Zhang Lu, the players from both sides were already ready in the player tunnel. Many players in the German national team play in the English Premier League. For example, Gundogan of Manchester City, Havertz, Werner and Rudiger of Chelsea, and Leno of Arsenal. So the players on both sides were quite friendly in the players' tunnel. Kai Havertz, who started today, hugged Reece James and then chatted with a few other England players. Gundogan shook hands with Stones and the others, then covered his mouth and chuckled a few times. Leno then approached Chen Chen and, after a few words, transformed into an Arsenal HR. Chen Chen just smiled and didn't respond to the transfer topic. Then he followed his substitute teammates out. Leno sighed. 2. They're ranked 8th in the Premier League and can't even qualify for the Europa League. How can they attract any clubs to join them? On the sidelines, Southgate shook hands with Love, which Chen Chen noticed. Chen Chen was wondering if Love had ever picked his nose. Soon, the players from both sides took to the field, led by Dutch referee Danny Maclay. Mark L. was the referee for the opening match of this European Championship in Italy. Because of his good performance in the opening match, UEFA assigned him to officiate this England-Germany match. However, he also made mistakes in his rulings. In the 2018-19 Champions League quarter-finals, some of Makrig's erroneous decisions caused dissatisfaction throughout Roma. Roma star player Zeko even said in an interview, the referee lacked courage in his officiating and failed to make some calls that should have been made. Roma's sporting director Monchi bluntly stated, he, the referee, showed everyone his shortcomings. It's no wonder that everyone at Roma was so dissatisfied. They could have taken a draw, but after their morale collapsed, they lost 1-4 to Barcelona away from home. However, after returning to their home ground, Roma defeated Barcelona 3-0, advancing to the semi-finals on away goals. Coincidentally, Roma also suffered from numerous wrong calls in the 22-23 Europa League final, and then Roma manager Mourinho even vehemently criticized the referee for stealing Roma's championship. However, this time the referee was not Mark Lee, but the universally hated Anthony Taylor. Return to the game. Soon after both countries' national anthems finished playing, a major battle was about to break out. The broadcast cameras quickly located Southgate and Love. The camera then focused on some celebrities and big names who had come from the stands to watch the game. Beep. With the sound of a whistle, the match began. Germany kicked off first. England immediately deployed their formation. Today, England is still wearing their traditional white home kit, which features a dark blue round neck and a stripe on the side, incorporating many elements of the Lions. After all, it's the Three Lions. Of course, when their performance is poor, they are also called the Three Cats. Germany was playing away, so they wore an all-black jersey designed by Adidas, with only a touch of black, red, and gold on the cuffs. Chapter 67 A fatal mistake by the German defense. The Three Lions launch a successful counterattack. Southgate's idea today is very simple. Kane is injured, so move Rice and Calvin forward to strengthen midfield control and attack and drop back on the flanks in defense, playing a 5-4-1 formation. The first half focused on defense. In the second half, Chen Chen and Mount were brought on to strengthen the midfield's attacking capabilities. Then they brought on Grealish to act as the offensive spark. 23rd minute. Germany is awarded a corner kick. Kroos lobbed the ball into the penalty area. Rudiger, who is 190 centimeters tall, reached a great height. A header. It hit him too hard, he bumped right into Pickford's arms. Gareth Southgate, on the sidelines, rushed onto the field and shouted loudly. Counterattack. There's a chance to counterattack. Pickford ran to the edge of the penalty area and launched a powerful throw-in. Look for Rashford up ahead. Rashford made a very agile run to the left and right, evading Hummel's close marking. After that, Rashford faced Goretzka one-on-one. Goretzka's play effectively filled the void left by Hummel's. But Rashford didn't give him a chance to cover, raising his leg directly to Sterling, who was also making a run on the left. In the current England team, Chen Chen is undoubtedly the fastest. After all, even the previous fastest, Kyle Walker, was almost outpaced by Chen Chen. What about the third, fourth, and fifth fastest? That includes Rashford and Sterling. Diallo once said that Rashford was the fastest player in Manchester United, and the second fastest was Marshall. Kyle Walker also said that Sterling was very fast, but it was more of a joke. The fastest player in the German team should be sane, but the former Manchester City winger and current Bayern Munich star is currently on the bench. On the pitch, Sterling took a few quick steps and smoothly received Rashford's pass. Neuer quickly stepped to the right, bent slightly, and was ready to make a save at any moment. Magnum quickly abandoned Rashford and turned to watch for possible passing routes from Rashford and Sterling. In other words, all Magath can do is hope that Neuer makes an excellent save, because Rashford only has Neuer as his goalkeeper now. However, after Sterling dribbled into the penalty area, Goretzka gritted his teeth and took a step in Sterling's path. At this critical moment, Sterling passed the ball out again. Rashford easily slotted the ball home. Neuer, standing in front of the goal, didn't even have time to turn around and make a save. Rashford. Goretzka is marking him. Give it to Sterling, no problem. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Goretzka. Cooperate with Neuer to intercept. Sterling has made a crucial play. Rashford has the ball again. Push the ball into the empty net. 1-0. After defending for almost 20 minutes, England scored the first goal. Southgate's tactics are working. Pickford's throw was crucial. The German team's attacking midfielders simply didn't have time to get back and defend. This is also a weakness of the 3-4-1-2 formation. When two tall enough defenders come up to participate in corner kick attacks, your defensive line will definitely have a fairly large gap. England has found a golden opportunity. The broadcast camera immediately found Lowe on the sidelines, the 61-year-old German coach looking somewhat surprised. Lowe then quickly called his assistant over and gave him some instructions. Chapter 68 Chen Chen makes his substitute appearance, and the crescent moon blade reappears. Chen Chen and his buddies started warming up in the corner flag area, just as the game on the field began. The German team also made no personnel changes. Lowe chose to wait a little longer. England kicks off. German fans noticed something was wrong as soon as the second half began. Why did the English launch such a massive attack right from the start? Why are the tactical arrangements completely different in the first and second halves? Southgate's thinking was clear: it was impossible to defend indefinitely, given the numerous precedents of players stubbornly defending only to be defeated by the opponent's decisive blow. It's better to attack instead of defending, which will also wear down the opponent's stamina and allow the substitutes to play more comfortably. Seeing this, Lowe on the sidelines quickly instructed his players to retreat and tighten their formation a bit. The Three Lions' attack became increasingly fierce, but they failed to score a second goal. Because they wasted several more opportunities. As the old saying goes, wasting opportunities will be punished, and that's absolutely true. In the 51st minute of the match, Rashford's close-range shot hit the goalpost and bounced back. Masterlaw covered his face with his hands, utterly incredulous. Neuer quickly caught the rebounding ball and then, without hesitation, served a fast throw. Possession fell to Toni Kroos. Aquan scooped the ball and passed it to Havertz on the right wing. Chelsea striker immediately sprints with the ball. Then, before Luke Shaw could turn around and stretch his leg to intercept, he swept the ball to the middle. Werner let the ball slip by, and Muller followed up at the far post with a curling shot. Pickford was very focused and he made the save. But then again, fate had other plans. The ball came to the feet of Havertz, who had quickly moved forward after the pass. No opportunity was missed. Havertz calmly slotted the ball into the net. Havertz. Shoot. No problem. Germany equalized in the 6th minute of the second half. This is an offensive organization from Neuer. The German team only needed 4 passes to move the ball from the backfield to the front field. Wasting chances will be punished. Rashford's missed shot was the key turning point of the game. Lowe's team capitalized on the gap when the England players hadn't fully settled into their defensive positions after completing their attack. 1-1. Now both sides are back to square one. In the studio, John June couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Strong football teams have an absolutely incredible ability to seize opportunities. This German counterattack was very similar to Belgium's comeback victory against Little Riese in 2018, also moving from the back to the front and seizing the opportunity when the opponent's defense was not in place. The only difference is that last time, England's corner kick failed to score and they were countered, while this time, England's shot failed to find the net and they were countered. As the ball rolled into the net, Pickford could only lie on the grass and sigh. Havertz, who scored the equalizer, rushed towards the corner flag and cheered wildly for the die-hard German fans. The screams and cheers of German fans echoed through Wembley Stadium. The team is on fire. They saw hope for the team to turn the tide and win. Now it was Southgate's turn to look serious. Before either team's players had returned to the center circle, Nan Men made two substitutions. Saka and Trippier were substituted. Chen Chen and Grealish came on as substitutes. Chen Chen replaced Saka, while Grealish replaced Trippier. Rashford will still play as a centre forward. Chen Chen played as an attacking midfielder, with Grealish and Sterling on either side of him. In other words, England's formation has returned to 4-2-3-1, with Chen Chen in the attacking midfield position as the key player. This is also the first time Chen Chen has appeared in the attacking midfield position since being selected for the Three Lions. The live broadcast director was hilarious. The camera was pointed directly at Mount. Chapter 69 Crescent Moon Blade. Activate. Phew. Chen Chen took a few deep breaths. Beep beep. The whistle blew, and Chen Chen began to move slowly forward. He first took small, quick steps forward, then strode out, swung his left arm, and kicked out with his right foot. The inside of the right foot makes contact with the ball first, applying a spin arc to the ball. The football soared into the air. They flew quickly toward the gate guarded by Neuer. Throughout his career, Neuer has made numerous saves from free kicks. The most classic example is probably the 2014-15 season, a league match between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. During the match, Dortmund had a free kick opportunity at the edge of the penalty area, which Reyes took. Reyes found a very tricky angle. Messi also had a similarly tricky shot from the same position during the 2013-14 Champions League season, known as the Panenka free kick. Reyes's shot was fast, but Neuer's descent was even faster. At the same time, Neuer judged the ball's landing point very accurately, and he directly pressed the ball down. But this time, watching the football make a strange arc in the air, Neuer realized that he had misjudged the landing point. He could only stare blankly as the ball shot into his upper right corner, while he stood helplessly on the left. This cannot be said to be due to Neuer's lack of concentration, it is entirely a demonstration of Chen Chen's exceptional personal ability. Chen Chen. Shot. Goal. It really is a crescent moon blade. At its highest point, the ball made a very obvious change of direction as it dropped. Neuer was fooled. 2-1. Chen Chen, who came on as a substitute, has put the team ahead again. Beep. Referee Marklet blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Chen Chen, who scored the go-ahead goal, immediately rushed to the corner flag to celebrate passionately. After just a second of silence, Wembley Stadium suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. All the fans in the stadium were stunned. So leisurely and carefree. So effortlessly. Neuer stood with his hands on his hips, panting heavily. After glancing at the Three Lions players celebrating near the corner flag, Neuer reluctantly retrieved the ball from the net. Low on the sidelines didn't even bother picking his nose anymore. He immediately walked forward to the sideline and started shouting instructions to the players on the field. On the other side, Southgate excitedly clenched his fist. Absolutely wonderful. Southgate vowed that calling up Chen Chen was the wisest decision he made during this European Championship. The combination of Chen Chen and Kane is unstoppable. After shaking hands with his assistant coach and teammates to celebrate, Southgate sat down. Steve Holland, standing to the side, said, "Sir, I think Chen will be the hottest star in this summer transfer window." Southgate took a sip of water and answered him. "Steve, there's no doubt about that. Just watch, every big name in European football will make an offer for him. Believe it or not, it might happen right now, yes, right now." Southgate reached out and pointed to the time on the big screen. Brentford and Chen Chen's agent will suddenly receive countless offers. Holland reminded him, Chen doesn't have an agent yet. Wow. This is a hot commodity. To be honest, Steve, I'd love to work with Chen Chen myself. Being his agent would be incredibly comfortable. He's a growing money tree. At that very moment, Mendes, who was watching the game, immediately called his assistant to draft an agency contract. In order to successfully reach a cooperation agreement with Chen Chen, Mendes is willing to make the biggest concessions. Will Chapter 70 be a draw? Sane cuts inside, aims for a long-range shot, and scores. 73rd minute of the match. Musiala, who had just come on as a substitute, delivered a brilliant 1-2 pass. He first used a change of footwork to fool Sterling, who was directly in front of him, and then he slipped past Calvin. However, Kyle Walker eventually cleared the ball. Musiala spread his hands. He did a great job with that attack attempt just now, but there was nothing he could do. The opponent's defense was very well structured, and the three Lions had a great defensive tolerance. The time has come to the 77th minute. Gnabry's reckless run created a free-kick opportunity for the team at the near post. Kroos and Havertz stood at the free-throw line. Pickford quickly called his teammates back to form a defensive wall. They are only leading 2-1 now, so they can't let their guard down. Sterling and Rashford took their positions at the near post. Grealish ran behind the human wall and lay down. Chen Chen ran back to join the human wall defense. England formed a five-man wall, and Chen Chen, along with his teammates, covered his groin with one hand and his face with the other. Face is important. The younger brother is also very important. Havertz eventually ran away, and Kroos took the penalty. Beep. Kroos kicks the ball. The ball flew past the wall of players, and Kroos curled a shot into the air. Pickford was very focused and punched the ball away with both fists. Ugh. Pickford made a brilliant save, and cheers erupted from the three Lions fans at Wembley Stadium. However, the attack from the German team was not over yet. Maguire, who was closer, quickly blocked Gnabry's position while spreading his hands out to signal to the goalkeeper that he could make a second save. Pickford quickly ran forward 2 steps and caught the ball. Gnabry had originally intended to pick up a loose ball, but seeing Maguire blocking his way and Pickford holding onto the ball, he decided against it. 81st minute of the match. The German team made its final substitutions. Goretzka is replaced by striker Ballon, number 9. Despite wearing a size 9, this Flander is only 176 centimeters tall, not even as tall as Werner. Werner is at least 180 centimeters tall. Why would you switch to him then? The main reason is that Ballon is good at intercepting and passing the ball, and Lowe wants to add another passing option in the attacking third. Southgate immediately made personnel adjustments. Calvin Phillips was substituted off, and Mings came on. England is going to play a 5-4-1 formation. The three Lions want to hold on to this score. A minute later, the Germans came back again. Rudiger took the throw-in from the left wing. Possession of the ball quickly fell to Musiala. Musiala passed the ball to the right, to Havertz. Emre Can, who had made a run down the flank, took the ball away. Flanders dropped back to receive the pass. But Chen Chen was blocking his way, making it difficult to pass the ball to him. Emre Can then passed the ball to Gnabry, who was further forward. As soon as Gnabry got the ball, Mings and Grealish rushed over. Bang! Gnabry opted for a long pass down the left flank. Sane is active in this area. As mentioned earlier, Sane is the fastest player on the German team. The moment Sane came on as a substitute, he accelerated and started running. Kyle Walker, who had been running all game, gritted his teeth and had to keep up. Actually, the distance between the two wasn't that great, but Kyle Walker was backing down to chase the ball, which slowed him down from the start. Chapter 71, a deadly strike from Chen Chen, comparable to 9,248. Just as both commanders were making troop deployments, Chen Chen found an opportunity. The match has reached the 90+ 2-minute mark, the second minute of stoppage time. Due to injuries and clashes in the second half, there will be 6 minutes of added time in today's match. Chen Chen orchestrated the passing and playmaking in the middle. He originally intended to give the ball to Grealish, who was playing on the left wing. But the ball was blocked, and there were no good passing routes. Therefore, Chen Chen had no choice but to pass the ball to Kyle Walker, who was making a run down the right flank. Kyle Walker dribbled the ball past midfield, and then, after being pressed by the opponent, he chose to pass the ball back to the middle. Chen Chen ran diagonally and got the ball again. Then Chen Chen and Kyle Walker made a cross-position run, with Walker moving to the middle and Chen Chen moving to the side. As for Sterling, he started running to the right the instant Chen Chen received the ball. Coincidentally, Grealish on the left wing was also charging forward. In the final stages of the match, the three Lions attempted to create opportunities through crosses from the flanks. Musiala turned around and joined Rudiger in defending Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen kicked the ball behind him, then turned around and accelerated forward. Maguire, having received the ball, immediately launched a long, over-the-top pass. Find Chen Chen, who's sprinting forward. Chen Chen used a quick change of direction to deceive Rudiger, who was trying to intercept him, and soon he got the ball before Havertz could turn around and press him. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chen dribbled the ball and cut inside. Then, swing your arms and lift your legs in one smooth motion. Hummels thought Chen Chen was about to shoot, and the Dortmund defender quickly stepped back to intercept. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen didn't shoot, but instead made a soft through pass. Kyle Walker, who had just moved to the middle, burst out from the opponent's back line. Kroos, who had moved into a defensive position, quickly raised his hand to indicate that he was offside. But the linesman did not raise his flag, and the referee Markel did not pay any attention. Kroos and Neuer's hearts sank immediately. Oh no! But now is not the time to consider whether the linesman made a mistake. Neuer quickly left the goal. Neuer's abandonment of his goal reminded Chen Chen of Martin's one-on-one chance against Kolo Muani in the 2022 World Cup. Unlike Muani, who opted for a direct shot, Walker passed the ball to the left, to Rashford. An empty door. It's an open door now. Amidst the anticipation of tens of thousands of spectators, Rashford unleashed a powerful shot. Ah! Kyle Walker. No problem. No offside. Neuer is out. Pass it across. To Rashford. Oops. Rashford hit the post with an open goal in front of him. Why did you push so hard at that crucial moment? You should have pushed gently. Neuer, hurry and grab the ball. Chen Chen. Chen Chen got to the ball before Neuer could get in. Goal. In the 90+3 minute of the match, Chen Chen scored. The score is now 3-2. That was a game-winning shot. A game-winning shot comparable to 9,248. No overtime. The Germans are going home. Jean Jun felt very sorry to see Rashford miss such a great opportunity. But seeing Chen Chen rush up and successfully grab the point, Jean Jun roared excitedly. Wembley Stadium. After confirming that the ball had crossed the goal line, Chen Chen, who scored the winning goal, immediately took off his jersey and ran towards the corner flag. Chen Chen showed off his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, then waved his jersey, jumped onto the advertising boards near the corner flag area, and cheered with the Three Lions fans. Not far behind him, Rudiger tried to retrieve the ball and run to the center circle for a quick start, but Henderson, Rashford, and Grealish on the England side were cunning and blocked Rudiger from running forward. Especially Rashford. Eager to make a name for himself after missing his chance, Rashford hugged Rudiger. Rudiger got angry and elbowed Rashford to the ground. Chapter 72 4 goals and 3 assists. Chen Chen leads the scoring and assist charts. Southgate also came over. Nan Men said that Chen Chen became the hero of the Three Lions team to advance to the top 8. Sterling walked over, put his arm around Grealish's shoulder, pointed to Chen Chen who was shaking hands and hugging Southgate, and said, "Hey Jack. I told you at halftime he'd be the one to change the game. See, I wasn't wrong. You're right. Chen changed the game, he's insane. These cheers are the best praise for him." Chen Chen naturally didn't hear their conversation, he was busy hugging and shaking hands with others. Afterwards, the players from both sides shook hands amicably, and led by head coach Gareth Southgate, the Three Lions chose to go to the South Stand to celebrate and thank the crowd. With a brace, Chen Chen became tonight's MVP. He became the most dazzling guy at Wembley. On social media platforms, this thrilling England-Germany match also attracted the attention and discussion of countless fans. Group F is truly the group of death. Germany, France, and Portugal were all eliminated in the first round. Hungary, they've only played one more game than us, what's there to be so arrogant about? Doge emoji. The biggest losers in the round of 16, Bayern Munich fans. France and Germany were both eliminated. Müller actually had a pretty good chance in the first half, but he didn't capitalize on it. 11 years ago, Müller burst onto the scene, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist against England. Now. What a pity. You have to admit you're getting old. Chen Chen is amazing. A leading figure among England's new generation. Chen Chen, I laugh at that turtle's lack of strategy and Haaland's lack of wisdom. Isn't anyone going to praise Grealish? Guardiola's eye for talent is really sharp. This Aston Villa striker's dribbling and acceleration to the wing are excellent. Everyone says that joining Manchester City is a step up for him, but I think he's a perfect match, no problem at all. The worst contest is over. Low is the worst. That's all. The biggest winner will be Manchester City next season. Grealish plus Chen Chen, who could be a contender. The three cats have finally stood up for once. Although they have teased Germany and Low many times, it feels quite sad that Low is really going to step down. If you can't bear to part with him, then go and be with him. What's the point of keeping a jerk like him who can only pick his nose during a situation? He has absolutely no skills. This isn't a group of death, it's final destination. You thought you'd made it out of the group stage, but it turns out it's see you later. England played very well. Southgate was right to take Foden and Mount out. It's not that they're not good enough, it's that they're not a good fit. Before the match started, the German fans were full of energy, saying, "Watch me crush the three cats." After the match, German fans were self-satisfied, placing all the blame on Low. So, the German players on the field didn't make any mistakes at all. Chen Chen. King of London. With such amazing skills, why are you still stuck at Brentford? I'll reward you with a Chelsea. Insidious Chelsea fans. A reward? Manchester United have already surpassed you in terms of offers. Chen Chen belongs to Manchester United. Abu, say something. After thanking the fans, Chen Chen, who won the MVP award for the match, was also spotted by official reporters. Unlike the reporters I've encountered in previous league matches who were average-looking but had amazing figures, this reporter today was very beautiful and had a very curvaceous figure. The gluteal muscles are very well developed, giving it a peach-like shape. It's clear that she works out regularly. Chen. Congratulations on scoring the crucial winning goal in the final stages of the match. You have become a hero for the England team. I'd like to ask you, what do you think of your performance as a substitute today? That free kick shot was beautiful, let's talk about it. Chen Chen, hands on his hips, replied. Actually, my idea is very simple, pass and shoot as much as possible. I always tell my teammates, as long as you are in the right position, the ball will definitely be at your feet. Including Kyle Walker's forward runs, and earlier Rashford and Sterling receiving passes, yes, those were all very good. Chapter 73, the quarterfinals are about to begin. England vs Ukraine. With the end of the competition, major platforms updated their headlines. The result of the England vs Germany match became the front page on major platforms. The match was also reported by Chinese media outlets. After reading the match reports, more and more informed Chinese fans were filled with hatred. A talented young footballer who could score twice against the German team was pushed out by the Football Association. With the support of public opinion, the Chinese Football Association had no choice but to step in and take a loss to protect itself. The Chinese Football Association announced that it will conduct an internal self-examination and rectification, mainly starting with Guan Tian. The president of the Chinese Football Association, who is also a programmer, made a statement through the CFA's official website. The gist of it is that this self-examination and self-correction must be maintained continuously, and the fight against corruption must be sustained under high pressure and repeated. We must become an association recognized by the people. We must be an association with zero corruption, complete transparency, complete fairness, and complete openness. It sounds nice, but can it really be implemented? Let's go back to the day of the match. After returning to St. George with the team, Chen Chen washed up and went to bed early. But on social media, the outcome of this match continues to unfold. Transfermarkt even stated on social media that Chen Chen will be the player whose market value has increased the most during this European Championship. Before participating in the European Championship, Chen Chen's market value fluctuated around 10 million. To be precise, it's between 7 million and 9 million. Three Lions fans started discussing it. First they punched the Croatian national team, then they kicked the Germans. They should gain at least 30 million, right? There's a reason why fans are asking this. Chen Chen's crescent moon blade kick brought him a lot of attention. Chen Chen's Instagram and Twitter accounts have gained over 1 million followers. This beautiful curling shot has even been nominated for the best goal of this European Championship. Back when Pavard's spectacular, peach blossom shadow flying sword knocked France out of the national team in the summer, his market value skyrocketed by 30 million. Chen Chen will definitely succeed this time too. The next day, Chen Chen did not pay attention to the online discussions about himself. He is diligently following the instructions of the team's assistant coach, meticulously carrying out post-match recovery training. In the afternoon, Chen Chen joined his teammates for indoor training. This busy day is no more tiring than playing a match. But there's nothing we can do. England's next match is on July 3rd, so the Three Lions don't have much time to waste. The result of yesterday's Ukraine vs Sweden match was already out. Ukraine defeated Sweden 2-1 thanks to an early goal from Manchester City defender Zinchenko and a last-minute winner from Dnipro striker Dobik in the 120+1 minute. After the match, Ukrainian fans even displayed a banner that read, "The fake god has returned home." They mocked Ibrahimovic and the Swedes mercilessly. Actually, it's unreasonable for Ukrainian fans to criticize Ibrahimovic, since he was injured and didn't play. But who can blame them when Ibrahimovic is the biggest star player on the Swedish team? Isak, the Newcastle United striker who will be worth £75 million in the future, is currently just a follower behind Ibrahimovic. With the result of this match, the pairings for all quarter-final matches have been determined. Switzerland vs Spain. Belgium vs Italy. Czech Republic vs Denmark. Ukraine vs England. The most anticipated match in the quarterfinals is probably Belgium vs Italy. Soon, after a 2-day break, the European Championship resumed. Switzerland and Spain were the first to perform. Switzerland was placed in Group A in the group stage, the same group as Italy. Chapter 74 advancing to the semi-finals. Chen Chen and Kane are tied for the top scorer spot. The match between Belgium and Italy was scheduled to take place at the Allianz Arena in Munich, which is Bayern Munich's home stadium. England, on the other hand, moved to the Rome Olympics. After watching Switzerland play Spain, the Three Lions packed up and flew to Rome. I didn't watch the Belgium vs Italy match. The match was quite exciting. De Bruyne will partner with Lukaku against Jorginho and the two veterans. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, both teams had very few chances, but in the last 15 minutes, they suddenly exploded. Barella scored the first goal in the 31st minute, and then in the 35th minute, Barella assisted Insigne to score. Italy took a 2-goal lead in an instant. In the first half stoppage time, Doku won a penalty with a powerful dribble, which Lukaku converted. 1-2. Belgium pulls back a point. Belgium's attacking prowess was somewhat lacking today, as Hazard was injured and unable to play. Of course, Italy also lost 2 players, Pellegrini was injured, and Florenzi needed further medical observation. In the second half, Belgium fielded 3 forwards and 2 midfielders, but it still didn't work. The Italian team is known for its defense, and the central defensive pairing of Chiellini and Bonucci is no joke. Italy narrowly advanced in the end. Their semi-final opponent is Spain. The next day, before the England-Ukraine match, the Czech Republic vs Denmark match kicked off first. Dane Dolberg opened the scoring, Schick equalized, and Delaney sealed the victory in the 80th minute. Dortmund midfielder helps Denmark secure a dramatic victory against the Czech Republic. That confirms the 3 teams that will advance to the semi-finals. Soon, Fans shifted their attention from the Baku Olympic Stadium in Azerbaijan to the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. The quarter-final match between England and Ukraine is about to begin. On the afternoon of the 3rd. When the bus stopped at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, the passageways were packed with fans. The majority of them are Three Lions fans. Some fans called Gareth Southgate over for a photo, but the Southgate seemed not to see him, and walked straight past with his hands in his pockets. The fans were somewhat disappointed. However, Kane, Chen Chen, and a few others who followed behind went over to take a group photo and also signed a few autographs for everyone. Actually, I didn't see the Southgate. His mind is now completely occupied with team formations on the field. Just in time, the Ukrainian bus arrived. In the pre-match starting lineup, familiar faces such as Yaremchuk, Yarmolenko, and Zinchenko were confirmed to start. Head coach Andriy Shevchenko has fielded what he considers his strongest Ukrainian lineup. However, this Ukrainian national team is not the strongest Ukrainian national team in history. The Shevchenko era was the real powerhouse. Of course, not to mention Shevchenko's era, this Ukrainian team was not even as strong as the Ukrainian team 3 years later. Mudlik, 30 million, Sudakov, 35 million, Zabarny, 32 million, and goalkeeper Trubin, 25 million. The Ukrainian team that participated in the 2024 European Championship was the strongest Ukrainian team in the last decade. Due to the fatigue of travel, Southgate made adjustments in several key positions for this match. The starting striker is Harry Kane, who has recovered from injury. The three attacking midfielders are Grealish, Mount, and Sancho. Chen Chen, Sterling, and Rashford did not start. When the starting lineup was first announced, England fans were really ready to tear Gareth Southgate apart. Why aren't you using your father's position? Southgate, are you planning to be dismissed? The public outcry was immense, and the related topic immediately trended on regional social media. Seeing this, before the match began, in the mixed zone of the Rome Olympic Games, the Southgate responded to this topic. Chapter 75 The Battle of England and Denmark, also known as the Brentford Derby. July 6, the day before England vs Denmark. Both coaches appeared very low-key at the pre-match press conference. Neither Southgate nor Ullerman said anything. Both players stated that they would focus on the current game and that the team would do its best. However, there are also those who are high-profile. Those are Brentford fans. This England-Denmark clash at Wembley Stadium can also be considered the Brentford Derby. Because both teams have players from the Bees. The Three Lions are represented by Chen Chen, while Denmark is represented by Christian Nergård and Matthias Jensen. For this reason, Hjulmand even held a small meeting, where he asked Nergård and Matthias to tell their teammates about some details they had observed while interacting with Chen Chen. This will help the team to tactically limit Chen Chen. Matthias stated that Chen Chen is more accustomed to shooting with his left foot in daily training, but his goals usually go to the right. Hjulmand looked puzzled. He demanded an explanation from Matthias. Matthias said he asked Chen Chen why the trajectory was veering to the right. Chen Chen's answer was that he didn't want his opponents to be able to see his shooting choices. Hjulmand and the Danish players fell into deep thought. How can we prevent this situation? Hojbjerg waved his hand. Why not just prevent all of them? Hjulmand shook his head. If 2 or even 3 people are assigned to defend Chen Chen, what will happen to the others? Melgaard provided a crucial piece of information. He said that Chen Chen would receive the ball more on the left and right flanks during matches and training. Could we start from this side and directly cut off possible passing routes? Hjulmand's eyes lit up. It's a good choice. Moreover, by shutting out the 2 players who might pass the ball down the flanks, they can also break forward and become 2 sharp knives that can pierce the heart of the Three Lions at any time. The Danish players were extremely excited. However, Matthias poured cold water on everyone's hopes. He asked Nelgu. Have you forgotten Chen Gung's forte, through balls? Matthias's words silenced his teammates and coach. Seeing that no conclusion could be reached through discussion, Hjulmand ended today's pre-match meeting. At Wembley Stadium, a major battle is about to begin. The England national team bus came to a smooth stop at the entrance to the players' tunnel. Gareth Southgate walked down with all the players and coaching staff. The Three Lions players didn't take photos or sign autographs with fans this time because this game was crucial, and they needed even more focus. After this match, they will advance to the European Championship final. They will have the chance to lift the Henri Delaney Trophy, a title they have never held before. The Three Lions players need to consider whether this might be their only chance in their lifetime. One of the reasons England is sometimes called the European China team is that they have failed to win any major championship trophies. The 1966 World Cup victory is too far in the past. Abandoning this ancient championship, they, like the Chinese team, have nothing. Today's opponent, Denmark, won the European Championship in 1992. That year, Yugoslavia failed to participate, and Denmark replaced them. The Danish team staged a Danish fairy tale against all odds. Chapter 76 highlights efficiency. The Three Lions achieve a dream start. Let's take a look at the home team, England. Southgate fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation today. Leading the pack is Harry Kane, who has performed exceptionally well since returning in the last round. Behind him are Sterling, Chen Chen, and Saka. Judging from his performance in this European Championship, Chen Chen has become Southgate's first choice for the attacking midfield position. Double defensive midfielders, Rice partnering with Calvin Phillips. Maguire will partner Stones at centre-back, with Luke Shaw on the left and Kyle Walker on the right. As for the goalkeeper, Pickford is fine and he has been given a starting opportunity. Just as Jean June was announcing the starting lineups for both sides, Matthias and Nergard were waiting at the entrance of the player tunnel, hoping to chat with Chen Chen for a few minutes. Chen Chen then walked past the caddies and shook hands and hugged the two brothers. Nergo said he hoped Chen Chen would show some mercy. Chen Chen said that's not true, today is 200% Chen. Chen Chen then shook hands with the other Danish players. Unlike Nergo and the other two, the others looked at this young talent who had shone brightly in this European Championship with curiosity and vigilance. If Harry Kane was England's biggest threat before the start of the European Championship, then now it's Chen Chen. After checking the communication equipment and the lineups of both teams, referee Danny Markle led the referee team out of the players' tunnel. During this European Championship cycle, Markel Fernandez's officiating performance has been quite good. When all referees are of similar skill level, those who perform better on the field are obviously more likely to be noticed and selected by the UEFA Referees Executive Committee. Soon, as the starting players from both sides walked out of the player tunnel, Wembley Stadium erupted in passionate and high-spirited cheers. Before the match even started, the Three Lions and Danish fans in the stands were already competing to see who could shout the loudest. Two completely different cheering songs resounded throughout Wembley Stadium. Soon after, the starting players from both sides lined up on the field. The camera pans across the faces of the players. When Chen Chen's handsome face appeared on the big screen, Wembley Stadium erupted in even louder cheers. Chen! 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 Three Lions fans chanted Chen Chen's name. During this European Championship cycle, Chen Chen won over the notoriously discerning England fans with his outstanding performance. Denmark was the first to play its national anthem. Then comes England. After finishing, the caddies quickly ran away. The players from both sides shook hands in greeting. Southgate and Yeoman shook hands again on the sidelines. The two captains, Kane and Kjaer, went to the referee to guess which side they would play on and which side would have priority to kick off. Ultimately, England opted for the South Stand, where the Three Lions fans were larger, while Denmark won the right to kick off. The countdown to the kickoff appeared on the big screen at the stadium. All the fans cheered in unison. 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! Beep! With a whistle from Mark Lee, the match began. All right. Good evening, everyone watching on television and in front of your screens. Now we bring you the Euro 2020 semi-final match between England and Denmark. What you see now is the England team wearing white jerseys with dark blue crew necks and side stripes. They will attack from left to right on the screen. The Danish team is wearing red jerseys with white raglan sleeves and red cuffs, and they will attack from right to left on the screen. Just as Coach Zhang said, the highlight of today's game is. Let's take a look at this attack. Sterling and Rice's coordinated interception was successful. Rice lobs the ball to the right front. Chapter 77 Continuous Fouls. Even a clay figure has a temper. Even if it's difficult, we have to keep playing. Ullman quickly gave instructions, telling Strigg on the right flank to move back and coordinate with Christensen to defend the right flank. Denmark now needs to strengthen its attacking play on the left flank. After the three Lions players returned to the center circle, the referee blew his whistle, and the game continued. At Southgate's instruction, the England team opted to play it safe for the first time. Denmark opted to intensify their attack, but the three Lions' defense was quite solid and they handled the situation with ease. The two teams remained deadlocked. The match quickly reached the 10th minute. England launched a counter-attack, and Rice immediately looked for Chen Chen after receiving the ball. Chen Chen is now the playmaker for England's attack, giving him the ball guarantees success. Just as Chen Chen received the ball and was about to accelerate, Delaney grabbed him and pulled him down. Markley quickly blew the whistle. A cacophony of boos erupted at Wembley. Delaney reached out and helped Chen Chen up. There was no personal grudge between him and Chen Chen, it was just a tactical foul. Of course, a yellow card is inevitable. Chen Chen stood up. Unfortunately, the location of the foul was too far from the goal, so a direct free kick was not possible. However, we could try lobbing it into the penalty area. Kane, Maguire, and a few others quickly squeezed into the Danish penalty area. In this situation, Maguire also had a verbal altercation with Schmeichel. With the referee's intervention, the tense atmosphere between the two sides was somewhat eased. Bang! Chen Chen made a long pass from the penalty spot. Find the position at the back post of the penalty area. The ball came to Schmeichel's left. Kyle Walker leaps with all his might to attempt a header. Unfortunately, the 185 cm tall Millet cleared the ball out of bounds first. Ugh! A collective sigh rippled through the crowd. That was a beautiful pass, it's just a shame Walker's header at the end was a bit of a letdown. Ah! Headbutt. What a pity. Kyle Walker failed to capitalize on the opportunity. But it's not his fault. Mellor, who plays at the back post, is 185 cm tall. He, Mellor, is taller than Walker. Jean June made his analysis while facing the broadcast camera. In hindsight, wouldn't it have been better to pass the ball to the middle or near the post? After all, at worst, we could still try to win the second ball. Coach Zhang, what's your opinion on this? Zhang Lu chuckled twice. Chen Chen's choice is not a problem. If we really want to put him in the middle, the 199 cm Vestergaard and the 190 cm Kyr have a sufficient height advantage. England is very likely to be hit by a counter-attack. On the contrary, at the far post, because it's difficult for your defender to clear this kind of ball, it either goes out of bounds or out of play. Give it forward. That's difficult. On the field, Calvin threw the ball out of bounds to Saka. Several people from Denmark immediately rushed towards Saka. With no other option, Saka immediately passed the ball back to Chen Chen, who then immediately passed it back to Stones. That concludes England's attack. 17th minute of the match. Kyle Walker crosses the ball to Kane. Kane and Kjaer clashed as they tried to gain a point. Both of them fell to the ground. Markel quickly blew his whistle, signaling for both teams' doctors to come onto the field to provide treatment. Chapter 78, The Elevator Tomahawk. Even Cristiano Ronaldo himself was astonished. Compared to the previous foul location, this foul location is closer to the goal. Chen Chen chose to kick directly. Call. After glancing at the human wall, Chen Chen took a few steps back and then took a few deep breaths. The camera focused on Chen Chen, whose eyes were fixed intently on the opponent's goal. Jean June immediately turned to Zhang Lu and said, "Coach Zhang. That look in your eyes is so similar to the one Ronaldo gave when he played against Spain in 2018. Zhang Lu quickly answered him. That's somewhat true. Chen Chen got fouled several times today, he's got a bit of a predator vibe. The Cristiano Ronaldo that Jean and Zhang were talking about was currently staring intently at the large screen in front of them. The screen was showing the England vs Denmark match. The look in Chen Chen's eyes as he prepared to take the penalty kick was all too familiar to Cristiano Ronaldo, who had already finished his European Championship journey. They are exactly the same. But soon a question popped into Ronaldo's mind. Will he get in? Or rather, is he even allowed in? Beep. Markley blew the whistle. Bang. Chen Chen took small, quick steps to get a running start, then swung his arm, fully extending his body, and touched the ball with the inside of his right foot. Powerful and heavy. The football flew out like a sharp blade. The ball flew over the wall of players and sped toward the goal guarded by Schmeichel. Schmeichel didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his brain to think about which side to pounce on. Just as he was hesitating, the football made a strange arc in the air and then plummeted down. Just as Schmeichel panicked and immediately lunged to make the save. The ball has crossed the goal line. Ugh! Wembley Stadium erupted in cheers. Elevator tomahawk. No one could resist the excitement. After scoring a superb free kick, Chen Chen ran to the sidelines with his arms outstretched, followed by a sliding knee celebration with a fist pump. Gareth Southgate, standing on the sidelines, provided the meme that went viral after the match. The 50-year-old English manager covered his face with his hands, only peeking out with his eyes through his fingers. Unlike Southgate's shock and disbelief, the England substitutes all ran to the sidelines. They swarmed forward and pinned Chen Chen down once again. Some are happy, some are sad. Jolman was a little annoyed, but the Danish coach immediately rushed onto the field and shouted. Cheer up, everyone. The game isn't over yet. We still have a chance. The stadium was too noisy and chaotic. Only a few Danish players near the sidelines heard Jolman's words, the rest were still grieving the loss of the goal. Especially Schmeichel. He was first stunned by Chen Chen's sudden through ball that broke through the defense, and now he was scored by Chen Chen's powerful free kick. Chen Chen made a name for himself in the football world with a goal and an assist, but all of this was built on the suffering of Schmeichel. Schmeichel, head down, retrieved the ball from the goal and then kicked it forward, venting his anger. Soon, the words of head coach Jolman reached Schmeichel's ears through word of mouth. The Danish goalkeeper simply smiled at this. This is not to say that Schmeichel was dissatisfied with Ullmann, but rather that Schmeichel genuinely felt that England was very difficult to defeat. Chen Chen is very difficult to defeat. It is said that you should not boost the morale of others while diminishing your own. However, Schmeichel stated that he was willing to step down and let whoever wanted to guard Chen Chen do so. But despite his thoughts, Schmeichel still clapped to cheer on his teammates and himself. While the opponents celebrated their goal, Højbjerg ran to the sidelines to get some water. At the same time, he patted his chest and assured Jürgen that he would try to score a goal in the first half to narrow the gap. Then they scored the second goal in the second half. The third one in. A game-winning shot. Jolman said, "Then I'll register you at the Aarhus Concert Hall, and you can play there." However, this also shows that Højbjerg has a good attitude, which makes Jolman very pleased. He was afraid the players' mentality would collapse. Chapter 79. Time ticks by. Victory is in sight for England. This wasn't the first time Mark Lee had made a misjudgment. Before the start of the European Championship, or more precisely in March. In Portugal's 2-2 draw with Serbia in the World Cup qualifier, Cristiano Ronaldo scored a goal just before the final whistle, and the broadcast showed the ball crossing the goal line. However, the referee Mark Lee and linesman Delivers did not count the goal. After the match, Mackley admitted it was a misjudgment and apologized to the Portuguese team. However, the deed was done and the result was already decided, and Portugal did not accept the belated apology. You know to turn when the car crashes into a wall, and you know to breastfeed when the baby dies. It's too late. 3 points turned into 1 point, and you're going to compensate me? In fact, as one of UEFA's official referees, Markel's officiating level should certainly be beyond question. The fact that such basic judgment errors have occurred repeatedly is questionable. Some fans have made bold statements on social media platforms. Does this involve third-party issues? In the home team's locker room, Southgate asked the players to forget the refereeing errors and the goals scored in the first half, and to treat the second half as a completely new game. After explaining the tactical arrangements and giving a pep talk, Southgate asked Chen Chen. "Chen, they fouled you a lot in the first half. To be on the safe side, I'll substitute you at the appropriate time in the second half. Okay?" Chen Chen nodded. He had made up his mind, he would try to help the team extend their lead in the second half, and then clock out. After stretching his muscles, Chen Chen followed his teammates out of the locker room. The second half of the game will begin soon. Denmark made the first substitution. Dolberg, Damsgaard, and Striger, who received a yellow card, were substituted. Daniel Wirth, Christian Nergo, and Poulsen came on as substitutes. With 2 midfielders and 1 striker, Denmark is trying to strengthen its midfield control and then move substitute Poulsen to the center-forward position, giving Braithwaite more freedom in the attacking third. A replacement was also arranged at the south gate. Saka, who had a mediocre performance, was substituted off, and Grealish came on. The formation remained unchanged, except for the positions of Grealish and Sterling. Sterling moved to the right wing. The Three Lions strategy today remains, offense over defense. Grealish came out to disrupt the opponent's defense on the left flank. Harry Kane passed the ball to Chen Chen, and then immediately made a run into the opponent's back line. Chen Chen did not choose to surprise the opponent with a through ball or a lob pass. These methods only work the first time, people will understand them the second time. Facing the pressing from Braithwaite and Poulsen, Chen Chen turned and passed the ball back. Once they had complete control of the ball, the Three Lions began to organize attacks from their own half forward. Soon, possession of the ball returned to Chen Chen's feet. Chen Chen faced Braithwaite once again. Braithwaite's move to Barcelona was purely a matter of luck. At that time, Barcelona was short of strikers due to injuries to Dembélé and Suarez. Therefore, Barcelona approached the Spanish Football Federation and applied for special privileges to sign players. Dane Braithwaite's strength lies in heading the ball. Weaknesses? That would be a lot. He's just a firefighter, what more could you ask for? For example, right now, Chen Chen pedaled the bicycle a few times, and then immediately darted to Braithwaite's right. Braithwaite's defense was completely ineffective. Seeing that he couldn't keep up with Chen Chen's pace, Braithwaite had no choice but to foul. However, unlike his teammates' reckless fouls, Braithwaite's fouls were very subtle. He collided with Chen Chen's body, and Chen Chen staggered and fell because he was moving at high speed and lost his balance. If they really wanted to defend themselves, Denmark could explain that it was a normal 50-50 contest. Beep beep. Mark Lee saw these things very clearly and immediately raised his hand and blew the whistle. He called a foul on the defender, but didn't show a card. Chen Chen quickly got up from the ground. Chapter 80. A wave of the hand is not a refusal, but a refusal to say anything more. In the world of football, being anxious won't help. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. The Danish team seems to be hampered by the idea of scoring quickly. Throughout the final stages of the match, they were unable to mount any effective attacks. Braithwaite's shot was caught by Pickford, and before Pickford could launch a long ball, referee Mark Lee blew the final whistle. Despite the difficult process and the fact that the Danes once saw hope of continuing their fairy tale run, England ultimately secured their ticket to the European Championship final. Wembley erupted in celebration. On the south stand, the fans displayed a huge tifo. Let the footballs come home. Let football come home. This is what countless English people have been hoping for. As the birthplace of modern football, the Three Lions fans have a point. On the pitch, Kane, Grealish, and several others collapsed to the ground in overwhelming emotion, burying their faces in their hands and weeping. The substitutes, including Chen Chen and Sterling who were substituted off, quickly ran onto the field. Immediately afterwards, led by Kane and Henderson, the Three Lions moved to the south stand, joining the die-hard fans in an excited roar. Southgate shook hands with Julman and the Danish players in a friendly manner. Then the Southgate also joined the celebration. After the celebration, Chen Chen was taken over by UEFA officials. It turned out that Chen Chen had become the MVP of the match thanks to his amazing performance of 1 goal and 1 assist. Of course, all MVPs are required to give an official interview to UEFA. This time, however, Chen Chen was destined to be disappointed. Because this time it was a male reporter who came to ask him a question. The reporter brought up the recent online uproar about, "Where is Chen Chen?" In response, Chen Chen stated that he is currently focused solely on the upcoming European Championship final, and he will disclose transfer-related information at an appropriate time. Seeing this, the reporter followed up Chen Chen's words and asked about the European Cup. Okay. Chen. Do you know? This is the first time England has reached the final since the European Championship was founded, and the first time in 55 years that they have reached a major tournament final. Okay, let's put aside our excitement and discuss this carefully, specifically the final match at Wembley. Champion. Chen Chen let out a long sigh of relief, calming himself down. Our goal has always been to win the championship. From the very first day we arrived in St. George, Mr. Gareth told us that we have only one goal, the ultimate championship. Next question. The final opponent. The Italy vs Spain match will be held tomorrow. I don't care whether our opponent is Italy or Spain. England has the strength to defeat any strong opponent. We are united. I don't know who will lift the trophy, but we will give it our all. Do the fans seem to favor Spain a bit more? Having reached the semi-finals, I don't think there's any question of whether I'm optimistic or pessimistic about them. Chen Chen put his hands on his hips and laughed. Italy made it to the finals precisely because they weren't favored by everyone. One misconception is that Italy is weak. Spain and Italy are both very strong opponents. I don't know who will make it to the final, but I wish them the best of luck. Tomorrow, in St. George, I will watch the game with my teammates. Your cup goal tally has now equaled Kane's. Is there a possibility that you'll share the golden boot? Also, congratulations on breaking many records. No, that's impossible. I will make a comeback. Laughs. Setting multiple records. I'm not paying attention to those. Right now, I'm only focused on the team's performance. Those records are just icing on the cake. The male reporters asked more questions than the female reporters. Of course, it could also be due to the explosive popularity after entering the finals. Asking more questions and editing them slightly can turn them into news headlines.